This is a match point finals. We're at day 4 of the LAN. That means the teams need to reach 50 points first, and after that, if they can achieve victory in a game, that is the team that lifts the trophy.
You have to win the game after hitting those 50 points. And something to note, for the first time ever than what we're used to, there is no advanced starting point. You could expect these games to go the distance. Let's get started, everyone. Game number 1 onto World's Edge to kick off the action.
Of course, you can see on your screen here the POI draft. This is the first ALGS LAN that we have seen with this system in place. As you said, instead of starting off with advanced standing points, they pick their POIs, and we drop in for the first game on World's Edge.
The ships have left the building. In this case, they've left World's Edge, and they've left our teams at their POI. And already with Skyhook, when we know where Bleed lands, Sky East, Gaming Gladiators, by Trials, and Sky West, it can get heated maybe very early because you know that the game state for a lot of these teams, what they understand is that they want to achieve those 50 points first as quickly as possible, even if it means duking it out from the very beginning.
Alliance is the team on this stage most recently to lift a trophy at LAN. It's been a harder route to the finals than it was previously for them. They've got Tyler here in place, trying to fill very big shoes with Effect watching on, and unfortunately for them, they're going to be shifting very far over, Vicky. The zone has gone very much to the west, over to Mirage Atois.
珍しいね。なんか昨日の1位、モイストから移すと思ったけど、アライアンスから移してるの珍しい。
Playing by the edge here as they make their move from Overlook. They even have a survey over by No Name. The Lions having to have that hot and cold experience within in-game, but being in this finals lobby, really feeling that pressure, Genome.
Well, Complexity starting off from staging with the ring console, they're moving in quickly, and as you can see on your map here, TSM have been afforded a boon in this finals. They get both Lava Fissure and Mirage Atois. No one picks Mirage, and that means they can actually loot both POIs. His teammates do come down and join him, so luckily, it looks like Complexity won't be getting a first pick early there onto TSM. That would have been disastrous considering the zone is right on top of their heads.
And we know that with a zone like this too, Furia as well could come out on top of that choke north of Thermal where there's an Evil Harvester on their pathing. But we have early action here for Guild and VK Gaming over by Survey Camp, which could also be a very easy third-party situation for Not Moist.
Yeah, Epicenter Survey Camp teams running into each other early. Not something that we will be surprised about, but hopefully they don't get surprised by Not Moist coming back through Climatizer. As you said, they want to get this fight over and done with quickly if they are actually going to engage here, because Moist will show you anything in their path is freshly
Meanwhile, Complexity in your feed immediately has eliminated
個人的にさ、多分さ、
lobby here as MT backs away, tries to take a different position for Guild, but this is the action that I was expecting from the very beginning for our teams to start things off very quickly to get that early game.
そうだなーってところはさ。
Oh, and it's a charge rifle shot from VK.
まあ今波に乗ってる、ノリに乗ってる、誰だっけ？あ、モイストね、モイストか。あ、これ漁夫に来たんだ。こうやって上手だからね、モイストか。本当は TSM とか取ってほしいけどね。まあリキッドかな。予想外のところ優勝するのありえるからな。
That'll do it for Moist. Chasing. Will they chase the last member of VK Gaming down? I mean, the zone is very far away from them right now. They're absolutely not getting priorities. So if they wanted to, honestly, they've got the time.
願望はか。ガチ予想は GG。あ、ほんと。珍しい。
slowly going into that next zone. As we know,
GG
so many other
ね。
teams have already found
ギアードゲー
themselves
ミン
over
グ
by the staging side.
So Falcons setting up in the
No.
Dorito outside of
That's
staging
worrying.
right now. They are dropping from Siphon here
そんなことない。
as they try and catch someone off guard. Cloud9, wow.
236もすっごい
They've really
さ
gone under the
強い
radar
ね。
so far in this tournament.
Thanks to E36 getting that, while now
めっちゃ
Hal
ローや
up
ね。
on the high ground. Try and make a
おー、
statement
そこ
here
ま
with
で
the
や
rest
る。
of Team Falcons. Can they be able to
結
get
局やめんかった
on
ん
the
です
low
よ。
ground? And even in between the mother load here, they're stuck behind the Newcastle.
わあ、
Well,
グレ
great
投げ
news
たら
to
もう
Fury as
一
they're
発や
all
な。
out of the line of sight from
あ、シキ
Falcons,
シ
but
キ、今
Falcons
週。
having that information while keeping up the pressure from the height are making sure that they force Furia to stay pinched down here because
うまい。
Milkers are also
これがプ
walking
ロ。
around the other side of staging.
ファルコンの名が上がらない。
Furia
不
thanking
況
the
じゃない
devs
ファ
there
ルコ
for
ン。い
the
や、
new
わかんない。う
ability
ま
of
く噛み合っ
Newcastle's
てる
wall
の
to
かわ
stop
か
the
らんな。
grenades coming in. That you can see them bunker down behind that.
え、
Without that,
私
honestly,
ゼロ
I
と
think
スキン
Falcons
お
would
揃い
have
だ。
quite easily finished them off.
I love it. Gonna be able to see
あ
the
れ
fuse heirloom
春
here too while
昨
he's
日ま
flying down.
で
Nice animation while Hal's taking
あれだった
a
のに
little bit of damage.
FF コラボだったのに
Clan that
ス
have
パ
the
レ
height
ジェギターに
alongside
変え
the
て
Falcons
る
have slid down, giving up that space, have found themselves by the truck and all the death boxes at their feet. But they've been seen by a crypto drone that is also flying and buzzing around their heads. They're trying to look out for it because E36 are in that building to the south of EXO, while EXO have the best spot when it comes to this choke. That was the choke that I was mentioning.
すごいね。
But even with an early rotate, it could be a little risky because you could expect teams to still prioritize a northern thermal station rotate.
Yeah, this rock is just fantastic, though. Holding the high ground here, you really can just smash these teams in both the village below you, even if they get a spot up on Mirage. You've got great sidelines and you can retreat whenever you need. The
そ
risk
この応援団、
is
サ
that
ッカー
someone
み
can
たいな
come in
応援して
behind
て。
you
あ
from thermal、
ハンマー君ス
station.
タイル
BK
だ。
Gaming, we see that they get a double respawn.
ハンマー君以外に
That's happening
この
over
体
near
勢で
Stacks
パッ
and
ド持ってる
Big
人初めて
Very
見
far
た。
away here, but at least they get the squad up while EXO have Pride Rock.
これエフェクトも、あ、エフェクトもこれなんだよね。ハンマー、エフェクト、こ
That's true
の
again.
人も
Not
か。
always taking their time to rotate. They will be going perhaps through tunnel side that would enter
GG なんちゃら
into
かんちゃら
landslide
ね
here. And
なんちゃら
teams
かんちゃら
like
が
DreamFire
GG
Fnatic
ね。
also fighting from the south side outside of zone, south of thermal station, as you can
あ、
see
待って
DreamFire, 3MC in the
見て
drone,
見て
trying to get
TSM がインペリアハルを落としてるよ。このキルログだけで熱っ。グレ来てるよ。グレ来てるよ。ナイス
Walks the
EMP?
mobile shield forward, knows it's about to go down to the EMP and has to back off with the bang ult chasing them out here. Can they find a safe spot?
By the way, I hit the world's complete like
なんか
stats
すごい
for
ファイ
this
ト
event
激し
has
く
been
ない
It's
わー、見て見て見て
crazy. He's been such a
いや、
heavy
熱くない
fragger,
なんかさ、
always
TS、
going
もとも
into
とさ、
the anti-fragger for his
TS にいた
squad,
春をさ、
considering he's on that
TSM が落とすって
Pathfinder,
結構
he can
熱いんだ
grab
よ。
out,
なんかさ
back in the way,
あんだけ長年
repositioning
ずっとやってきてたから
instead,
さ
and he has the Mozams.
You wouldn't
Yeah,
have thought
just
anyone
absolutely,
could come
man.
in and fill Roy's shoes. Just such a superstar of the Chinese region. But I hate the world, or no name as he's being called as well.
いや、わかる。い
Absolutely
や、い
done
い
that
よ
and
ね。
then
でも
maybe
起こせてそうだ
some.
ね。
Could
さ
this
すが
be
に常に、あ、
DreamFire's best
遠距離だったん
tournament
だ
ever?
ね。
See now with Falcons, full blue Evo still dropping down as the
Ah.
Fnatic and DreamFire fight
フ
has
ナ
not
ティ
ceased.
ックダメ
He
だ、
also
ファイトを
has
す
that
る
gold
な。
shotgun choke. Only white
何これ
extended
ファイ
energy
ト
mag
を
for the havoc. You saw him proc up the reload, tries to see the EMP, tries to shoot and miss the second shot.
来るよこれ。
They get hit and
フナティック側を映してくれよ。なんでこっち側なんだよ。90? フナティックの方を映してくれよ。ナイス
And the thermite too. They had gotten the first knock. Fnatic with the advantage in this fight. Sasuke
Yeah,
follows up and
nice.
Get eliminated at the hands of Fnatic. Nice and methodical here
Nice,
in taking
nice,
that fight. Not trying to be
nice,
too
nice,
overly aggressive.
nice.
As you can see, both teams waiting with the EMP to then fully engage. And if they don't have that opening, if there's no defensive ult to meet them on the other side, they don't want to fully commit until they're able to get that shield crack and find a corner.
Yeah, in those crypto v crypto fights, you can see if you can get into position to swing just after the EMP hits, the team is as good as dead. And as the back and forth happened there, we saw that Fnatic found that opening, found that timing, and well, that's goodbye for DreamFire for match one.
うわ、割れた。わあ、バンがいたら絶対これもウルト打って。俺が行く。俺がやります。強い。やばいよ。なんかベチベチ。ベチベチ。立って
Bleed wrap around on the other side of GG to third party. Even if Alliance came out from that fight, it would have been so difficult to reset because this is free pickings for Bleed, but they don't like the situation. They heard the res, they back away. They know that they're out in the open, and now Gaming Gladiators immediately with the turnaround are able to suppress them. Let's talk about the fact that Light has been IGLing out of his mind while being such an insane fragger himself.
He's been so good, but the team in general has just been strength after strength here.
なんちゃらかんちゃら。
なんて読むんだ。割り切ってや、相手。これは勝ったな。フナ勝ち。フナティックの勝ちですね。読めてない。なんとかグラディエーター。ゲーミンググラディエーター。そのままイカさん巻いた方がいいよ。 Because of the commotion, Liquid Alienware stuck between EXO and Fnatic. One member of EXO still holding the hill so they don't lose that fantastic position, but we are expecting EXO to maybe get involved in this and pick up some kills.
And that could still be very risky though. You've moved up just enough where you could get called out by Fnatic. They get another crack, and when you gave up that space by the choke, now you're forced to back away to prevent other teams from walking in for free, from taking that from you.
激しいな、ファイトが。え、こんなファイトする？あれ？
All over Red Rover for Liquid Alienware here. We'll go over to Landslide as we see closer to where the circle's actually pulling. It's gone very north, not towards Mirage Etoile, very much towards Landslide. And that's where Guild, you can see, set up on the high ground there. We're trying to deal a little bit with not Moist. Looking back at this other fight, I think we're just waiting here, just a matter of time until Liquid get pinched.
ヤンチが来るんですよ、これね。食べるか、フナ。なんだ、フナ。あー、イカさんがダウンしてる。もうこれ割り切ってくるな、絶対これ。あー、そうだよね、割り切るよね。なんでこんなアンチ内でファイトしてんの？TSA の勝ち。どういうこと？なんでこんなに、なんでこんなにファイト激しいの？すごいな。TSA も移動しないとやばいんじゃない？
And they're inside the zone. We're trying to attempt to get onto the edge of the zone. They've made it already through. We also saw on the feed, by the way, TSM finding knocks onto Complexity. And EXO Clan have the high ground here, while TSM will be exiting out of Mirage. Will also use a crypto drone to get a scan on the surface.
もともとE8だよね、このチーム。強っ。惜しい。でも上制圧？いや、もうこれいいやん。いや、ランクみたいだね。ぶつかったらファイトすっかみたいな感じやね、みんな。なんかとりあえず無視して中入ろうとかしないの？私もこのちょっと気になるね。私もこのちょっと気になるから巻いてほしいわ。うわ、見て。うわ、熱い、このファイト。熱いです。でもレッドス落ちてます。なんか来たヤンキー !236! ヤンキーすぎるお前たちヤンキーすぎるマジで。 おい、APAC ロースでやってることやってんじゃねえよ、お前たち。いけ、TSM! いけ、頑張れ、それを漁夫るんや。ナイス。面白すぎる。熱いな。TSM とファルコンのファイトがこの世でいっちゃん熱いかもしれん。負けるか。来てるよ。来てるよ。来てますよ。左来てる。上。
But Gilda on the move, they can't necessarily get set up and be able to have that pylon to deal with all the ordnance coming out of Moist.
But so many teams are looking at them from where they are
ベッ
positioned
チの
in
作
that
戦がね、
corner.
でも助けられてるね、ベッチで。
Also, when you're
起こせるんじゃないこれ。
if you are bleeding,
これ起こせますよ。
fantastic rotate into that southern side of the zone.
You can see it was a
あ、
desperate
スカー
pylon
フ。
attempt.
い
It
や
lasted
ー
for a little bit, but the top of it was just poking out over that box, so the other teams from afar
これは
are the
GG な
ones
の
to
か
destroy it. Now with the
記
EMP, they
録は
have to try and
TSM が N が
retreat
持って
behind
る。
this
うわ、追っかける。
smoke. They've done it.
う
Moist
わ、
don't
反対の
see
作
them
戦
as they
が。
actually make it under the bridge.
Welcome to the crypto meta. When you
GG
see
の
the
一人が
EMP, you get
上手に
caught
展
in it.
開して
You're
るか
gonna
ら。
be forced to back away
あ、
if you don't
起
have
こ
a
せます、あ
defensive
の
EMP
パーティーも。
yourself.
あ、いや、
Knocked them,
ど
have
う
been
や、
able
こ
to
れは。
reset here, but they were able to get a knock onto Legacy.
Empty finished off. Legacy down. I don't think Gilda going to be
ノク
walking
テム、
away
ノ
with
ク
this
テム
one.
だっけ、このチ
Not
ーム。
Moist.
こん
They
なアイ
made
コ
the
ンだ
move
ったっけ。
first
アイコンじゃ
with
なくて、
landslide.
なんだっけ。
Despite
チー
attracting a
ム、
little bit too much attention, they
タグじゃ
win
なく
out
て、
in the end.
チーム
Sees
ロ
the
ゴ。
EMP onto Nox. He's lost out on his shield, but he'll have
TSM
enough time to pop that
は
shield back. Maybe even
多
go
分
for some.
アン
There
チ
was one
が
right there
この
because
辺
those
なんだ
makers
よ
were
ね。
trying to
この
contest
辺。
them up on the
最
high
後。
ground. You see the two beacons that are right below the
左
feet of
の
Noctem. They can use that as
GG を
the
倒
cover.
しき
Gil
ったら
too,
勝
but
ちやん。
not Moist decide to engage on them, and Gil get eliminated. Noctem with the
アンチはこの
Kraber.
辺だから。
Let's just talk about the fact that
ここの
Adam has been on
見
another
えてる
level with that Kraber, and now Noctem finish off Bleed Esports.
やばい、一気に減る。この GG のファイトに
Crowd definitely
TSM
getting
が
behind Noctum's scan. A little bit of a surprise package for us here.
GG を
in
殺せ
Mannheim.
たら、
Gaming Gladiators now
勝ちやね。
taking survey of the land
今日
in
も
front
美
of
人。
them. As we mentioned,
ど
they've
うも。
got the north to themselves. The zone is to their back.
9月
Everyone
も
else is going to be running
世
into
界
each
で
other
一番
right
美
now,
人
and
でいい
GG
の。
are just going to look on
さす
with
がに
glee.
さすがにあー、どんまい。
But he gets taken out, and
まあでも
Zed's gonna
8
meet
キ
his
ル、
demise right alongside him.
8キル4
Playing
位
off the back.
8キル5位
Slightly neighboring them though. It's just a solo
強気やね、
Noctem
TSM。
still as a three-man.
これ
Look
GG
onto
ですね。
Gaming Gladiators who have circle advantage.
8 points already. They've got, and I'm sure more are coming. Wow, actually managed us to grab one finish, so being a bit of a nuisance
Oh,
for Makers.
Oh, he
There we
gets
go.
taken out
起
right
こせま
before
すかこれ。
Makers though
落
felt
と
the
したた
pressure
ち。
and they'll have the
あー、
gold
無理
rock
かも。
revive.
Makers are at
ナ
their
イス
best
進め。
when they're fragging out, and as you can see, 4 kills, kill leader for Asia's right now. Is this his tournament to prove he's one of the best in the world?
GG のエリアが広すぎる。
They needed to do that desperately, and you saw the circle pressure too, but they had space, they had some room to breathe for now, and it
クリ
looks
プ
like
トで
they're
起こす
calling it
感じ
a
だ。
respawn peak, and Gaming Gladiators have sent out the bang ult,
やっぱりあれだね。
trying to prevent that situation from
クリ
happening,
プトが増え
clearing
る
up the
と
space,
モビ
and
が
the
いっぱい出る
next
ね。
40
もう4本立ってるよ、あ
seconds
そこ
will
に。
start to close then.
おかし
I
く
mean,
ない
there's respawn beacons everywhere as far as I
モ
can
ビ
see. I
4
think
本
too many of them are in the zone, unfortunately, but there we go.
クリプト
Can
さえ
he
生き
find
て
his
れ
way
ば
back
ね、
to a death box
助
and
かるも
help
んね、
his
そう見。
teammates out? Asia's just
Wow.
struggling.
これは
Might be
ね、
able
で
to
も
get
手出せない
Mekki
よね。
behind that
お互い。
smoke, but
3v3v3
the
になった。
circle will start closing soon, Vicky.
Probably having a gen right there too after getting that res, knowing that you have little cover to play off of between the crates and then that train cart that Asia's has been getting peppered in originally, but with Ziki
弾
being
がな
back,
い。
this would be an insanely clutch play for Makers who have held
や
this
ば
high
い。
ground.
ウルトがある
Remember, originally, yes, there
MS。
is that gen. I did see the passive
MKS
shield regenerate for the Watson.
And talking about passive, I mean, GG have been playing
さっき
passive
GG がウル
most
ト
of
投
this
げてた
game,
から
but
な。
for now, they have to start getting involved. You can see
この
them taking up
NOC を
space
多
here.
分、この
The Newcastle
GG に
Castle
当たらせたいか
wall is
ら、
down. They've got a couple
めっ
of
ちゃ圧かける
roofs
と
to
思う
play
よね、
behind.
上が。
But how long will this last for? Catwall as well.
Exactly. I was just about to say, with the catwall being available for them, they could slowly inch forward
世
out
界
of
を
the
変え
cover
る
that they've
クレー
already
バー
built
が
up for themselves.
うわ
Oh,
今の
be careful with Atnam and this
は
flavor.
い
He missed it
外
this
し
time, but he has been so consistent since yesterday and landing those shots.
I mean, 4 bullets, he's still got access to that, as well as the EMP, which surely is coming out soon. You can't lose the drone now. That would be
マッ
such
ト
an
さんの
ugly
回路無
spot,
効
but
化
they
して
don't. The EMP
あー GG だ
And knocked him now, try to play for
こっ
second
ちに来るか
Gladiators gonna walk into third part of this
当たりに
fight.
来
They
た
come
割り
in
切り
last,
2
enough
で
for the EMP.
でもノーダウン
Makers get eliminated, and now
ノーダウンだぞこれ
who may be
熱
taking a
い
little slow of their time. Blast a different off angle. Love that with love
あ
sliding
ー
in
そ
to
りゃ
take
そう
the
だね
first dub of this match point finals
あ
for
ル
Gaming
スカのチ
Gladiators.
ームねはいはい GG
They don't even look surprised, Vicky. As if it was expected, as if this game went exactly as Gaming Gladiators planned. 6 kills.
真ん中の人
That's a solid start
あれみた
on their
い
way
ハリー・
to
ポッターの
50
トム・リドルみ
points
たい
and
な
achieving
顔して
match
る
point eligibility.
Let's not forget when they had engaged on fighting Alliance and Bleed tried to third party them, didn't like the timing to that. Not only did they reset off of Alliance's death boxes, but they still maintained control over that side of the zone. They had priority after coming out from Sky West, from Trials side, and they still were able to find themselves clearing that entire side when so many teams, even TSM that tried rotating that direction, had collapsed over to their south side.
Insane to think about some of those what ifs,
あ
isn't it?
フ
I
ナディ
mean,
ック16
Bleed
い
end up
や
with
プレ
6
スメント
points.
1ポイント欲
Could
しかった
they have ended up with the 18 if they'd pushed forward and been able to win out in that fight?
And look how tight after that first game
絶
these
対ファル
results
コン
have
イン
been
サン
here
力に
too.
消えてる
Knocked them with 8 KP, still set them
いやで
only
も
1
後
point
ろから
apart
来
to
てた
Gaming
からそんなも
Gladiators.
ないか
We get to see the side-by-side team comparison, even with those extra
ノ
placement
ク
points
テム
though.
のロゴ
Not
か
them
わい
having
い
able to get a few
私が
extra
大好き
kills
なミ
to
ミ
put
ズ
them right next to
ミ
Gaming
ミズちゃんだ
Gladiators.
ミミズで止めちゃった
Pretty
Yan
even there
Xian
between
하려고.
our top 2
야,
teams, and
잠깐만.
wow, okay, after
잠깐만.
Alliance
마치
walk away
포인트
with a
템포
land
카라노
win, all of a
같더라.
sudden there's a
잠깐만,
lot of
이제
EMEA
만시야.
teams up the top of our leaderboard right now.
It's almost like, you know, we're in Germany or something, and it's great to have the home crowd here to give these European teams their
あれ
support.
髪色
It's
変わって
been
ない
great thus far after that first game. Still sticking to
ミッキーさん。
World's Edge, but don't go anywhere because we got some more Apex Legends finals on the other
え
side. of this.
60なのかな今回50なのかな何点だろう50な気がするさっきなんか50って見えた気がするから50かもしれない服のキラキラが控えめになってる昨日までギラギラしてたのに50か50だって見てるだけでも疲れるのにプレイしてるかはやばそう。2マップずつじゃないかな。2回ずつだと思うんだけど、違うかな。集中力、まあでもこの人たち慣れてるから、APAC ノース勢とか十何試合やってるから多分大丈夫だよ。慣れてる。なんかいやー2マップだけでいいのか なんかさ、マップに飽きてくるから、マッチポイントだけ3マップにしたらって思ったけど、飽きるよね。てか飽きるっていうか、あれだよね、大変だよね。構成とかも考えなきゃいけないし。アンチを覚えるのも大変だし、ロゴマークも大変か。割り切りに来たんだよね。これいつの間にワンダウンしたの？後ろから一人行ってたのか。綺麗なとこ。
It is a special time whenever we get to find ourselves on a Sunday, find ourselves here in match point finals, and it's Onset and Gaskin to talk you through our next game. Before we get there though, we're going to talk to you about some of these beautiful things you can see on your screen, and that is of course these Battle Beaver controllers. They are the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Use code ALGS on their site, battlebeavercustoms.com, for 20% off during the Split 2 playoffs weekend. You can go directly to battlebeaver.gg/ALGS to automatically apply the 20% off code. Now Dan, we've just got here into the casters booth. We've just watched GG in front of a European crowd here win game number 1, and now we are set up beautifully for match number 2.
Absolutely perfect so far from Gaming Gladiators. Would they be able to be good enough to match up with some of the biggest and some of the best? Well, so far this tournament they've been good, and now here in match point finals they have demonstrated they are the team to outchase after the first matchup. But can they carry on with this momentum?
Interesting to see on those leaderboards as well. It's not just Europe on top, it was a Europe 1-2 as well, as Noctum were just in behind them as well. And I just need to give a shout out to the crowd. It's only game 2 here. You guys have been absolutely electric. It has been brilliant to be inside of this building, and we're looking forward to that noise going up and up and up as we get through these games. But let's take a look at these competitors. This is the lobby. These are the players. These are the teams who will be following here as we head into World's Edge.
The Gaming Gladiators, they were in my top 5 teams of this tournament for World's Edge in particular, and that has carried on here into match point finals. The other teams up there, Not Moist, Alliance, Guild, and Exoclan, they're the other squads that should be putting points on the board when we're on World's Edge. Because when we move over to Storm Point, as I always say, the better teams they transition. We get to see other squads that actually favor a different map.
Well, let's look at TSM then. They had some really good moments, got towards that end game, but just couldn't win that final fight that they were involved in to push themselves into that top 3 or 4, which of course they would have loved to be in. But one team, I mean, we were having some conversations, and you might see that I'm missing from the predictions graphic, and it's for good reason, cannot be trusted. But GG, I've been talking to you all morning. Everyone who's asked me, everyone who came to say hello a little bit earlier, I was like, who do you think is going to win? And I'm on the GG train, man. I think they are. I think Eric put it so well on the dev side down. He was like, you can't, they have become undeniable, right, in their performances, not just here, but in recent tournaments as well. And they are looking like a powerhouse of a team now to try and take down in the lobby.
I mean, worth looking at Gaming Gladiators, right? They're playing from Skyhook West, which is a very desirable POI. It's in the top 5 POI win percentages so far this tournament, and they've just put another win on the board. That's their 4th World's Edge victory so far this tournament, more than anyone else on this map. So as we get further, as we get deeper into match point, if they find themselves on World's Edge, once they've reached that threshold, they may be the team.
でもね、なんかね、ツイッターの名前がね、なんかね、T みたいな名前なんだよ。B か T かどっちかだった気がするんだよ。
Best way to do that is get these points on board as quickly as possible. Placement kills, a good combination of the both, and you are going to get a step closer to being able to close this thing out. We're heading into match 2, everybody. Match point finals, and we're back on World's Edge.
慣れてるでしょ。慣れてるからこの人たち。こんな大舞台で戦う。苦じゃないよ、絶対。てか緊張もしてないだろうし。わかんない。初めての世界大会とかだったら緊張してるかも。
Interesting to see what that zone actually pulled in the previous game as well. It felt
い
like
や、
a lot of the
20
teams
まで
based off
で
of
一応。
first beacon information were playing for the Mirage side, playing for the western side of World's Edge.
9000ドルかな ?20 位が。
Gave a little bit of,
30万
I would say, assistance to the teams who had to travel the furthest, because that was the least busy side of that zone, and that's where GG really came to the fore, having the opportunity to wrap around that side from the north and clean up those kills in those final moments. But speaking of zone down, this is where we're going. Talk us through it.
Yeah, and there was a few murmurs in the crowd. There some cheers in the crowd as well. Maybe for VK Gaming, they're up there towards Epicenter. They will have a brilliant path towards where this zone's going to be going. But it's going to be Not Moist who are arguably in one of the best positions here. They have a ring console to work with at Climatizer. Climatizer has also been one of the best POIs on World's Edge to find victories from. And then, of course, you have to talk about Alliance at Overlook. Also have a ring console. So those will be the 3 teams that will have priority to zone here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Alliance, and I think this is a great zone for them as well. If it does pull back towards those rock formations, you can just see to the north of where they find themselves right now. They're going to have great high ground coverage. They're going to be able to shoot all the teams who rotate in a little bit later, but we'll have to see if GG can put a game together here all the way from Trials, which is quite the way to go.
And it's good that we check in with Team Falcons playing from Lava Siphon. This has been the best POI to find victories on World's Edge. 15% of the wins on World's Edge so far this tournament have come from Lava Siphon, and of course, Falcons are a big reason because of that. But can they put one on the board here in match 2 to try and find themselves a little bit further up the leaderboards? Because down in 16th right now, of course, they'll want to be getting to match 2 first chance of lifting the trophy.
I think that a lot of the teams who are in this lobby and who have been in this tournament so far have started to just realize that although Falcons have a huge amount of credentials, they have tournament wins that stack up above anyone else's. It's just three humans playing the game at the end of the day, and they haven't been afraid to take the fight when they have had to. And the pressure, of course, is something that Team Falcons will be feeling more than anyone else. One team is pretty close to them at the moment. I'm talking about on the map is going to be Liquid Alienware. They're just rotating at the moment from launch site towards Lava Siphon, and at the moment it's actually interesting to see the DreamFire kind of wedge themselves in between Liquid and Falcons, so they might be in a little bit of a tough spot to try to escape.
How about this tournament so far for Team Liquid Alienware as well? From the elimination bracket round 1, do or die, final game to get themselves all the way here into the grand finals, and now they still have an opportunity to lift the trophy. But we briefly checked in with them, they saw they were starting to move, they were starting to groove. But I wonder whether DreamFire are going to have a look at taking this fight against Falcons here, or whether Falcons are just going to say, look, we need to get on a hurry and let's start moving as well.
Yeah, it looks like Falcons have decided the best thing to do here is continue our rotation. Looks like DreamFire weren't poking, they weren't prodding, they weren't trying to get damage down, which means that they're just looking for Falcons to leave so they can hit that ring console that is left behind. Falcons going to now go over towards Geyser, and it looks like they're going to wrap for the tunnel, as they sometimes like to do, or maybe it's going to be a play towards the choke. It does look like they're actually going to go for the tunnel, so
堪能だって信じたのに喋れるわけないだろう。この前話すでしょ。中学の時、英語のテストで23点取ったんだよ、私。
And hopefully a long time alongside it, but there are going to be about 6 teams now approaching this northeast area, and Guild Esports is going to be one of them.
うわ、どうした ?SSG エラーか。あー、アライアンスの車線で死んだのか。
And a combination of not moist and Guild are just overextended. They hear the fight going down. They see the opportunity. That's just going to be free for them. SSG will be eliminated. So your stats start to stack up here on World's Edge even after a couple of games.
Yeah, they are at a POI that typically struggles in World's Edge. And maybe Snowpoint could be a better home for them as we switch over to that 4 match 3. As remember, in the match point finals, we switch every 2
でも実は結構聞き取れてるんじゃないかなと思ってますが、まあ、聞き取れはするよ。聞き取れはするけど、自分の言葉難しい。単語がわかるけど、それを英語にするのが自分の気持ちを伝えられないだから英語で。
Not moist to actually try and do from this position. Like you mentioned, they did have ring console. You can see that on the top left-hand side of your screen through Guild's minimap.
青タンの配信聞きながら、青タンの停止、いつもより綺麗になった。Oh my god!
Force their way up a little bit further north. We do have a pause coming in right now as we get a little issue fixed on the stage.
この実況は無理だよ。早すぎる。
Right now, Dan, as we have this pause, it feels like there's a lot of teams already inside of that zone.
白色な女の子だと思ってた。No.
To one of these corners of World's Edge. It's a bit more predictable, but I think this Zone 3 shift is going to be the biggest case of did we do the right thing? Because you mentioned it, down over towards Overlook, we had Alliance, they started to move a little bit north, but they didn't overcommit. They didn't go all the way up to
でもね、なんかね、不思議なんだけど、これめっちゃ不思議なんやけど、アジアフェスの時にハーキスとは会話できたんだよね。あと、ウィッグ、ハーキスとウィッグと会話したけど、会話できたんだよね。好きな人の言葉は耳に入ってくるのかな。あ、そうそう、ポーズになって。何が起きたかは分かんないけど。
Papa Jen's surrounded by Moist fans there as well. I just want to make sure he's going to be okay, depending on what happens in this series. But
日本でチャンピオンシップやるのって聞いてる。昨日ウィッグがさ、口滑らしたんだよね。昨日ウィッグがさ、なんかさ、実況の時にさ、なんかジャパンまで言いかけたんだよ。
本
当に日本でやるのだって。
So it should, in theory, take a little bit longer for some of these teams to reach that. I said 12. 12? 12 games. That's what I believe is going to happen today. I think we are going to have one of the craziest finals. And the reason I say that, everyone I spoke to this morning when we were meeting some of the awesome people who are out in this crowd right now, has got different answers from everyone. There was TSM, there was EXO, there was Alliance, there was Bleed, excuse me, there was GG from me, Falcons. I mean, literally anyone in this lobby you look at the moment, and you could make an argument that they will be the players who will walk up and grab that trophy, lift it above their heads when we do get to the end of this finals. It is, in my personal opinion, the most stacked lobby I feel we've had in the Apex Legends Global Series so far.
And I think sometimes we will get to match point finals.
I reckon Wig regrets that picture so much.
Wig definitely regrets that.
すごいマスクしてる。
When we get to match point finals, we sometimes see teams who have not been able to find a victory, right? And sometimes we'll have a final lobby where maybe 9 or 10 teams haven't actually found a victory and they've just got through on points throughout. But the majority of this lobby has at least found one win, even upward of 3 to 6 victories.
絶対サッカーの
That's
応援
why
団
it's
だ
so
ろう。
difficult to predict, because it's all well and good getting over that threshold, but can you get the victory afterwards?
I gotta say as well, the EXO fans have relocated just into my eye line, and they are making some incredible noise. There they are. Give yourselves a round of applause. You, not just for today, by the way, but for the effort that you guys and girls have been putting in throughout the tournament. They were here at 9 AM on the first day. They couldn't wait to get in. They haven't stopped.
Well, can EXO Clan give them a reason to cheer? They are in my top 5 World's Edge teams with points scored throughout this tournament, 112. But they are very much a World's Edge team. It is a little bit worse when you look over to Storm Point. They only
いや、赤い旗欲しいんだよな、私も。会場に入った人しかもらえないのかな。
Certainly with the way the circle's going and where EXO Clan currently find themselves, there maybe could be a chance here.
Well, a little bit of silence falls upon the arena just for a second as we get to look in on how Nessie's getting on. Feels like Nessie's like a really good luck charm for a lot of these teams. It's like a comforting like moment amongst the carnage that we do see.
I think at this point, Nessie is comforting for everyone involved. While the players are getting ready, you can see Unlucky.
かわいい。私に手振ってくれた今。私が手振ったから振ってくれた。
And everyone will be re-entering World's Edge very shortly, ladies and gents. So thanks so much for your patience during that pause. Of course, have to make sure everything is set up and correct.
いいや俺だね。いいや私だね。
As there's that beautiful countdown timer, everyone.
いいや私に手振ってくれた。
3, 2, 1. Let's get back into this Apex Legends match point finals, everybody. Let's get back into match 2.
So we rejoin the POV of Bleed Esports.
待って
Arguably one of our best Storm Point teams in
ち
the
ょっと待って。なんか元オプティックの2人ここにいるんやけど。待って。待って。私初めて知ったんだけど。ドロップだとノックとここにいるの？待って。待って。世界大会ファイナルやけど初めて知りました今。あれ？あれ
C9, again, another sleeper team almost made the miracle play in the winners finals as well to qualify automatically through to today. Just came up a little bit short, but then fought their way back extremely strongly in that elimination bracket final to join us here today on Championship Sunday. And they're going to have a point on the board already. Now, EXO Clan, you mentioned them over within Overlook at the moment, and in a very, very healthy looking spot.
Much to the crowd's joy, we have EXO Clan.
もしもこれ日本開催だったらこの応援団は来るのかな？
They're going to be dandy. They don't really need to worry about too much at the moment. What they need to be considering is getting Swinny in the drone. There you go, he's invisible, and making sure that he keeps the lookout just in case anyone does try and arrive a little bit late. Dive on in and take this position away from them. But they should be able to hold that pretty strong. The Watson, of course, is going to help them fortify this building. But it's going to be about this Zone 3 shift here. This is going to be a big one. If we go up north towards Climatizer, it's going to be great
どこ
news.
の
But
チ
if
ー
it
ムだろう。
continues
で
to
も
trend a
NA
little
だっ
bit
たよ、ド
further
ロップ
east,
ドたちは。
then that is even better news for the likes of Alliance, who have hoped that it was going to
あ
move
の
towards
オ
these
プ
rock
ティックで
formations.
サーキスじゃ
So
ない
Alliance in a great spot. You can see in your map
ピッコ
overhead
ロと
there.
同じチー
Exoclan,
ムだったか
Complexity
ら
Guild,
NA で出てた
NRG,
けど
Bleed, Esports, all
もうそ
safe.
の
But
チ
it
ーム
now
が
means
ない
that
と
Not
思う。
Moist will have to move a little bit further from
なん
their
でチーム
POI over at
これ
Climatizer
か
towards where this
これ
end game is going to be taking
これ
place.
か
Enforce 36
あ、じゃ
managed
あ
to get a
オフィシャルだ。
respawn while we were
どうだった
checking in with
これ
Exoclan,
か
so they'll be up to a full 3. The teams at the moment who are furthest away, TSM, DreamFire. TSM you can see rotating on the left-hand side of your screen now,
King.
all the way to the west of World's
Satsuki
Edge, and they're going to be
さんの
probably
トラブル
thinking their next stop is going to be somewhere around Fragment.
And TSM very happy
観
with
客
their
がここまで
POIs,
騒ぐ
especially
の
here
か
on
な。
World's Edge,
騒
because
ぐん
they
じゃ
were
ない
able to get the
ア
ability
ジアフ
to
ェスの
have
時
two POIs, essentially.
MD1 ホワイ
Over
ト
from
の
Lava Fissure,
チ
there's
ーム
always
と
that
かす
worry
ごか
that
ったです
Mirage at Tuawa is going to be taken by someone else, and then you really are just trapped when
い
you
じめられ
drop.
てます
But they've got all of that western side to themselves, and that's why they are going to be arriving a little bit later, as Makers currently at the
負ける
moment
か
sitting between the fire and the flames and just hoping they can stay alive.
That's
Wow,
Moist who are trying to move up
so-
onto them. Skynade's going to come in here from
はみぐれ
Wolsey. Looking for some big numbers to drop his way, but not going to. Doesn't
行くの
quite
か
connect
そ
with
れ
that
は
one, but we mentioned how Moist are going to have to start their travels north a little bit here, and that's exactly what they're being forced to do. Wolsey's going to be hit by the EMP though, which is
なんか破壊された。びっくりした。
speaking, I should say, of being sent back. It's Exoclan
び
who'll
っ
be
くり
back
し
in the
た。
lobby
アライアンス
screen
が破
because
壊した方
Alliance
だ。
win that fight, and Tyler is already on the lookout for more.
And I was saying the building looked fortified. You had the fences down, but Alliance, a team that is so good in those 3v3 engagements, and they're able to break through and take down Exoclan. And now Alliance are going to have a lot of space on that eastern side. But it is going to be Makers who are on the furthest east of this circle, by the way, who are going to have a lot of room to play with. As now we check in with DreamFire, they're going to be approaching from the south. It's Fnatic they're looking at over towards Geyser. But of course, DreamFire can head up these rocks. They don't really have to take this fight.
Yes, interesting to see actually. Fnatic kind of fainted to go the Vault Tunnel way, so DreamFire have decided they wanted to go the other way. But Fnatic have actually turned around and might be looking to mirror them. Now over into Fragment. Team Falcons. A little bit of a slow game, number one. As now they move their way in towards train station. Now Furia were to their east. You can see them on your screen right now in third person, and this is what I was talking about with DreamFire and Fnatic. Fnatic were thinking about trying to catch them off guard with the mirror, but it looks like DreamFire were watching their back, and it's one of those things that's very easy to forget sometimes in the pressure of a match point finals.
Yeah, Fnatic were able to get a lot of damage elsewhere in the kill feed. Moist have just taken down Makers. I was saying how Makers had a lot of room on the eastern side, while Moist said actually we're not happy with that. We want to make sure this is our side of the map, as now Fnatic, they're being pressured here.
They certainly are. DreamFire is
な
sending
んか
this.
ベッチもいる。
They are trying to engage. They are trying to catch them off guard. Peter trying to hold the line here on the Newcastle behind his castle wall, but he's got a proper med kit here. He's not going to get it off. He's going to go down as well. But while all of this is going on, by the way, DreamFire and Fnatic are fighting. Who's arriving to third party through the choke? It's going to be Team Liquid, and here they come. Liquid will get the final pieces as we're down to 16.
Yeah, Fnatic's still alive at the moment, but for how long? Because Liquid are pushing in.
Oh!
How's your defense, Fnatic? Can
い
you
やー、
hold
不幸
on?
に
Can
さ
you
れたな、フ
hold
ナ
on?
ティ
They're
ック、
doing
これ
well
は
right。now, but you've got to go big.
Zone damage is going to be a problem here for both players. Leica trying to clutch up. They've managed to turn this into a
逃げれるか、ラ
1v1
イカちゃ
somehow
ん
or other.
頑張れ。
But Leica chooses to pop the shield battery instead of the med kit. Can he get a syringe off in time? Gonna try and time the med kit. Did he get the timing right on this?
間に合わないそれ。
It's gonna come
間に合
right
う。
down to the last second. The med kit
間に合わ
is
ない。
getting closer and closer.
間に合った。
Pops in. It's perfect from Leica.
I have never heard a crowd cheer for a medkit that loud before, but I bloody love it. Now, Jaguares still alive, but it's going to be a 2 versus 1. Gets the res. Elsewhere, Falcons taking the fight.
Falcons look like they have the upper hand in this fight as well. How and Zero get those knocks, and it's Vaxelon who'll be the last player trying to escape here, if I wasn't mistaken, from Furia.
フナティック勝ったすげえ
Have won that fight. Liquid Alienware tried to third party, but it's Fnatic who come out.
That is insane. An
アルゴンの勝
insane
ち
hold from Fnatic.
アルゴンの
And
勝ち
Liquid Alienware maybe rue the day that they did decide to push that, but they thought it should be easy. Leica's just gone down again to the ring, but I'm sure they'll be able to work together to stay alive, Fnatic. It is going to be a long journey from the south, and they do need to move quick. Elsewhere, Falcons got kills onto Furia. Furia are now down to 1. As Alliance, they look like they might be pushing again. Here's a little replay of that Fnatic hold.
I mean, it's a crazy, crazy play. We saw, it just felt like Liquid was sending it in. They were going to be able to get the kills, but it's Leica the 1v1. You saw him get away. Both players realized that taking this engagement was not going to be healthy for both. They both disengaged. They have to pop the med kit. They have to do so just to stay alive, considering the fact that this fight is taking place in the zone. And it is Fnatic who eventually came out on top. We did see momentarily that Alliance were having a look at Noctum inside of this truck, but looks like both teams for now have decided to disengage.
The bravery to pop that shield battery first, by the way. So many players would have probably gone for heals out of sheer panic, but Lycan knew his exact timings and was able to get a battery and a med kit off, and now Fnatic are still alive. But they may run in to Falcons, as we saw they were hovering around the middle of the map.
Speaking of which, here we are. Fnatic taking some damage as well. They've had to go through the skies to get here, and unfortunately, it's looking like Fnatic might be in trouble
そうなりますよね。いや、そうなんだよね、これね。でね、さっきがね、ちょっと遅い。てかもう漁振られた時がね、ちょっと時間がやばすぎたから、もうこうなっちゃうんだよね。でも順位伸ばせないんだよ。マジで。なんかね、ファイトに勝っても、なんか順位伸ばせなくてしょうもなってなるのがね、本当にかわいそうすぎるんだよね。毎回思う。なんか、ファイトには勝てるのに、こうやってなんかもうアンチードギリギリになって、入る場所も見つけられなくて、でも着地狩りされて、しょうもな、みたいな。なるんだよね、これ。
We had a brief look at the zone as Furia brought back to their feet. It is going to be heading a little bit further north, up towards, by the way, Gaming Gladiators, who hold prime position at the moment. Imperial House just gone down though, and it's going to be them against TSM right now.
Burn's going to fall as well. It's all up to Zero and TSM on their revenge arc right now. Zero dancing behind the knockdown shield, but firing point can't connect. Falcons are out. TSM will put them down.
TSM put them down, but Noctum Scan are lurking like piranhas here, looking to see if they can clean up any scraps, but it looks like TSM have been able to get back on board.
They should be safe. I think Noctum don't want to drop from the position on height that they do have over in Overlook. C9 though, done some good damage as Guild will take out NRG, who tried to make a play for the truck, but they can't be held. C9 have got to move from the southern side of this zone in towards.
なんか別に春が裏切ったとか多分思ってないだろうし、勝つためにもうチームを変えるっていう、なんてセンスであることだから別に思ってないだろうけど、春がいなくても TSM は最強だってことをね、証明してほしいよね、ちょっと。春だけの力じゃないって。
Well, TSM are making the play, and you can see they've already managed to find 2 kills here. Zap's going to get 1. Verholst is going to finish it off with a second as well. And Noctum Scam will be eliminated. It's Vaxelon who gets that final elimination onto Remix Power. So Noctum Scam, after a great performance in game number 1,
自分がいなくなったことで心穏やかになってるからみんな。
TSM are on a warpath. Speaking of Verholst, he's feeling confident about their performance. They feel like they found their groove at just the right time at this LAN. And I'm sure they would love to hoist that trophy once more, but there's a long way to go until that could possibly happen.
Well, you see Unlucky's trying to rotate, using that electrified zipline to get back to his teammates of Alliance and TSM.
それなりに言い合いはしてると思うけど、そんなあれだよね。なんか、何食らった？弓食らったんだ。
Who's doing work? GG are going to join in as well, and Zap now left on his own for TSM.
It's such a difficult rotation for TSM, and it should be falling to your demise right about here, right about now, as they're out in ninth position. Furia able to hold, but Furia also being shot by several teams. It's VK Gaming and Alliance, and now C9, they're sending on complexity.
いいよ、アライアンス。いいよ、アライアンス。E36 がちょっと落ちたログが出てたからあれだけど。なんかヤンキーいない？あ、上か。びっくりした。上から来てんのか。なんかもうさ、体力めっちゃ削れてんのに、外に出てきて殺しに来たんかと思った。強い。
Alliance now looking to move up onto this carnage, but Unlucky decides he has to back up. They have to play safe for now. Tyler's going to send in the bango.
10ダメ出してるこの人。
Rolling Thunder will be coming down, which is going to stutter all of the pushes from the other teams in and around this
いい車
building.
線。
6 squads remaining as he gets a lot of damage off the bango, but no knocks.
Knocks in the moment, but Alliance need to think about how they're going to approach this northern side. Do they try and third party this between VK and Complexity?
モンスーンのクレーバーは変わりますよ、戦況が。
You're going to have to compete with the likes of Not Moist, who are currently holding it. You're only going to have about 10 seconds to make a decision here.
Well, Complexity need to move. 2 shots in the Kraber here for Monsoon. He can create an opening with just one bullet. But the less ammo you have, the more pressure on your shoulders as Complexity will slide out to the pylon. As Alliance now set up another zip line. Lou looking to move in, VK Gaming dealt with. There is a mobile shield down for them to try and res Monsoon, but it might just be a case of playing out as a two.
How about Complexity?
おー、チャンピオンポジ取りに行った。
Now from the skies trying to find somewhere to play. Not Moist have been holding this position for quite some time. Let's jump into a listen it.
GG 返し強っ。これあるよ。あ、
Let's go. You can bat. Get a bat off. I'm batting. Nice. He can't res. He cannot res. Yep. Play big here.
え、コンプレクティが起こせてます。
No, man. He just has Mozams. No,
Eh?
you don't.
GG 強くないちょっと。アライアンスなんか破壊されてたけど。応援します、ここも。
Complexity back on the stage, by the way. We've not seen Complexity in a finals since 2019 here in the ALGS. And they are
いやー、コンプレCOL じゃないこれ。蘇生できたの熱すぎる。え、これ GG 取ったらまずいな。え、ちょっと GG 取ったらまずいぞ。え、でも、3V、待って、え、気づける右のなんかハイドがいるけど、それ。でも右にハイドがいるよ。
That GG and Complexity fight, so we can maybe sneak a second.
He's not playing crypto, which means that we can see him. And everybody else can see him as well. It might not be good news if you're a Bleed Esports fan, but for Blast it means he can send it. He can get that kill, get that elimination.
ちょっとやばいんだけど。やばい。勝たれたらまずい。ルースか。
What does GG have defensively here? You've got the catalyst, and you do have a wall to use if you need it, but Complexity are getting aggressive.
やるふかの車線いいなこれ。いや、うますぎる。え、何どうなってんの？え、でかっ。え、マジで？え、待って、強すぎちょっと。オーマイガー。え、この子 IGL？ え、すごいんだけどちょっと。え、マジでゲーム完璧じゃない。
With one task in hand, and it is to win this trophy.
えぐくすぎないちょっとマジで。
They know exactly how they want to approach
え、
these
すごい
finals.
ズボン履いてる。パジャマみたい。どうしよう、めっちゃ高くてブランド
And
物
it's
だっ
the
たら。
execution at the final of it as well. You see the Newcastle res come in, and you think there's two decisions to make, right? You hold it, you take the 2v1, or you surprise your opponent, and just like that, you take the W. And now Gaming Gladiators are closing in on 50 points.
Incredible hot start here from those three gentlemen you can see on your screen. Complexity though in second place, a great game from them, which certainly will put those points on the board that gives them an opportunity to start thinking about how many points they require to get towards match point. Bleed again involved in those final moments as well.
強すぎないかちょっと。
Scurried away as the solo to get them inside of that top three. But again, what a game. What a game of Apex Legends, and it's just going to get better and better.
And I mean, Complexity as well, though, getting into the final two. It was only, it feels like yesterday when Monsoon joined us on the desk because he was struggling in the tournament, wasn't able to get to the finals, and then suddenly he's here in a match point finals yet again with the Complexity squad who look like they mean business.
So as we come back on camera, it gives us a chance to kind of just discuss what we've seen, and it's all about GG. I mean, what other better place to do it than in Europe for this EMEA team who has, it's been a crazy story, right? I mean, if you go back to the split that we just had in the ALGS in EMEA, halfway through the season, they make the team change, and before that, they just looked like they were not going to be able to produce any results whatsoever. But now, you fast forward a couple of events, you fast forward to where we find ourselves now on a Sunday, And they start off the match point finals going back to back. It's incredible to see the performance this team is putting in right now.
It was the ability that we just saw from Gaming Gladiators to kind of avoid any pointless fights up in that northern side, but then take the ones that would actually give them something as a reward. Whether it was utility that they required, whether it was positioning they were able to gain out of it, they just did everything perfectly in that final circle, and they are rewarded with 20 points here on set.
20 points, 8 kills alongside the 12 placements. Complexity with that second place. 5 KP for them.
さっき何ポイントだった？あれ？さっき18ポイントだった？これ38ポイントこれで。
Fnatic with those 5, even though they finished down in 15th, means that they will get some more points on the board as well. TSM, we saw them go on a little bit of a run on that southern side as they approach that zone as well, but unfortunately for them, just too many teams in front of them to go through, and that zone really started to become a problem.
And now it means we will be moving over to Stormpoint Road. I mentioned the teams that were having success on World's Edge, but now for Bleed, a team who just got a top 3, they are our best Stormpoint team in the tournament when it comes to victories, when it comes to points being scored so far. So the fact they are still up there in that conversation during World's Edge gives them a real opportunity here now to try and catch those lobby leaders.
And Bleed's still finding ways to get into these fantastic endgame positions as well. And I keep talking about drops, and I've been so impressed with the calls that he's made and the timing on their rotates to kind of thread the needle through other teams to gain access to some of these spots. We saw it yesterday on Stormpoint. We saw it today in these first couple of games as well. And we'll take a look at the series results when we get back after this break. Not only that, we'll of course have game number 3 and our first look at Stormpoint.
あれポンちゃんじゃんあれポンちゃんじゃんなんかポンちゃん出てきたけど選手でもないのにポンちゃん出てきたの何そのポーズなんかもっとマシなポーズなかったの平さんどんなポーズなのかわいいもんかわいいですねかわいいはいつもかわいいよね何これ全員分出るのゴンちゃん笑った多分次ストップだな
Right behind us. I'm gonna kill him. Get kill. Yeah. Got him. Nice. Last team now. I have Bengals. I'm sending you. I run back. Okay. Fight here. Look at me. Speaking left. I have left side. I'm looking right. I have left side. I'm hitting. I got you. One. What's up?
なんかユーキャが生きててよかったなルフカの神プレイこれはルフカが最高すぎる強すぎる
An incredible moment, an incredible start here in Mannheim, Germany from Gaming Gladiators. This is, of course, the stage being put together. This is the people who make it such a special place to be. But we did get some pretty awesome content in the break there. Who do you think had the best pose, Dan? That's my real question to you.
Without a shadow of a doubt, it was Monsoon as well. No. Any player who is brave enough to pose for us during some of those media days is gonna hold
braver than me.
Braver than I am.
Who had the best one for me? Who? Sykes. He looks like I imagine like a boss on Elden Ring would look at. You know what I mean? When you're trying to approach him, he's just like terrified, kind of cowering. Like I will fight you, but I know how this is gonna go.
Terrified, but you know
my 450th time here.
You know he's capable of taking you down eventually, so that's what.
Exactly. Scrappy.
Well, match two,
scrappy
まあ
fight.
まあ
match
全
two
然
has
他のチ
concluded.
ー
That
ム
means
巻き
that we
返
are
しあ
done
る
for
から
World's Edge for
ね。
now, and we will be moving across to Storm Point. Now, you might be wondering, well, Gaming
でも思わ
Gladiators,
ないよ
they are
な。
up on
こん
what,
ななん
38
か
points, I believe, at the moment. So they are closing in on match
こんな
point
のに
already.
使われるなん
But
て
it has been World's Edge so far. They now have 5 wins across the board this tournament on World's Edge. But when they move over to Storm Point, they only have 1 win. And they only have around 90 points as well so far this tournament. So it's a far worse map for them. So this should open things up for other teams.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? But I think the thing that's sticking out to me most, and you're quite right about GG's performance and how it feels like it's map specific at the moment when it comes to closing out those wins, but it's the word wins, right? We are match point finals today. You have to win a game of Apex Legends to call yourself champions, and I feel like every time I see GG in a top 5, it gets converted into a win. And that's been kind of the story of this tournament. Every time GG are there, it's no surprise to see them clutch out those final moments and call themselves the champions of this game. And the series results here will kind of back up some of those stats that we're talking about. Only 2 games gone here, but they are just 12 points away now from crossing that match point threshold.
But how long will it take them to get there, right? Because if, let's say, Storm Point
結構
is
優
a
勝
dud for
候
them
補
for
だけ
2
ど
more
ね、
games and everyone starts to catch up,
毎試合
then they may not
毎
reach
試
it
合毎大
until
会
match
毎大
5,
会
depending on how things go here. So instead, let's look at some of the teams on Storm Point who have found success so far this tournament. Bleed, Complexity, Not Moist, Fnatic, and TSM. They're the top 5 teams when it comes to points earned so far. In terms of wins, Bleed have 3 wins on Storm Point so far this tournament, Furia with 2, and NRG with 2. Everyone else, only the 1. So we are really changing the direction of the favorites here as we change map. And that's what we've seen a lot throughout this tournament, is it really can affect things on what map we're on.
Well, as we wait for the players to get set on our stage, Peeps actually caught up with some members of Falcons a little bit earlier today. So let's see what Peeps found out.
What up, everybody? I am here with the CEO, Imperial Hal. I gotta ask, not a lot of people know, how did you get that nickname, CEO?
I think it came from Monsoon, to be honest. I think we were joking around in like my Twitch channel, and we were talking about like, oh, you know, what are our job titles? And I think he gave me CEO, and everybody kind of ran with it ever since then.
It works. It works. Guys, the Sovereign Nation. So I saw a tweet yesterday. All right, you're the only person in the history of Apex to make every single LAN final. How does that feel?
It's kind of insane to think about, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously there's players right now that haven't been to the like tournaments at the beginning of the game. You know, like Waltzy, MT and stuff like that, because they started to play later and they were a different region. But the thing about it, I've been playing this game for 5 years and I've done that well for so long. It's kind of like, you know, I felt, you know, it's not like grateful, but it's more so all the work paid off in a way, right? So I was like relieved. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Deserve it, man. Well, you heard it here from the CEO. He's playing today. I wish you the best. I love you, man. That's it from us.
Always great to hear from that man on your screen, the CEO, Imperial Hal. But some different questions maybe to answer for Falcons as we move through these games. There's 2 games now on World's Edge where we really weren't talking too much about them.
No, we haven't been. I think the meta in general has not necessarily trended towards Falcons' success. I think there is other teams that have been able to find more success because of it. Certainly it's a bit more frantic. It's a bit more all over the place. There's a lot of most
逆ファイナル男、逆ファイナル男でもいるのか。
Some teams actually thrive in that chaos. But Falcons have been able to find a way, and we'll have to see whether they can do that here at Storm Point.
Well, speaking of Storm Point, let's take a quick look at where people are going to be dropping here on Storm Point. This is the results of our POI draft that was done, and as you can see here, number 1 pick went to Not Moist.
And in terms of win percentages from certain POIs, Not Moist have the number 1. Cenote Cave, Zoo Station is also up there as a number 1 pick, and Echo HQ and Devastated Coast have also been 2 POIs that have found a lot of success so far this tournament. And you can see that on the southern side of the map. Complexity actually going to have a chance to maybe do some damage from down there.
Yeah, of course you got to keep in mind as well, certain zones would have trended in certain ways, which will of course give you a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the success that you've had from certain POIs. But mentioning the Falcons story and going back to what we were just talking about there, they do have the mill. Even though they weren't one of the first 2 picks, they have the mill. This is where they're used to playing from. A lot of comfort for them in their rotates and how they want to approach any zone here on Storm Point. So maybe this is an opportunity here for Falcons to find just a little bit of momentum, because I feel like once they get the momentum going, they'll be very difficult to stop.
And TSM from Lightning Rod, I mean, you mentioned Falcons from Mill. fantastic POIs that they're going to be able to work with, and Alliance will have the freedom of dropping over towards Ferrari and having Northpad to themselves. So I think that's going to be good for them, because we have seen them griefed a little bit in the past. It was Fnatic actually who were the ones who took it away from them. And interestingly, in this POI draft, we saw it last night. Fnatic went with Barometer, and they went with Barometer South. Now, usually we would see Team Liquid over towards Barometer, and Liquid said, we will fight anyone who tries to challenge us at Barometer. Well, they didn't. They decided, actually, maybe we don't really want to do that in a grand finals.
Yeah, you kind of look at that name, you look at that team, you're like, it's not a, you know, we might win one, might be traded. It's just not worth it. Fnatic's such a good fighting team, and if they do want to take that fight, it's always going to be one that's filled with risk. But good news, everybody. It looks like we're getting closer and closer to our game restarting here, and our first look at Storm Point. And for GG, I mean, I'm going to keep talking about them because they deserve to be, right? The World's Edge performance is unbelievable, but the trend downwards on Storm Point, it's, you know, stats you've talked about and how that hasn't been their strongest map. But when you go into any map, after winning the first 2 games in a row, they are going to be full of confidence.
They are, and I mean, if they can find a little bit of momentum here going into Storm Point, then the stats from the previous games won't really matter, because you mentioned it yourself. As much as we look at statistics across Apex Legends, there is always going to be zones that can affect it, and maybe you had bad balls, maybe your POI wasn't in the best position, maybe you had a bad draft.
Maybe you got into
one thing that Gaming Gladiators have had success with was getting a good POI draft for this scenario, and I think they'll be pretty happy with where they're dropping.
Complexity on your screen right now. You mentioned the first time in their finals for many, many years, but they are here. They are back, and they start their day pretty strongly as well, with a second place in our previous game. The 3v3 not quite going their way, but a second place with some KP will certainly put some smiles. They really need to be put on Complexity players' faces. They're always smiling, but it's certainly a great way to start the day. You can see the Legend Select is coming in as well for all of our teams. Some of the picks being locked in, which means now we are just moments away.
Always just counting, wondering if we're going to get 100% crypto at some point, but it hasn't quite got there. There's plenty of Newcastles around, a few catalysts to work with, but match 3, it's locked, it's loaded.
サプライ3つ並んで、そこの横のこと？
We get back into the action, and it's our first look at Storm Point on our Sunday in our match point finals, and SSG
だって本人とザイニュー抱えて SSG ってことは何？ホイフル無理でしょ。はいはいはいはい。助ける方はいはい。これ名前あったんだ。
And will we start to see teams begin to catch up now?
え？何？
Not Moist already getting a knock here.
どういうことどういうこと？あ、違うとこに押されたね、これ。ストーリーマッチだ、絶対。もうそりゃそうだよね、だってね。なんか急に初動ファイトみたいな。
I mean, I would say it's better to hit the 100 plus, get the knock before the pause, than just as you line up.
ザイニューとコイフル積んで勝てないわけないもんね。赤ーって顔してる。空想がーって。綺麗な涙袋だね。いいなー。これくらい綺麗にぷっくりしてるといいよね。
So I believe prior to match 3 there was a
locked in. Don't forget about it. Like you've got a challenge on your hands now. For you to aim.
君たちで人気だねやっぱり。
Production decided maybe not.
They want to save my eyes. They want to save the whole audience's eyes.
モンスーンさんって優しいんだろうな。すごいなんか真剣な時は真剣、怒るチャラける時はチャラけるでちゃんとしてんだろうな、モンスーンさんは。
Yeah, good news for VKG. Good news as well, I guess, for Timmy that at least we caught that shot on broadcast before the restart.
Still looks great.
うわ、久々に見た、本当だ。よう元オプティックの2人よ。スーパートキシックスキットル派スキットルにやられてる男たち。やはりこの髪多分配られてると思うよ。好きに追いかけしてくださいってか。
to scores, and it is one of the reasons why they are always up there, and they are one of the best teams in the world. But can they find that same form?
While we wait, excuse me, for this lobby to get restarted here, Peeps,
なんかタッ
it's
チキ
been
ン
doing some good
グ
work
ちょっと
over
後
the
頭
last few
部
days,
の
and
前の
he
方
was
ちょっと
good
や
enough to
やば
catch
くな
up
かっ
with
た
Yanya from
ス
Team
トレス
Liquid
かな
Alienware
なん
a
か
little bit earlier.
ちょっと来てない
What up, everybody?
Ah!
I'm here with Yanya.
なんてヤンヤ
Dude, I gotta ask.
え、
Yesterday,
顔
some
が
close
い
calls, all right? Barely
め
making
っ
it
ちゃか
last
っ
minutes.
もう顔
You
が
had
タ
the
イ
entire
プド
arena
タイプで
on
す
their feet. Talk to us about that.
It was a roller coaster of emotions.
顔が
We thought like on
顔
the
が
first
いいん
loser
だよ
round
な
that
マ
we
ジ
were not gonna make
で
it, but we
顔
said,
が良す
okay,
ぎる
it's all or nothing. We gotta win this or we are out. And
多
when
分
we
老けて
just
も
won
ず
the
っとこ
game
の顔だよね
and
この
called
人
for the next loser round,
後
we
ろのリン
felt
クが
really
気にな
really
りすぎ
good.
る
Then the other loser round, we also qualified on top 10. We are on the borderline always, but today I feel like we are gonna win.
次は次のメガネは
I'm
レン
loving
ズ
the
大きいの
confidence.
に
What do you
そう
guys
そう
have to do
あね縁
to
ね
get a win right here and
Yeah,
become
that's it.
land champions in Mannheim,
こうい
Germany?
う
I think if we just
顔がねこの
communicate
女
like
神がい
really
いんですよ
good, we
ね
play
こ
as a
の
team.
これがいいんで
Like
すよも
I think we can win. Like if we just play like a
う
team.
ひげがうっ
like,
す
are
ら
we
見えて
supposed
る
to
け
do
ど
it?
それも愛おしいわ
I got faith, man. I got faith. I wish you the best, man. I love you, dude.
あ右にアライアンスい
That's
る
it for me and Yanya right here. We'll catch you guys.
Well, you heard from Yanya there, and you see Team Liquid. What a crazy story it's been for them. I would say just not over the last few days, but you know, from August to part of Team Liquid Alienware to then fighting their way through the elimination bracket in one of the most breathtaking game sixes
鼻が
where
綺
you
麗
are
なんだ
under
よ
pressure
だ
and
から
have to
全
perform
体
that we've
的
seen
的に
in
ね
quite
顔
some
のバ
time.
ラン
I
スが
think
マ
what's
ジで
even
いい
more
んだよ
impressive about Liquid's journey so far this tournament is they started off playing a composition they were clearly unhappy with, they were clearly uncomfortable with, they were trying to run the crypto, and it just wasn't their style. And they were brave enough going into elimination bracket to say, you know what, screw it. Let's go back to what we know and what we are better at. And they went for a composition that is far more to their style, and they have now found their way through elimination round 1, elimination round 2, and now into these grand finals. They do find themselves in 16th place at the moment, so still a long way to go if they want to try and
メガ
catch
ネい
up the
らない
lobby
人なん
leaders.
だ
And
けど
I am curious how it's going to be from
メガネいいよ。
Coastal
ダ
Camp.
メ
We've
なの。
not seen anyone have any success from Coastal Camp so far, but also it's
あ
not
これ
often
モ
a
イス
pick
トがエラーだ
that
からモ
we
イス
see
トの電気消
throughout.
えてんの
It is close enough to barometer that their pathing is going to be somewhat similar, but we'll have to see how they do in these next couple of games.
Let's take a look at the series results. And this is how it stands so far as we get ready to eventually get into Storm Point. This could be GG up at the top. Great start from them, almost as good as you could possibly get. 2 wins in a row. Noctum Scan just in behind them as well. But outside of GG, everybody else extremely close. There's only a couple of points between them. But when you're looking right down at the other side, Dan, and you're looking down at the bottom, is SSG, who have started beyond slowly again. 0 points from 2 games for them. DreamFire also 0 points from 2 games. And we take ourselves back to that crazy fight that they were having with Fnatic. It's I mean, it's not one you want to watch back if you're one of them.
Yeah, and for SSG, I guess it's a little bit of a surprise considering their success in World's Edge so far this tournament, but they are dropping over towards Landslide. They haven't really been able to find the same kind of numbers there. I mean, they've not found any numbers at all. Not even found a kill, yet alone a placement point. So they really do need to shift their energy, shift their playstyle a little bit going into matches 3 and 4 here, because it can very quickly get away from you.
今の絶対日本語で言うとカエル化のやつや
Gaming Gladiators may have hit match point. That's how scary it can be and how quickly some teams can get there.
Yeah, it's a great point that you make here. And as we look at Noctum Esports, again, just another insane story, right? Like a crazy story of players who have fought their way through from the bottom rungs of Apex Legends all the way into a Pro League, all the way into the LAN environment, and now find themselves not just in a match point finals lobby, which is, I think, just one of the most commendable things you can do. It should get a lot more credit than it does just to get to finals. But now they find themselves up at the top of the leaderboard, second place in the overall, 2 games gone. But it's again a confident start that just makes you believe you deserve to be in this lobby, alongside some of the names that you probably looked up to when you've been on your journey.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that can let the occasion just get a better of them, to be honest, and it's good that Noctum have not felt that yet. Now, I don't know how much you can hear the crowd at home, but certainly the EXO Clan fans are very loud here, as that is a Mozambique. You need another one now. You can't just have one.
Yeah, this is just a few seasons ago.
We'll get him a second. I say we. It's not going to be me. Maybe Mark can help.
Wait, the man's got, he's got Kimbo.
I mean, it has been an
Nerf that
insane
man.
tournament, by the way.
Wait, what?
Mozambique's, this is the most kills we've ever seen from a single gun in a tournament. Like, Mozambique's have really just blown away the statistics. Around 1,000 kills is, like, unbelievable.
So Mozambique's been the talk of the town. Other things that have been talk of the town, especially in the green room, are predictions, Dan. Now, I am going to bring up a graphic. I'm not going to do that, by the way. I'm going to ask for it to be brought up. Let's talk...
Why are you laughing?
How are you feeling?
Why are you laughing?
No, I'm not. What?
Why are you laughing? That's a very respectable score. 371 points, Mark.
Yeah, just
Sure, everyone else has more.
Just
ハイダー
100
さんが
shy of glitter.
フナティック
And
押
that's
してくれ
okay. I
てるね
went quite brave with some predictions, and I'm also known to be a curse. Now, that's bad news for everyone who is a fan of Team Falcons, because everyone I've predicted so far have very much struggled. Even like after Na'Vi had the amazing game, I predicted them and then they suddenly fell off. It's just been one of those situations, but across the board, Graceful at least is lower than me, so I'm not losing, everyone. That's what matters.
There was an interesting conversation between Genome and Snipedown as well, because I think Genome was ahead, and Snipedown realized that Genome was constantly waiting for Snipedown to pick, so then he would pick the same team, knowing that that gap could not be closed. But he called him out on it, and sneaky play from Genome, but Snipe's too experienced, too much of a competitor. He was also asking for bonus points to be brought in at one point, I think, in the green room today, because he just wants to win.
By the way, just quickly, I know I said around 1,000 kills for Mozambique so far this tournament. I can confirm we have surpassed 1,000 kills for Mozambique in this tournament. 1,008 is now where we are here in the grand final. So congratulations to the Akimbo Mozambique for being insane.
It almost feels like the Mozambique was so far down the leaderboards that now it's kind of catching up for lost time, right? It's trying to get as many kills as it possibly can, just to feel like it was part of the arsenal the whole time.
You want to know how many EMPs we've seen this tournament, by the way, from the Cryptos? We've had 1,000...
Wait. Okay, I was going to ask the crowd.
200.
Okay, 1,200.
And 23
でも
EMPs
プロ
so
たちは
far
モイ
this
スト要素
tournament,
多いん
which
じゃない
again just shows how strong Crypto is in this meta and how heavily picked he is at the moment as well.
How many Mirage ults have we seen there?
None.
None? It's a shame. A couple of Wrecking Balls. We did see a little bit of Mad Maggie. We saw a Horizon on a contest as well.
かわいいねこの帽子
But we're not going to certainly see this in this lobby. I have some wonderful news for everybody who is watching at home and who is patiently waiting in the arena as well, by the way. You want to know what that
今の
news is?
人はねピーマウでね
It's time
あ
to
れ
get
なん
back
だよ
into the game, everyone! Match
ガ
3!
ス王子がめっちゃうまい人な
It's
んだよ
finally live here on Storm Point. It's taken us a while to get here. We thank
あ
you,
よ
of
かった
course, for
ねちゃん
sticking
と
with
し
us
た場所に
as we made sure everything was perfect and pristine for our players
さっき
on that
被っ
main
てたの
stage. And
あ
now
れ
that
か
it is, we're into
VK か
match number 3, and the question stands: Can GG get over the line in 3 games?
Only they can truly tell that story now. Storm Point has not been their home, but momentum is very much on their side. I will say I was a bit confused last game when we had a contest, because it just shouldn't happen.
True.
VK Gaming now will be back at their actual drop location, as will Not Moist. So Not Moist down at Cenote and VK at Cito. Now, zone-wise, we're going to be
スティフ
heading
にはついてますけど
So this is a good opportunity, again, for Alliance, who are going to be near where this zone is landing, but another team who is up north, Gaming Gladiators, dropping up towards the wall.
Yeah, this is a really, really good zone for GG as well. It's looking like it might be going towards the Trident spawn, maybe pulling out towards the
う
rock
お
formations.
ー神がアライアンスに味方をしている
Ends in the open in the sea.
うわ
but
でもさ昨日張り付いてたけどそこのアンチなんか意味わからんとこなったし
with
な
the ring console there,
こ
hitting
この
that
可
they're
能
gonna be
性がある
heading
んだよ
towards
な
the
こ
north,
こ
and
の
I think
可
it's
能
going that way.
性
Fury
まあ
also
みんな
have
だいたい
ring
ここ
console
予
over
想
at
で入ってく
checkpoint,
ると
so they're
思う
gonna
け
have a
ど
good prio to this
この可能
zone.
性があるマジで
Looking
こ
at
こはね
elsewhere over
な
at
い
Down Beast, and of course
まあ
the
本当に
16
ここ
Falcons
の
are
二
going to be able to
択
get
だ
there
な
pretty quickly as
もう
well.
カ
They
スケ
hit
まで
Trident
戻
that
ったら
will be
すごいわ
in their possession.
マジで
But GG, again, I mean, you mentioned it, Dan. Not the greatest of stories for them when it comes to Storm Point, but 2 wins back to back and then getting a zone like this.
2 wins back to
Who
back.
knows?
Takes the pressure off a little bit as well, or some would argue adds extra pressure depending on where you look at it.
紫山
Now
じ
they
ゃ
have
ん
ring console, and now they can move from the wall
早
to
い
this
ね
northern side of the circle. Now the only team they really need to be concerned about is Bleed. Up towards Zeus,
あれ
they
か
also
紫
have a
山
ring
っていうか
console,
あれ
so
な
they're
の
going to be
か
moving fast. But
この
if
サ
there
ポ
is
ー
a
トキャラ
possibility
の
for Bleed
あ
to
れ
get
か
past
パッシ
Gaming
ブみたいなやつ
Gladiators,
か
they'll probably take it. There's also a chance that maybe GG hold up Bleed here and take the fight.
Quite interesting to see where GG choose to play here, actually. They're going to drop down and do a little bit of scouting, understandably so. Are they going to play the egg buildings in front of you? Are they going to look to see if the armory is open, which is always a little bit of a risky hold, or do they think they've got the timing to get one of the more established buildings where actually they're going to find out the Furia will be inside of VK Gaming, also flying in as well, and you can see that it is probably going to be a case of them playing those egg buildings towards the back as the one thing that is available for them. NRG though having a little bit of a conversation, shall we say, on their way towards zone at the moment. It's Complexity who will be on the other side of this.
It's not a one-on-one conversation either. There is someone eavesdropping and it's
正味だって GG は12点でいいからな。ポイント。キルポ5ぐらい持っとって、ちょっと上位狙ったらマッチポイント点灯するからな。リロンチチャージライフル食らってる。
Always a good indication that Monsoon isn't too far away. Zainu's going to find out the complexity here as well, as another shot is going to be stinging but not tearing away at the flesh of the fuse. And SSG now deciding that they're going to continue on their rotate towards the north instead. So NRG safe for now. Everybody has escaped the clutches of complexity. As we now head towards a couple of teams who are a little bit closer together. It's going to be Exo Clan and...
でもこっち読みのチームもいるな、やっぱり。
And speaking of Noctum, it's going to be Fuda who gets the knock on them.
あ、ちょっとやばいそれ。ちょっとトロールやね、それは。
Swinny's going to set the EMP in, but now it becomes a 2v2, or it might even become a 3v2 if they can stick this res in time. Players trying to take the high ground, but they do manage to stick that res. But so all of a sudden, after getting the first knock, Fuda went in a little bit too aggressively there. Swinny's going to even it up once more from a distance. And it looks like they will be able to get the banner and get away. And now Noctum are going to find the VKG behind them. Remix powers. Unfortunately, he's going to have a lot of time here to think about what went wrong in that fight.
The Noctum, who were in second place, who are in second place, may just be about to be eliminated as they will go down in last place here on Storm Point.
最初からそこ取るのはちょっときついよね。新庄とワトがいたらまあありえるけど、でもノーセプションもそこ取りそうやもん。好きそうやもんだって。わかる、その隙間。その隙間取りたがる選手いっぱいいる。まあこっち読みか。さっきちょっかいかけたから血の果てまでをかけられてる。
Lost a lot of heals, lost a lot of shields and some flesh damage done as well. So most efficient way to get that back for them. 14th overall at the moment, although only 2 games gone, a long way to go, of course. Falcons looking to maybe hit a survey beacon that is available here at Northpad, but instead haven't hit it, haven't got some ring console information as well over at the mill. They're going to be on their way a little bit closer to the zone.
Yeah, what have they got to work with? They've got a few rocks that they can play on the northern side. Alliance will be aware of them thanks to their crypto drone, but now we're getting a little bit congested up here at the northern side. Gaming Gladiators will be at the very tip. They didn't get pushed by Bleed in the end. By the way, Bleed ended up going a little bit further south and then put themselves dead center of this current area. We take a look towards Team Liquid now on their rotation. It's going to be Fnatic next to them over towards Jurassic.
Part 2 of that fight. Now we go on board with Moist. Not Moist getting some more damage. Oh my god. Waltzy is a walking turret at the moment. Timmy will finish off the down. And now they're just looking for the final members. Maker's Eye eliminated, and it is the man on your screen who is not just a huge human in real life, but he is playing like an absolute animal in game.
I mean, Not Moist arrived so late to this party, so late to this zone, and probably catch Makers off guard a little bit. Maybe didn't realize there was going to be a team arriving that late, but now it means that Not Moist can move through checkpoint if they would like. They may be pushed a little bit later by NRG.
なんか APAC のオスで映らなくなったね。なんかさ、ラウンド1とかルーザーズとかはちょっとよく映っとったけど、まあね、多かったからかもしれんけど、なんか2チームしかいないけど映してほしいよね。
Well, just a quick check-in with Complexity there, and you can see, unfortunately for them, Kimchi has been taken down, and they don't have the banner for now either, so...
そうそう、相手側ばっかだよね。
rotations of SSG are now going to have to wrap back and think about a different plan. Maybe just looking to rescue that banner of the crypto. A little bit more difficult when you aren't, of course, the crypto yourself.
なんかいるけど。
Continue to pull north as expected. It's not going to be any sort of dodgy shift.
終わった。
Well, Not Moist again. It's going to be Timmy and Waltzy working in tandem to shut down Nocturnal here.
I mean, every time we see Not Moist at the moment, they just seem to be picking people off so comfortably, so easily. And it's NRG who are going to find out next how difficult it is to fight against this Moist team. Playing
駆られ方がかわいそうだった今。
George's going to find another one, and it just feels like Not Moist. They just want to kill
いや、
everyone.
ガチでチャンピオン取りに来てるモイストがやばい。
Without even taking damage at the moment.
すごいな。
I don't think it's a secret that Not Moist came into this finals as the favorites, and sure, Gaming Gladiators might have taken the
プロは
points
もう
so far
先に
with
入ろうとしていない。いや、どっちを見ていくんかなと思って。最後のアンチにて移動するんかな。ルートが変わってくるやん、どっちに行くかで。 それが完全出るまで。バカ突じゃないな。これハイドしてんのか。
It looks like he might have just evaded the attentions of SSG. Monsoon, you sneaky beaver.
The old gypsy doodle from Monsoon, but now can he get the banner of Lou and maybe get them back up to a 2? And give them a chance to at least get some placement points in this game. 17 squads remain, so no placement points earned.
味方を救うことが
What a
で
slippery
き
pickle.
た
Going to get that banner. He's going to have an opportunity now to get Lou back into the game. So that's one of those plays that. Oh, he's found himself a sentinel as well.
Oh my god.
God.
この人もスナイパーのメッシや
Everything's
から
looking up
ね。
for Monsoon right now.
Not for
Someone is
SSG.
watching over
I was
him.
going to say not for SSG if he gets to line up a few of those shots and maybe have a bit of a
すげえ隙間陣取ってる人いるな。あそこ誰だろう、左側。
Get Lou back into the game and play
左下のパーティー誰だと思う。ユーキャワと、あ、こっちの上から行くんだね。
On the north side of it, but TSM are inside of the wall itself. So GG will have some work to do a little bit later on. Fnatic, they're going to be outside of command center right now, and SSG are going to be holding inside of it.
Yeah, Fnatic actually saw SSG cross there, so they'll be well aware of their presence. They'll probably, both teams will move in different directions here, and I imagine this
今に SSG なら勝てるんじゃねとか思ったけど、まあ油断はなりませんな。コイフルとザイニョいるから。
But TSM would be that team closest to potentially compete with them. As we look into EXO, they're a little bit further ahead of the likes of SSG and Fnatic.
Over towards the north side of things right now.
Hiding.
This is happening outside of the wall. DreamFire showing a little bit of presence themselves. If they do choose to rotate through the wall, remember the TSM are inside of the building connecting where this end zone is going to be and the wall itself. The DreamFire will be safe inside of this next zone. I don't expect them to have to do too much at this point. They're just trying to see if anyone rotates in late and clear their back. They know Fnatic are there. They also know that SSG are going to have to leave. And EXO-Clan have just spotted them out. Shots starting to ring in from numerous teams as SSG inside of the zone. Luckily for them, have just spotted out a member of Fnatic. But with the zone closing behind them, and their health meds being chipped away, this is looking like a rough rotation for them.
Very difficult indeed, just taking so much tick damage. They will have med kits to get back up. But now it's about where you go from here, because Fnatic can have eyes on, and one med kit didn't quite work out.
Fnatic now looking to move up onto this. You saw the drone going out as well from Fnatic. Satsuki doing a great job to just collect information, and that's the frustration, right? If you zone wrap and someone's got a drone, they get that information, you're never going to catch them off guard. Damage coming in, Bangalore is coming in to try and stop things, but Fuka, he's looking for...
Oh, la 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 la
We
la
know
la
full
la.
well Fnatic loves to send it into a fight, but when Fnatic usually sends it, there is often a third party afterwards. I'm just looking across the map. Maybe Liquid Alienware again could get involved in this one, but we remember what happened last time.
Well, SSG's still alive, but only just. Sony's gone down as well, and this might be the end of things. Like, it's going to change to that syringe to get that. Here comes.
待って待って来たんだけど
Well, Liquid will also have bad memories of that.
何なんかフナティックに裏もあんの
This time, it looks a little bit more comfortable. Fnatic will be eliminated.
これで SSG 助かったな
Complexity will be respawning the entire team.
いや SS 助かったよねこれでねそうでリキッドがね
How have SSG survived here?
Well, it's a lifeline from Team Liquid, isn't it? Now, these are the nut buildings that I was speaking about. GG now will be joined, so TSM will be able to force their way into the one farthest north.
まあでもリキッドもね外目だからねファイトしてたらまあ来るよねしょうがないよね
Towards the zone as well. We're going to be looking at some of these chokes that approach the Trident area. as extremely busy. In just a few moments' time, 42 seconds until that zone starts to close as EXO starts to move their way towards that choke we're talking about.
DreamFire
Gone over the top of EXO here, so actually they're going to be okay. It's SSG are the closest team, but we know they're going to be a team that are struggling.
しょうがないんだよね。外同士でやっぱやり合っちゃうと、進路がかぶっちゃうからやっぱり。移動で被るから結構やり合わなきゃいけないんだよね、そこでね。ああ、恨みがありますか、やはり。スキン見分けしてるな。あ、寝た。スキットル寝ました。
And that's going to be the cleanup crew ordered and delivered. 15 squads now remaining, so no placement points for SSG. As we go back over to the battle that's happening here, there's like 4.
やばい、E36 が限界ポジすぎる。やばい、中にも敵がいるし、外にも敵がいる。あー、なんか来た、なんか来た。ヤンキーすぎるリキッドが。あ、なんかヤンキーいない？なんかリキッドヤンキーじゃない今回。やだ、モイストが破壊しに行った。
The human turret has entered the building, but now he's going to have to have a little bit of support, which he's found. You can see in the kill feed as well. Zero's just gone down. Falcons are getting pushed by a lot.
なんでここまで立ちた？やった
The CEO has pulled off some miraculous things, but through the smoke,
なになになに。あ、春 VS。いや、どんまい。まあいいでしょう、アライアンスなんで。ふふふふ。リキッド蘇生通ったし。あ、びっくりした。なんか対面で向き合ってんのかと思ったら同じチームだったわ。あら。
Also, you saw the liquid alienware somehow still alive in this building, but it was Furia who were on the other
ねえ、
side
ハ
of
ル
this.
コン振るわないね。どうしたんだろうね。いや、GG 入ってるやんち。やば。あ、クリストそこにいるぞ。うますぎる。いやー、ちょっとがこれは。あー、TSM が死んだたやばい、GG がやばすぎる。誰か止めろ GG を。止めるんや誰か。あいつらを。いや、だってこんだけ外ムーブいたらそりゃ中でぬくぬくしてるとプレスメントポイントも漏れてってさ、とことか歩いてくる外ムーブのやつらを殺せばいいだけだもんな、アンチ内で。どんどん外ムーブはさ、こうやってさ、ファイトが起きたらさ、ギョフって、終わってもギョフってを繰り返すわけだから、いや、これはね、良くないね。流れが良くない。今すぐにでも中ムーブに変えた方がいい、本当に。悪いことは言わん。棒立ちで撃ってんだけど。
EXO Clan and GG still exchanging fire. And look at the kill feed. It's going to be GG who take down Slayers, take down Fuda, take them all! EXO Clan eliminated. GG can't be stopped.
あと3ポイントだよー。やばいよこれ。やばいよー。いやでも EXO はね、偉いな。取りに行ったの偉い。でもあそこフリーやもん、あの人たち。DF がいるから DF が
Timmy hit a balloon, he hit an evac and managed to overtake all the teams while the attention was taken away, and that's got Moist into a
そこにいるけどティミー。ティミーそこにいるよ。
but also maybe to thrive with all these other fights that are taking place. Big damage coming in from Unlucky. Now he grapples up into the heights. Liquid pushing, but it's Tyler who's shutting it down alongside Unlucky.
マキナ。待って、キミが。
GG are approaching. GG are close to match point, but will they get there here?
止めろ。
Looking to do what he can. Mobile shield goes down as well. They only need a few points here.
いや、逃げ切ってしちゃう。待って、5位になったらやばい。5位はやばいよ。5位はやばい。ちょっとやばいやばいやばいやばいやばい。あ、やばい。あー、転倒してしまったー。待って、そこやりに行っちゃうとやばい。オーマイガー。これやばいよ。あ、帰ってきた。まあ、転倒したからまあヨッシーだね、これは。ティミーいつの間に死んだんだ。
Now, can you hit the shot? MT's got one as well. We've seen 360 no scopes. The drone is good practice, but now it's time to take it from the firing range to the live environment. Legacy looking to move up here. He's got the turbo on that Havoc as well. Can't quite get some damage. As the shield will be good enough from the Newcastle to stop it.
Good EMPs, and actually the Kraber shot onto that drone might have been a shot that was very important to hit as well. It didn't allow them to push up on what could have been potential damage from an EMP.
Well, like I mentioned, MT, he can hit this when he's spinning in circles. Uh-oh. Legacy looking for the off angle.
Oh, shit!
If a Pathfinder had hair, it would have been removed.
I mean, trying to hide from two angles, from two Krabers, is not going to be an enjoyable experience. Another EMP arrives. And maybe that will be the call for Guild to send it.
And Legacy managed to break that drone once more. The Newcastle finds those rocks are slipping, but also finds the Mastiff is good enough to get that first knock. Guild Esports cannot hold. DreamFire will close it out. And DreamFire step up here in Germany.
願った。ドリームファイアも強いからね。待望のチャンピオンじゃない ?DF。
Into the top 5 in the overall standings right now. And look what it means to them.
This place is rocking.
DreamFire fans, they travel from far, but they travel in
GG や GG.
And they've always been here at ALGS. And now they have a reason to scream and to shout.
でも GHS がチャンピオンシップに残るにはちょっとね、厳しくなってきたね、GHS。お祈りしてるだろうけど、今。そう、DF がね、上に行っちゃうとちょっとまずいんですよね、実は。
fights, but Light saw the opportunity here, knowing they needed just 3 points in that scenario to put some damage in, to send some nades their way. And as soon as you saw
スプリット1とスプリット2の合計ポイントでチャンピオンシップいけるんだけど、スプリット1の時の順位とこの最終結果でポイントが付与されるんですけど、40位までちゃんと付与されて、で今スプリット2のこの最終試合じゃん。でボーダーがあってこれにも、まあ去年が80ぐらいだったら、90取っとけばチャンピオンシップいけるよねみたいな感じ。だから1位から40位までポイントが振り分けられてて、それを取ったチームがいけるんだけど、だからこの決勝ファイナルにスプリット1もスプリット2も残ってたら 100% いける。でもスプリット1が決勝、スプリット1で決勝行きました。でスプリット2の時がルーザーズで負けましたってなると、もうお祈りになっちゃうんだよね。
Match point in 3 games.
そう。だから決勝を20チームしかいや、これは40チーム残れるけど、 海外選手、海外のチームがポイント持っちゃうと、日本のチーム、これね、どこのチームが何チームっていう条件じゃないのよ。もうポイントを持ってるチームが必然的にいけるから、だから今回みたいに APAC ノースから8チームいけます、確定ですがないのよ。違うのよ。そうじゃないのよ。もう本当に世界大会に来てるチームで、何ポイントをもう本当にこのスプリット2の終わった時点で、持ってるチームがいける。エリア別なのもあるけど、まあでも多分上位2チームぐらいしかいけないんじゃない？
At this point for GG in this tournament in particular here for ALGS playoffs.
そう、今フナティックと CR しか取ってないから。
It was Moist that was shining. GG though, that entire time was continuing to chug along and perform so extremely well.
前回はもうほぼ全員チャンピオンシップ決まってて、前回イヤー3の時はね、LCQ でいけるのが2チームって確定したんだけど、まあどうなんだろう、チーム数決まってんのかな。あ、そうそうそう、40チームいて4グループで分かれてやりますよ。また同じようにチャンピオンシップは同じ条件でやる。日本チームはほぼ LC 級だからまた予選を戦わなきゃいけない。かなりまあ6チーム枠が本当にまだ8チームあるんだったら6チームいけるけどないかもしれない。
Bleed has just flown under the radar a little bit, and they're up there. They've kind of performed better and better and better every single series throughout the whole tournament, and it's exciting for me to see them because I did get a chance to play with that team a little bit.
Yeah, are you? And TSM がそうじゃなかったかな。
Overall, how talented he is and how much experience that he has, and it's exciting to see them do so well. Third place overall.
Juby is a shooter, man. Combining that with Nocton drops, it's so good.
その TSM のチャンピオンを FC が止めたんだ。確か。
Under the radar, and will we see some stories like that keep occurring? I have a feeling that's been, for me, a big part of what this tournament is. We're paying attention to the big dogs. We're looking at this major pop-off, but then these teams are sneaking into the conversation, Lauren, and it's showing you that anybody can actually win. That's the whole point of Match Point. You can actually be 3 games out, but then obviously have that final moment. Let's take a look at these final circles, Lauren. Let's start talking about game number 1.
All right, well, obviously, we kick off the day with a GG win. First match out the gate, they decided to make sure they got some points on the board. And this end zone was actually really cool. Obviously, match number 1, people are just trying to kind of feel out the lobby, see what the plan is, and also just get some points on the board. Now, Gaming Gladiators had a beautiful position here. They were the only one on this side of the zone when they had both Noctum and I believe VK Gaming across from them, debating how they were going to handle this back and forth engagement. Once Gaming Gladiators move in, what happens is Noctum, and we heard Vicky talk about this on the cast, Noctum realized that they were not about to be able to win the game, but they wanted to get those points on the board. We've talked about how important they are, and Noctum end up playing for second, going into their fight purposefully with VK and kind of helping GG get that win, but also helping themselves get those points on the board.
Having a perspective like that, you understand that there's so many good things you can do by just having the spot that forces other teams to fight for their lives, knowing they're not going to win. The cat wall also helps, and that's the thing about this legend that they're playing, not the crypto. They create space, and they own that space. I love this iteration on the current meta, and Jamerson, it led to that win there. It also led to another win of theirs in match 2.
And in particular, because of their performance, being able to get that Skyhook West priority pick for themselves allows them to continue to play their play style that has been so good for them. We get a zone pulling all the way over to Gladiators this time, coming from Skyhook West. You know it's going to take a while to loot up, and so they get all the way over here with some fights along the way, and they're so extremely healthy. They've got all the utility in the world. We're seeing why a lot of people are now saying Light is one of the best IGLs here, and he had proved it in this fight. Slow and methodical. That's how they take it here. He baits out the peek. He's got someone in that close corner waiting for it, and then the drop down in from Lufka. I feel like Lufka hasn't gotten enough love either. This entire squad has been firing on all cylinders.
When you talk about Lufka, you talk about moments where he
こ
was
れ
one
さ、相
fight
手もさ、
away
真
from
ん
claiming
前
a
か
match point
ら
finals
ポトポ
against
トポトってい
TSM.
くのは
That one fight
ちょっと
put
どう
him
か
in
と
a
思うけ
position
ど
to
ね。
now be on match point finals yet again with this
金
new
外は
iteration.
ね、
And
で
look
きるの
at
か
this,
な、どうな
DreamFire
んだ
would
ろ
steal
う。
the show in this final game snipe, and it was a great hold from
基
them.
本的に
Gil
これ
also vying for
ALGS
that top
専用
spot.
のア
Yeah,
カ
I
ウ
mean,
ント
this
だ
was
か
one of
ら、
those
世界
3v3s
大
where
会っ
it's so
て。
fun to watch, and everyone's trying to figure out who's going to make that first play and that first push. I think we saw it was the opposite team had 2 Cravers
まあ
at the end
全
of the
スキン
game,
はあ
Gil,
るからね。
and they were the whole time kept trying to peek for angles, and you got to say
まあでも
DreamFire
構
did
成で
such
バレ
a
るから
good
な。
job
結
holding them
局
off.
ス
You
キン
had
変えても。
EMPs going off, their drones were getting destroyed. They're all holding the rest. Honestly, when we were watching this from Guild's side, it looked like they had the advantage the entire time. You saw the Newcastle in the end up falling off the rock right here. But this is what we're talking about. These shotgun metas is so much different than what we're used to. You know, we're not in an automatic meta anymore. We're in a Mastiff pops off, Mozambiques pop off. The other team was using Havocs and Flatlines with Cravers
なん
in
で
the
コー
back.
チ
If
が
you don't
一
get
番
that
ストレ
big
ッチし
opening
て
with
ん
the
の。
Craver,
多分
then
選
the
手が
Masters
一
right in
番
their face.
今
We saw how much damage they did,
心
and
が
they were able to get those easy picks.
It is so far removed from the meta we were just at with Havocs. You mentioned that. If you have been watching Apex Legends over these last few months, it's been unbelievable the amount of changes these players have had to adapt to. And they've done extremely well up until this point. Some teams maybe hitting their limit here. Falcons, we'll talk about that in a second. Not looking great so far. But for those who are excited about what's to come, I got to tell you, today we already told you, we're telling you where champs will be. We've set up some teasers all along the week, and here's another one for you right now.
What a beast! 360 Craver shot!
There is no way he clutches that out!
He beats them both! He's just better!
NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see.
And the question on everyone's mind is,
そろそろスイートがチャンピオンの
are we
トロ
going
フィ
for
ー
the
獲
Year
得
4
していくこと見たい
championship?
な。
I mean, my time is right. That's today. So stay tuned. You may, in the venue, want to keep your phone with you if you leave, because obviously this is information that you got to have right as it drops. So keep paying attention and hanging out with us, especially if you're watching from home. Keep a tab open.
で
even
も
if you
そう
gotta
考
go
え
make a
ると
grocery
熱く
run.
ない。
Make
だっ
some
て
food.
今
Now,
回
here's
は
the deal.
今ま
If
で
you're at
この
home,
チ
you
ャン
might
ピ
be
オン
watching
の
alone, but a lot of you at
トロ
home,
フィーを持ったことないチーム
just a
が
giveaway. I'll give a shout out to her. Her
持
son
つんだよ。
loves
ファルコン
watching
じゃなかったら。
esports. Sad they're not here, but always
熱くない。
tweets at us as a family.
リジェクトだっていない
Are
じゃ
the
ん。も
backbone
う
of
一
not
個
only
ね、
Apex
になっ
Legends
たけど。
as an esport, but the
いない
game
でしょ
itself, the people who made the game. And what's maybe more important
フ
aren't the
ァル
people
コン
who
は
shine,
ね、
it's the
ハル
ones in the
とゼロ
background
が
who are doing
持
the
ったことある
supporting,
でしょ。
allowing them to
ああ、
take it to the
TSM
next
がいた
level。and present us with moments and
TSM
opportunities
とファル
that
コン以
mean
外
the
が取っ
world
た
to us.
ら、
Of course, there's nothing more important than family.
すごくない？
I've always been super supportive. I've always believed in him.
ちょっと熱いよ。
Together all the time growing up.
As much as he played, I just never
まだ
realized the
IGL と
level
しては
of gameplay.
初。
I mean, I
初だ
recognized right away that he wanted this so badly.
He was
ま
all
た
the
出てきた、
time,
マ
you
マ。
know, in front of screens, playing video games, and he's very competitive.
There was definitely a point as we got older that he just started just whipping me.
D'être avec lui, de pouvoir parler d'Apex et puis maintenant de pouvoir venir
そ
au
っく
live.
り。
C'est magnifique.
Ich bin sehr stolz auf ihn.
そっくり。
Es ist erstmal, dass wir live das anschauen.
あ、そうそう、LGS、そうそう
dass
そう
es sich freut, dass wir
あ、
da
か
reinkommen
わいい
sind.
っていうの。
He so does mention that I had to make my dad and my parents proud. You know?
絶対
He's put
さ、
himself.
To see him finally competing
パ
on
パ
the
と
biggest
ママの
stage
イ
in the
ンタビュ
world,
ー
it's
すごいな。
something special.
海
It's
外
the
って
best
感じす
feeling
るわ。
getting to watch my little brother go out there and just kick butt and take names, and we get to sit here and watch him and cheer him on.
It makes me want to cry when I think about it. How proud we are. There are just no words.
Macht mich richtig glücklich, dass so glücklich ist vor allem. Ihn zu sehen, wie lacht, wie Freude hat, dass das macht, was ihm Spaß macht.
The best way to support him is, you know, just to be there for him when he needs you.
Wenn man immer unterstützt, gesagt, wenn er das machen will und das ein Traum ist, bitte. Wir waren immer auf seiner Seite.
Es ist so schön, dass das macht. Es ist wirklich, ich bin sehr, sehr stolz auf ihn.
I think it just elevates everything. If you've got a family there or anyone just to come and support you.
Je suis fier de mon fils qui réalise ses rêves.
No matter what, like me and the family always are going to be supporting him.
Et cette équipe, quoi, c'est vraiment une fierté, une très bonne communauté. Surtout, ils ont une très très grande communauté, avec beaucoup de cœur, et les fans ont beaucoup de cœur.
I think he does love it to have that family support there. I recommend people, if they can, support your child.
Tell him I'm super proud of everything he's accomplished, all the hard work he's put in.
Just win, baby.
Ich werde ihn immer unterstützen. So gut wie es möglich ist.
I mean, we are incredibly proud.
I'm proud of
継続はするでしょ。まあこれでね、チャンピオン取れたチームなかなかいないから。
Matafe, I love you very much. I'm very, very proud of you and all of your fans.
マタフェのお母さん。
Shout out to all the esports family in the crowd who have always believed and supported these amazingly talented players on the stage. With their support, they're the reasons why they are able to keep it going. Your support, you have no idea what it means to these players, what it's allowed them to do to accomplish these dreams. And now, as we get set up for game number 4, Gaming Gladiators, the only team on match point eligibility.
Verhul's brother there, just win, he says. And Gaming Gladiators, they need that just one win to walk away champions in the Split 2 playoffs at Mannheim.
I was looking at the player chat and Blast said, I'm having a lot of fun. As he should, right? When he's got like 10 KP, evenly spread out damage amongst his team. It's like a 20 or so difference between themselves and Not Moist, who have 29 points. But Gaming Gladiators, they woke up this morning and they meant business. Love being able to highlight what Light has done as the IGL for this team, how he's been able to coordinate this insane squad.
Now Storm Point, we're over at the wall. That's where Gaming Gladiators stage yet another fantastic game. 3 out of 3 for them. Of course, bringing up that match point eligibility. And you got to remember, this is their second pick. So getting a zone so close, one that they could just rotate, just from the wall over to the oranges there to the left. Super easy for them. Is something that they're going to be happy about, but Vicky, they still need that win. And there's one thing I am superstitious about in Apex. It's like, don't use your wins up too early in a match point finals.
Okay? I 100% agree. It's so crazy. I'm very superstitious in the same way because, you don't want to use up all the dubs that you've already been able to acquire. But, you don't have to worry about that if you're the most consistent team in this lobby, which is what Gaming Gladiators has displayed to us. And they also have the ring console over by walls, seeing that the fact that this circle is going to be pulling up towards the north. They can absolutely benefit off of their positioning.
2 of the closest POIs at the start in Storm Point are Echo HQ and Coastal Camp. Often they're fighting over the Trident. It spawns over at Coastal Camp. There's one to the right of Echo as well, I suppose. But either way, it's liquid alien wear and complexity right now.
If you can clean up some KP very early on here between both of these squads, you absolutely also want to be able to capitalize off of a counter rotate into being able to suppress T-Loss, since they are going to go for a slower rotate in comparison to Complexity. That's something we've seen from Complexity before, right? We know that they like to take these fights versus neighboring teams. While we look at Gaming Gladiators flying up from above, have already made that rotate from wall, who found that building here closer, or rather closer to the hilltop, outside of the command center building. They're looking at the teams that will be over by Cascade Falls, who we know by this hilltop, if a circle does end up pulling more so towards the north side of Cascade, this is a better rotate for Gaming Gladiators in the end game. You just have to worry about your backs for any teams that come out of Command Center.
And we previously talked about that in the tournament and how it interacts with the current meta that we have here. Newcastle makes this spot even more playable than it was before. Because previously, you were really just playing around these blue boxes a lot, having to use them for cover. But with all the time that they're going to have to both set up their castle wall and then also regen that ultimate, Gaming Gladiators hopefully will be set up there for quite a while, if that is indeed where the ring continues to pull. Because it's centralized on Cascade Falls right now, and it feels like there are still some options on where that could swing.
Very true here. As we take a look at Falcons, out with that ring console scan on the fuse. Some of these teams still utilizing the crypto, even if they aren't the most experienced genome. What do you think about the squads that may not be able to find their footing on the crypto, but still force it anyways?
Yeah, well, look, I was having a chat on Twitter with Tech, one of the best cryptos in the world, or at least someone who's been a long-suffering crypto player, someone who's really admired and tried to pioneer that play style. Some of the things that he noted was that people were getting their drones broken too often, too early. But I think what the point I really liked was that the EMP pushes, they're very hard to coordinate. And sometimes, you know, you're looking for that. As we see, we got one coming in here. Might just be for a little bit of chip damage, I think. But you don't want to take too much damage before the EMP goes in, because all of a sudden, then you're just trading a bat for bat, and no one's really any better off. You need to be lurking nearby and push so that you get in both with the damage and the stun.
Yeah, but why pop the EMP if your teammates have already taken damage before the fight has even begun, and you're forced to actually back away, and now you've already used up that EMP? Something to note when it comes to some of these engagements that you're going to see with these cryptos, as we look at Moist, who are also going to be coming out from Mill's side. They had that ring console survey beacon to their north, so that way they could get some extra evo shield charge. And they even got that trident, so that way they can go for a quick rotate, perhaps even through checkpoint, where we just saw Alliance earlier. Since this circle is going through Cascade, there's those limited building space that you can share. As you see some teams already trying to see if they can take height, or are they going to be forced to play off that low ground? DreamFire, a bit of miscommunication here, has now granted out again that free knock.
And that's so rough, because it's their Newcastle player as well. If the Newcastle player was still up, they might be able to drag the teammate to safety with that retrieve the wounded passive. But it's not, and so Pete actually goes down. A nice pickup for Falcons.
危ない危ない。
That charge rifle in the distance. I always assume it's going to be
チルチルチル。一旦チルやね。
But they still were able to get that early KP. Very necessary with DreamFire forced to play this out as a duo inside this building here too. While the fighting has not stopped.
なんなの？因縁の対決でもしてんの君たち。やめときなって。仲良くしよう。なんでさ、なんかその必然的にそこをファイトしなきゃいけないみたいなさ、なんかそのなんか仲良くしようみんなで。なんか血の果てまで追っかけてる。
Fnatic on the chase, just like Falcons are with the rest of the DreamFire squad.
I like the call to overextend and actually find the duel that was left for DreamFire here, because they knew that there was that Moby that's over by that top of the hilltop that they could have utilized even if they felt the pressure from complexity, but that's still 2 extra KP and an entire squad wipe for Falcons as they desperately need to start racking up more points.
Yeah, I do wonder if they were trying to go down to the respawn beacon and Falcons chased them out. But here we go, the EMP engaged that we talked about. Plus the Mozams means this is very much
nice.
Oh my goodness, Yuka is dancing like he's in the Matrix. He takes out Liquid. Nice display of movement from Yuka. Also the way he was able to pace out those shots in between, even with the Mozam and before swapping over to the Nemesis. But that is Fnatic, who has been trying to take that fight, now completing it, and still being very slow on that rotate from the south side.
まだ間に合いそうやね。
Just to tick them up a few points on the le接続
リキッドにボコボコにされてたからさ。雪辱屈辱を味わうって言わん。屈辱。雪辱。やめてね、突っ込むの。
They have to worry about their back with Bleed Esports, but that's a little further down the road.
We'll take a look at that team and continuously keep track of where they stand in that next zone, while Not Moist forced their way over from the south side after taking that fight versus Complexity. They've taken out Monsoon and Walty again on another level.
ゲーミンという会社が母体のプロチームなんで、この名前なんですね。へえ、スイスのチームなの GG って。そうなんだ。
Says, hey, you're gonna have to waste some meds if you want to chase me. I'll try and get through the other choke back through checkpoint. Not Moist also trying to grab some of those kills as we saw before.
TSM, they were mentioning how good they were at their EMP pushes, actually. When I was chatting to Verhulst on the way in today, he said, Waltzy is so good at finding these little assassin positions where he lies in wait, the other team doesn't know he's there.
今回全然注目されてないコイフル。
Popping that EMP.
It's great communication too from Waltzy. It's about leading not only with that info from Timmy, but also the space that he's built whenever he gets those initial knocks, being that entry fragger for the rest of his team. So you see, Verhulst getting that finishing blow onto Hawkins in the ring, while still that one member of Alliance is alive as he's forced to wrap around. TSM, we're looking for him. As you could also take a look at Command Center, and it's not just Makers, by the way, that are inside of this. It's going to be Bleed Esports waiting on the outskirts of Command Center, Space Station, a team that had started off struggling with double bagel points on that south side of Command Center. So we're able to now pick up a little bit of points this time around. But they could keep squads that do opt to rotate from the south side of Command Center.
There's a couple inside right now, you know, Bleed, Makers, SSG. And depending on how they decide to work through Command Center, do they want to go south or do they want to go out west towards Gaming Gladiators? There's a couple of options, and they probably won't have all of the ring information they would like to have right now in order to do that. Alliance get the double respawn back in, just like Kimchi did for Complexity not too long ago down near Cedo Station. We have had an uptick in respawns in this entire land just because of how prominent crypto is and being able to throw that drone in.
And also being able to have a Newcastle, so that way if you have to craft those banners, you have the opportunity with that support legend. See Falcons, Kraber in Zero's hands, having to make it work. We know, very consistent at times with that Kraber, but trying to see an angle. Doesn't like his position. I do know now that with the bins resetting, they also are going to be able to have that assault bin to get some extra Evo shield.
A tiny bit of extra Evo, but oh my lord,
everything.
The attachments.
You get a gold, you get a gold, everyone gets a gold.
Hammer points for the whole team. But I have to wonder, you know, what's in Zero's mind right now? How is he thinking about the Kraber shots that could have cost them EWC? Or is he thinking about the Kraber shots that won them so many other important points and finals throughout his history in ALGS?
Listen, let me tell you something. That was like what, 300
マエルかファルコン、次移動だけど。
But this is why they need to get this KP with only 9 points to their name. They have to get a little aggressive, but at a circle like this, it's hard because the circle is shifting away from Cascade.
てかなんでここはさ、下から撃たれないの GG とかさ。
where Guild is also positioned by the buildings.
久々に声聞いた。
For the teams that have to get out of Cascade, they will be out for.
車線がないのか通ってないのか
Okay, so now we have to start to wonder. How much do these teams know their macro, especially in a POI draft meta where it's not as predictable and as well known as it was in previous times?
どっちに行くかで運命が分かれてくる。
Knowing the teams that are match point
これ、ここがこっち、てかその、上側から行くと、いや、こっち側から行かれると、ここがファイトするじゃない、絶対。で、GG が漁夫って上を制圧してしまって、GG の範囲が広くなる。ここのファイトはね、ちょっと良くないね、マジで。絶対来るもんだって。ノーダウンで終わらせたらほらそうなるんだよ。アライアンスデッド気づけるか。あーなんか何なんか別地来てんのこれ。うわー勝てたね。フナティックがログを流してるけどそんなことやりましたこうやってよくないのよこれだって GG の範囲が広くなるだけだから。フナティックのファイト映してよあれどこ行ったフナティック これ何後ろから来てんのかこれ。
Looking back, the zone has shifted away from GG
果てまで追っかけるやん。
They'll probably have to go up and fight a team like Guild at some point, but I do think there's rocks and
フナティックまだ参るぞお前たち。
where no one can really contest them
ま
unless
だ参るぞお前たち。
over the top.
By the way, non-stop fighting in Cascade. I just saw Falcons
そ
get
こにい
a
る
knock
そこにいる。
onto what looked like
やばいヒューズ対決だー。やばい。そこにいる。そこにいるぞ。
feel some pressure with the knuckle cluster. Zainu's got the bow check.
Okay, they're coming on from around near the waterfall, and they're on triple reds. The one thing that GG do not have going for them right now is that they're on blues. They rotated quickly and don't have much of a chance to upgrade their armor. If SSG can get down there, a team that has, what, 150 more shields than them, that could be a big deal.
Oh, and they just saw the res happen right before their eyes. At least from this fight, they could get to purples, but that would mean having to get aggressive to move forward here. As we take a look at what they want to do and see the res, let's jump into a listen-in with Gaming Gladiators.
フナがこの上に気づいて絡んでくれるかな。いやでも後ろから来られて今日振られるからそれはリスクを冒してまではいかないかな。いやでも上で何ってんぞ。おや強すぎた。それダメだよ。あ、フナティックファイトしちゃった。いや強すぎた。これ勝ったら勝ち。でもモビがある？何どうしたのこれ。これがね GG だと気づいてるからな。ナイス。
We got some more Apex legends here in the split 2 playoff finals. Gaming Gladiators get taken out in a very intense fight. Even though they came out on top, they were worried to their backs. They got poked out from
フナ
afar.
ティックはどうやって死んだんだ。いや SSG がなんか覚醒し始めてる。
Staying alive and just continuously rezzing the teammates back to half health with that gold knock. With all the bins, with all that extra loot that you get at the moment, that's one of the reasons why Newcastle is just so good in this meta.
You know, Captain America coming to save the day here when it comes to that Newcastle. I know we've all been in that position where we get frantic seeing an enemy Newcastle just res before your eyes. It's almost like a taunt. But Zero,
線かぶってんだよカスって言われてそう。
and then has to run into zone after getting
絶対言われてるよ。
peppered and gets knocked. It's fine. They're under some cover. Hopefully they don't get bombarded by nades. It's not like they have a Watson or a Jen. They will be able to get the res, and because they have the gold knock, they can reset even quicker.
絶対言われてる。てめえらピークしてんじゃねえよ。こっちはクレーン持ってんだよ。視線かぶってんだよカスって絶対言ってる。
And they're safe, but Falcons are coming towards them, and one Kraber shot could even things up. Going down so early. The Devo pays dividends for QQ.
I mean, moving in the line of sight of VKG with no smoke nade to help you in the process. Right there in front of VKG now.
いや生きた。
But they were also pinched here. If you try to move from that position, not only are VKG looking at you, but you have to worry about TSM who are also playing on the southwest side.
チームファルコンを下したのは TSM。 マジでそのファイト見たかった。誰かポニーのいい作りに。
The building for cover. They are also in third position overall right now, poised to take over, not Moist. You gotta remember, after they just had this roster swap, Empty and Waltz no longer together.
ここがファイトすると逆にどこが来る？
TSM just behind them. None of these squads anywhere near making match point. Gaming Gladiators still very much firmly in the lead, but Guild and TSM starting to do some work to catch up.
The crowd chanting here, chanting for their favorite teams as Guild have high ground. TSM looking to see what plays can be done. Remember, TSM do not have a wanted, and you still have to worry about at least one other Bangalore from Guild.
I mean, this final circle, it's disgusting for Guild. It finishes just below the high ground that they control. Everyone has to walk up to them. It might actually be better off, honestly, to get under them early so that they have to expose themselves to peek over and hit them. But most likely VKG and TSM will be getting into it and playing for second.
It was riskier for VKG because they were going to be forced to rotate into the line of sight of TSM. The EMP rings out, but VKG found a little corner to play off of. They have set up.
生きた。植木生きたぞ。
Jumping into the line of sight of Guild, finding some space to be able to play safely off that low ground that you mentioned.
まさかの上破壊クレーバー、世界を変えれるか TSM。
For VKG, now they move up a little bit further, taking away some of that high ground from Guild that we talked about. They're playing from the roof, but sooner rather than later, they'll have to drop.
もういけん何も聞こえへん。クレーバーが世界を変えるかなと思ったけど変えん。やば、家の中入れたの熱っ。
It's just such a smart call, though.
レックスのクレーバーでこの世が変わってくる。
Verhulst this morning saying he's been playing almost perfectly.
Lots of confidence within the new IGL for TSM.
誰が IGL してんだろう。え、これ VK？ これ。
VKG have set up the fences down the bottom now means you're almost certainly going to fall into their web as you come off the high ground. MT tries to pop the EMP.
No way! The EMP timing slowed down TSM so much. It took a lot of circle damage, but it's fine. They still have a sliver of this corner to play off of, but I don't believe they're going to be able to fully reset. But for Guild now, jump down, and they're able. TSM runs though! Oh my god! That Kraber shot was huge, but Guild cannot clutch a VK Gaming! Woke up for free!
これはね、下を制圧っていうかね、TSM が中に行ってくれたことによって救われたんです、VK が。
BK Gaming. Only one of them with any LAN experience before playing at the Split 1 playoffs. And they look like they've been here their whole lives. 20 points for VKG that they pick up there. The one thing that's been consistent across these first 4 games is no one really going nuclear, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was 8 kills there for VKG, and they pick up 20 points in total. But the only reason the Gaming Gladiators are on top right now is their incredible consistency.
Look at the VKG fans in the crowd, standing up, going wild. And that's off of their rotate from Speedo. So they were honestly right behind Guild when it came to going into that next zone. We saw them holding that slight hilltop, looking at the teams that had to come out of Cascade Falls right behind that Newcastle wall all set up. But honestly, a little thank you to Guild. After they dropped down, they were forced to engage with TSM that were in that corner. Reps looked like he got a hip fire shot on the Kraber. We weren't watching his point of view, but you saw it in the feed. And then after that, we already knew that TSM was so in low. So VKG just had to walk up and clean up whatever was left from that fight.
It seemed like TSM were done for. I mean, they got the double EMP. You saw VKG pop theirs first. MT, his drone's going to get destroyed, so he has to use his immediately. The drone dies, sure, but the EMP still goes off. That means a minus 100 shields for everyone on TSM. But the VKG fans, we just saw them pop off. I mean, we've been talking about Exo's fans, Navi's fans, everyone else throughout this weekend, but there's been a little sleeper cell over here just waiting for their team to give them something to cheer about, and they've done just that, moving up into second place overall as well.
And off of that last game of Storm Point 2, because we are going to make that transition onto World's Edge, where we saw Gaming Gladiators pop off and go nuclear. With that game done and dusted, though, we are going to be heading over to a break. On the other side, we'll see you for game number 5.
Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Alienware, official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
放了个forward台，我拿网了。OK。我这可能也得空一点，我这可能也得空一个。他们可能滑着，你懂吗？好。我炸了，我的炸。好炸。好。他无人机炸不出来，他炸出来了。没事，先补，不急。我没大跳的，别露给他们看啊！我们尽量保护，可以吗？跳了。保护！我俩导引！我是导引！
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the ALGS. Today's competitors are sitting in a Herman Miller Gaming embody chairs, which come in 4 unique colorways. Our coaches are sitting in the Phantom Gaming chair with 7 unique colorways, and you could try one out at the free play area located on the concourse. To learn which chair best fits you, go to hermanmiller.com/gaming. Pretty comfy there after taking that dub, but with TSM fighting to get second place there. They knew with their positioning, and even after that EMP, there was not much that they could do. But with that was fantastic in the sense of they not only got second place, what they were vying for, but Guild getting third place, even when they had to jump off of that high ground on top of that building here. As we see match 4 results, VK Gaming, they win with 8 KP. Space Station going a little crazy silently after they were trying to gatekeep the teams that had to come out of the command center southern side.
Yeah, definitely a couple of teams changing their fortunes in this game. VK go up 8 spots, Fnatic 5 spots, Space Station 8 spots, Team Falcons 5 spots, finally getting into the conversation. But it was Gaming Gladiators that got so close to closing it out in the shortest LAN finals ever there. It was a decent spot for them, but, well,
can't have none of that. We can't have none of that, Genome. You know why? Because I want some more good Apex Legends, especially with how hyped this crowd is. There is still, though, a very big gap between Gaming Gladiators and VK Gaming after they took that win. But then you look at VK Gaming all the way down to even not Moist, and the gap is so small for these teams.
But the gap between them and grabbing match point eligibility, still kind of there, Vicky. I mean, they need probably a win or at least a big bag of kills to bridge that and get, 14 plus points here. So it's either GG closing it out, or we've actually, I would say we probably need 2 or 3 games for any of the other teams to start playing a part in the end of this LAN.
I hadn't thought game 8 is where we're going to be able to crown the winner. What about you?
I mean, I said 10 at the start of the day, but is that still going or not?
Love this flyby as Gaming Gladiators, the only team in white, the only team currently sitting at match point. They need a dub, and let us not forget, for our first 2 games of the day, they won both times on World's Edge as we make our way back to the streets that we all know and love. World's Edge here. VK Gaming, your winners of our previous game on Stormpoint. As we get this nice flyby over by Epi.
うま。
Look, I know over on the APAC South broadcast, we definitely highlighted VK Gaming a few times throughout our regular split and throughout this year, Vicky, but to be this much of a threat, I don't think there were many people counting on that. But VK, they're out here to show everyone there's something special, there's something different. And after winning that last game, propelling themselves into the second spot, now have to make their way to the west side of the map. All of a sudden, a circle that looks eerily familiar.
It does, and a familiar zone that we know and highlighted before when we saw it for game number 1 that could benefit TSM.
Hey, just remind me, if it is the same circle as last time, who won this one, Vicky?
Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, okay.
Which land over by SkyWest/Trials. They're going to probably go for a similar rotate. If they hold that northern choke south of Countdown, could be lights out. Although I will say, though, this circle could shift slightly over to the south side. We're going to have to wait and see because TSM splitting that loot over by Mirage and Lava Fisher. They'll get information at the ring console over by Mirage. Again, it's getting a little hint of deja vu because Complexity, instead of wrapping though around to the south side of that big rock, exiting out of staging, they're actually opting to go from the north side, holding by the rails.
And you remember there were a couple of these what-if moments last time where teams could have taken those positions away from Gaming Gladiators. Bleed was one of them, the other team landing in Skyhook. And you have to wonder whether teams will look for Gaming Gladiators if they try to hold up a similar position around the bin south of Countdown.
A lot of open cover, but you also at least still have the rocks. Depending if you want to hold that high ground when you exit out of Landslide, where Space Station are going to thrive. Seeing that they have also a beacon that they take their time to scan while everyone still is in the process of rotating, making their own moves. But we've already seen Furia holding on that south side of staging, exiting out of Thermal Station because they have a ring console there, so they went for a quick rotate. Gaming Gladiators, all the focus on this team as they're going to be able to get looted up before rotating through Countdown side where there's another ring console waiting for them.
Yeah, because they didn't get the ring console in Skyhook this time. So if GG wanted to make the fast rotate, which seems like that would suit their plan as the only team on match point, they couldn't quite do it. They have to look for another one first, and the fact that Countdown is the closest one means that's got to be the path. They don't go through Lava Fisher. They do have to go there to get that info.
He's Space Station already by Landslide. Complexity perhaps in the back with a charge rifle, wondering, seeing how so many other teams are opting to rotate from the eastern side of this Landslide zone.
なんか、味方被弾してるけど、のんきに当たってるやついるけど。
A lot of these teams not trying to fully engage just yet. Again, so close for the overall series thus far.
あ、アンチ読み外してます。あ、でもそっち読みのパターン。暗記も持たないと間違えた。いつもさ、なんかさ、皆さん、アンキボ、アンキボ、アキンボ、アキンボって言うじゃん。アキンボ、アキンボってね。もうさ、こうやってさ、アンキボとか読み間違するしさ、なんかさ、もう暗記も食べたくなるしさ、もう私普通にもじゃん二丁持ちって言っちゃうんだよね。
The chance now as the crowd gets a little crazy and complexity up on top of the tracks that we saw teams play off of earlier before.
It feels like there's at least a few teams who think this is going to be the same circle, and so they take up similar
パッと見でアンキボって読んじゃうし、 アンキも食べたくなるし。
Whoever else is around them. You can see GG going through the tunnel. It's going to be a very different game for them. So they did have the loot key, the vault key, I guess, to get the loot. And it's going to be a very different game, Vicky, because last time they were playing for God Spot, playing for that position that they're just going to lock down. This time, they have to be the warlords in the lobby. They have to be the gladiators if they want to push through and find a position that will take them all the way to that #1 spot and the trophy.
Living up to their name, and look who's right behind them. It is not Moist. Again, maybe trying to prioritize this rotates, and you can see in the mini-map there is also a server beacon right there. Getting information while trailing right behind Gaming Gladiators, who may be coming up in a sandwich situation, because guess who's waiting for them up this hill in Countdown? It is Bleed, and Lefka knows he takes some shots with the Nemesis, but they still have to keep their wits about at their six, knowing that not Moist were trailing right behind.
偉いわこれ。進めたの。
Like a shark in the water here. Not Moist said they're not scared of a single other team in this lobby, and they've proved it throughout the entire LAN. Doesn't matter how good GG are playing, I bet you Not Moist will back themselves against his team in a 3v3. But will it be an isolated fight? You've got NRG over to the right of your screen. You've got Bleed as well. A couple of teams thinking, hey, is this a countdown circle? Or are they all just waiting to try and get access to that ring console? Have they been, maybe debated into thinking it was a countdown zone because there's so many teams in the area? It's one of those weird situations sometimes where you get false information and you make inferences that are incorrect by seeing too many teams in another area.
Oh my, look at the circle here too. Look at where it's pulling. It looks identical
でも張り付いてないんだよね。
But being able to see that there's way more teams waiting for
Gaming Gladiators. GG を殺しに来た。
That was Gaming, and that's why they were chasing behind him, knowing that they take a slower rotate right through Skyhook 2, chasing right behind them, forcing out the Newcastle wall. You saw Blast had already put up the catwall earlier, the EMP to slow him down, but they still get a little bit of safety. Moist want to keep this going. They want to get aggressive. But after that Newcastle wall was put up,
なんでベッジはそっちを撃つんだ。
You know that NRG did have high on the southern
なんで NRG はそっちを撃ってしまうのか。
with the triple take we're shooting at Gaming earlier.
It was a life-saving Dark Veil by Blast there that gets them back up into the safety of this room where their Catalyst can reinforce the doors.
ないのかと思ったけど持ってるな。
You saw Moist throwing out the EMP to try and grab them.
モイストは後ろから
Our crowd would have cheered,
VK が来てる
knowing
の
that that would lock in, of course, yet
見
another
れるの
game
か
of match point finals. But GG survived. They're too wily, too wary of that attack.
And Not Moist now have wrapped around from the north side of Countdown after
やばい
everybody
視点が
saw that this
うます
circle
ぎ
was continuously
て
shifting over to the south side.
すごいわ。
Have given up that northern building in Countdown, so this allows Not Moist to wrap around, take this spot for free, and we're also able to still put some shots onto GG, but still
まあでも
no
VK
opening
は
available
2位
for
だ
them
し
to
と
engage
りあえず
on.
点灯させ
Even
たい
with
か
the crypto
ら
and them
無
having
茶
the
はしないと
EMP,
思う
waiting
ん
to
だ
see
よ
if they'll have
ね。
another opportunity
いや
as
わか
everyone
ん
will be
な
forced to
い。
move soon in the next 20 seconds.
NRG won't be forced to move, and they're the team ahead of both Gaming Gladiators and Not Moist. They're not ahead of anybody on the scoreboard, unfortunately. Dead last with 20th spot at the moment, which is a shame because they really did well in the POI draft, in my opinion.
Been a difficult time here for
Oh,
NRG.
well, we already
And Bleed
missed
also
Nick.
haven't moved away from Countdown. Even when they had that ring console in front of them, it's definitely very difficult to even try to take that when you have NRG looking at you with snipers. Gaming Gladiators now just taking a roundabout rotate, looking at VK Gaming, who wanted to see if they can move into Countdown themselves.
NRG は何がしたいのだ。
Again, they're mirroring them constantly.
If Not Moist have worked out that this is Gaming Gladiators, then yeah, I agree. The mirroring is exceptional. And they really are doing the rest of the lobby a service here. As you said, it's a roundabout rotation though for GG. So will they go all the way around to Lava Fissure and then continue to go south from there? Too many teams in Countdown. A little too hard to push through without, taking a big risk. And risks are not what Gaming Gladiators want right now.
At least they'll have a survey beacon here that they could scan at the very least with Lava Fisher and this rotate. They'll be able to note where other teams are within the vicinity, waiting for them on their approach, while seeing the teams waiting by landslide. It is Space Station looking at Makers who are so low. Huge nade inside the truck. Alliance are waiting on the other side. Third party this, but they're not the only ones, because then behind Alliance, the fourth party waits. It is also not Moist who are looking at BK Gaming coming out of the tunnel side, exiting out of Skyhook.
Moist lurking around, just waiting to be a part of something. We saw Gildan Moist get into this situation over at Landslide in the last game, or sorry, the last time we had this circle in game 1. And similarly, we've got another couple of teams locked in with it here. And it's really tough because you can play on that platform and it's great, but as soon as you want to leave, all of those other teams are going to take that opportunity.
Was that the zipline put down by Alliance actually right behind Moist, so that way they can get closer and
Wow.
they have the advantage and they've also committed here.
Oh, Alliance are just going straight for this. Maker's going to take it out in the meantime, and Alliance have not taken much damage at all on the entry here.
You let it blast between the zipline and EMEA.
いやでもハーキスやっぱうまいね。前はもうあと一人だし、後ろから来てる奴らを潰してエリア取りに行こうっていうその IGL が上手。まあほら SSG と挟めるけど、後ろから来られたら結局自分たちが挟まれて死ぬから。
Now we have to get a look at the circle at some point here, Vicky, because it's very
先に後ろ潰しちゃおうぜっていう判断が早い。わー！ここだ。
And with TSM having the POI advantage, we know that they split up between Lava Fisher and Mirage, and they were up on top
この集落かな。いや、
And I think
ど
GG
こだ
have
ろう。
just used their drone here. Oh, sorry, not their drone, of course. That was VKG Gaming from the north. But there was a survey beacon, as we mentioned, and if they could have got that information, it would have been so helpful for them going further south. Because if we get a ring that a couple of teams don't expect, then all of a sudden GG could just find their way straight into a great spot. As it is, it looks like they might even be playing for points, looking behind them towards the zone.
Oh no!
この人めっちゃトリプルテイクうまいなマジで。あ。
拉放拉放拉血拉血，准备拉血准备拉血，活着拉血拉血，他没圈到。OK OK，血要够吗？血要够吗？来我血要呗。血要不够，血要不够。
うまいうまい。
妈好烦。我身上有10个小血包。我身上有10个小血包，没用。你操，真进不了了，走哪都不行。
下打ち？
没3塔，有个3塔好了。你升。哎。
Very tough for VK Gaming there. Unfortunately, they'll go down in 18th, which doesn't help their chances. Still in second spot at the moment. Let's see if any of the other teams just blow them. Guild, TSM can get above. Not Moist, of course, also out on 32.
See Unlucky trying to get suppressed fire, even though he's hitting that Newcastle barrier, just in case to prevent them from trying to overextend, because Alliance don't have that Newcastle. They don't have that makeshift knockdown shield barrier, while GG on their rotate. Nice catwall once again from Blast allows them to get on top of this building.
ブッシュが渋そうでも GG は。
Less than a minute. It was E36 who are on the south side of Lava Fisher, but they're not the only ones.
あれでもファイトが起きなくなってきたな。ああ、ヒューリアのところだやっぱり。
Blast does pick up the Dark Veil again and again.
上から降りてきたミラボヤのパーティーが勝ちかな。ミラボヤ取り切ったパーティーが勝ちやこれは。
To try and enable their next rotation south. So many teams. There's teams on top of Mirage Voyage. There's teams underneath it. And Enterforce 36 are also waiting in the building ahead of them. So GG have got a very tough
ミラボヤを取り切ったチームか、この上の橋を制したチームが勝ち。もうここは地獄。
Also recreating a bit of a memory here from game number 1. Bleed get eliminated in 17.
SSG がなんか息を吹き返してるぞ。やはり恋振るってこと？
Back towards the rocks where NRG were playing from the north side of that building area.
APAC ノース全然映んねえな、マジで。マジ何してるかわかんねえもん、映んなさすぎて。みんなが一斉に飛び始めます。
Their evacuation route. Can we talk about the fact it is like 3 different squads up in the air finding a spot and Gaming Gladiators get on this high ground.
でも下からの上がりを見なきゃいけないからな、ここ。守れ、行くの？Oh my god。まだ上にいるぞ。なんかいたぞ。やばい！こいつらがここを取り切ってしまうとやばいです。やばい。やばい。来る。いやー、これフナはもうこれあれだ。さて下のチーム NRG か。勝つんや NRG。いや、ここ GG 取り切っちゃうとこれやばいっす。ママやばいよこれ。
Coming, chill off, chill. I have the bat. Coming. Keep behind, below me.
やばいよ。
I think someone just climbed them.
チル。
Ulta nades on me. I'm popping. Three flags. I need heavy.
I need heavy ammo, please.
I'm looking for. Got almost. Yeah, me. Yeah, back in the open. One more. Nice. Hey, look, evac. Someone evac. Where evac? No. Okay, never mind. I need heavy. I really need heavy. Okay, look plus. Yeah, but like I couldn't find any. I might have to swim.
どんだけヘビーアム欲しいんだよ。
Yes, time to look. Yeah, doing. Look here, 3 kills. My ping is 3 kills. Okay, it's literally 3.
本当にやばい。
Frantic comms communicating that they need some extra ammo. They have been fighting and they've been rotating this entire time.
でこいつらしあー、ゆかちゃん。
Game winning moment for GG. This next circle still is part of Mirage as they're the only teams uncontested on the high ground.
Everyone else down the bottom is so preoccupied with each other. No one's going to be looking up at Gaming Gladiators. This is an incredible opportunity for them to win here in match 5.
アライアンス。なんでそんな、フナティック。ハキスが何どうしたのハキス。これやばいかも、本当にやばいかもしれない。
Team Liquid are down to 1, Alliance down to 2, NRG, who they evicted, are playing underneath them right now and probably have the best chance to make this go another.
Could this be it? Did somebody tell Gaming Gladiators that this was a speed run? Because right now they are looking to be.
でも NRG が3人残っているまだ下に。
And it is crazy to see the position that they're sitting in right now. There is only 3 squads left, and Energy, by the way, are still underneath.
でもアライアンスがアンチにちゃん近いですよ。いや大丈夫、アライアンスが6立てします。NRG の方が上よりアンチ強いからこれは大丈夫です。絶対大丈夫マジで。いや絶対大丈夫。もうこれ絶対アライアンスが取るから。まあ見てなって大丈夫。
Alliance hide behind the wall. A Kraber in the hands of hackers.
そのクレーバーで世界を救えハキス。お前ならやれるぞハキス。
In this man's hands. EMP is ready to go. The drone not risking it until now.
NRG は前に岩があるから。神やーそれ。どういうこと どういうことどういうことどういうことなんで NRG がさ、ダウンさせれるの？これはね、アライアンスが勝ちます。甘えなければ。どうなってんのこれ。どういうことどういうこと？待ってアライアンスが6立てします。イエーイ、やったー、おいちゃんの正解。よっしゃー、よっしゃよっしゃよっしゃよっしゃよっしゃー。はいはいはいはい。16キル16キル、あんたたちほんまにキルするな。あ、ほらみんな救ってくれてありがとうって言ってるよ。いや、ニューキャウルとかでもちょっと上手すぎたな、上から飛んでくるの。
They set themselves up to get pinched the moment they committed to it, but it is even better news. Now they are at 44 points.
I mean, so often we see those teams make the last-minute plays, though, where the zone forces them out. Perhaps the other two teams wouldn't have been expecting it that early. GG, I guess my question is, were they going to actually commit to that fight, or were they trying to carve out a space for themselves in the graveyard and then force the other two teams into each other?
Didn't work out because 16 KP go in favor to Alliance, 7 points away to find themselves in that 50-point match point eligibility, and that is with a complete other side rotation from World's Edge. Remember, they land in Overlook. They had to trek all the way over in that direction, fight so many teams off of that fence line that is off to the side of Landslide, and it was T-Law that was right in front of them. So many other teams. I know TSM was one of them at one point, but it was the fact that they still held safely behind that fence when all the teams were forced to collapse from that north side of zone.
Congrats to NRG, though. It was a good game for them. 14 points, which doesn't move them that far up the leaderboard, but all of a sudden they're amongst it. A lot of the teams on the sort of low to mid-20s, and now we can see they push even further in the rest of this tournament. Of course,
NRG が上に上がってくるの早すぎたな。よかった。あれでも NRG がマジ上がってきてなかったらやばかったマジで。マジで綺麗な顔してる。マジでトム・リドルみたい。惜しい、あと6ポイントやん。
Guild right behind them though with 37. Like you mentioned, Dino, it's getting very tight for a lot of these teams as we go and wait for that next game.
And if you've ever wondered about the impact an IGL can have on an Apex team, remember Alliance has a sub right now. They're not even playing with their full 3. And they are still currently, as it stands, the second best team in the world.
Can we talk about the fact that Mia on top here, getting some hometown power? This is beautiful to see within our top two teams. Alliance, like you mentioned, Hockey's just on another level when it comes to his IGLing skills, the way he helps enabling his team. While we take a look at the action here in the SAP arena, we see Alliance take a game here, make it so close.
あ、おやすみニックさん。ありがとう、今日もおやすみなさい。よいしょ、寒い。順番点。 った。またフェだった。うめえな。うまっ。うまーい。モンスーンじゃないの？あ、ティミーの可能性もある。ティミーだった。
Alienware, the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm with you, I'm coming, I'm with you. Okay. Watch the other team. Yeah, kill the other team. Go first. He dropped. Hold height. I got 7 bullets. Get his pick. Please on here. Back. One's dead. Last guy, Anders. Yeah, commit. Kill him. I have no ammo. He's one. I need to go ammo. You're good. On high. Okay. I'm coming up. One behind me. Almost cracked him. Only a 4 bullets. Armor's up and loot. It's only one guy. Yeah. I'm dropping down. Rest, baby. Rest. Rest. Wait, he's behind you.
You thought we were done here at Mannheim? Well, think again. We've got more games of Apex Legends to bring your way. Match point was so close. It was so near for GG in those final moments, but it's an EMEA powerhouse of their own who snatch it out of their hands and send us into another game here.
Teams who are not yet on match point may begin to tremble though, because Onset has appeared, and if you've been watching match point finals for quite some time here at ALGS, it somehow always ends up with Onset being on that call. However, it is still only Gaming Gladiators on match point. They've had 2 chances, 2 very good zones to try and win this tournament. Will they be presented with another?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? It was a great zone for them. They got great, control of Mirage in those final moments as well, but you just wonder, were the communications kind of coming between the 2 teams of this could be GG up on height? We need to focus them. When Lufka got that res though, I was like, wait a minute, this could happen. However, it doesn't happen, and we keep on going here. That is just history at this point, which brings us to that conversation that you kind of highlighted, is we still have only 1 team on match point. So GG are the only team in the lobby at the moment who can still get this done.
Well, the good news is for Gaming Gladiators, we're still on World's Edge. It's still their best map. They still have had 5 wins across the board throughout this tournament, so I'm expecting them to have a good opportunity here of still winning it. But there is going to be plenty of teams trying to take them down, and I think it was a good point what you made, right? It is 2 teams in that final circle against them who are very good, very knowledgeable, very much aware of the kill feed, and were probably keeping tabs on who is alive, and I think they maybe had an idea of GJ still being there.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed, and now, we talk about this conversation, we talk about the chasing pack and who is close, who is almost over the line. Well, that's what it's all about, right? That trophy right there, to become a champion, is what everybody fights through the Pro League, fights their way through the brackets, the group stage to get to this point.
E3 の大会だと GHS がチャンピオンシップ確定なんだよな。
Now, this is kind of what I feel like is the midpoint of our match point finals, where teams start to
でも
arrive and hit
E3
match
の
point.
エパク
GG
の
were
ス
there
ペだ
early.
から
It was a
な。
record-setting pace from them to hit match point, but now there's so many teams that are within striking distance who could well join them in this next game.
Let me take you back to the World Championships when Optic Gaming hit match point in just 3 matches. And where did they end up? They did not go on to win the match point finals. In fact, it's a team that you might remember quite well that went on to win it in that scenario. Will we see some of our big hitters get back into the game here in match 6, or can Gaming Gladiators close it out?
Well, match 6 is live, and we're going to jump on board with Alliance on their loot path. What a performance from them. I mean, just overall has been
あと
absolutely
6点や。キルプ6だけ取ってやめようこの試合。無理をするな。
But now they find themselves just 6 points away from joining their fellow EMEA compatriots in GG on match point. What a story it's been for Alliance.
6ポイントだ
Amazing
ね
the trials and tribulations that Alliance have been through, and of course they're doing it for effect, but Tyler also doing it for himself. Not only would he be proving a point, but he'd also be putting himself on the map. Everyone would want to get Tyler on their team if Alliance want to do it themselves, but of course, we know Effect is worth keeping around. I'm sure if you could have 4 of them, they definitely would.
That's very, very true. Let's take a look at the zone then. Let's look where we are going.
久々に見たこのアンチ。
We're going down south, everyone. We are going about as south as you can possibly go. And for GG over at Trials, that looks like a long, long way away.
Even though Skyhook West has turned out to be arguably the best POI to find victories on World's Edge so far this tournament, it is arguably one of the hardest zones to get down toward. When you look at playable space, when you look at the areas that teams are actually going to start to position themselves here very quickly, there is going to be little room for Gaming Gladiators to work with when they arrive here.
Well, Falcons at the moment, still on their loop path. You can see ExoClan have already moved up. Look how quickly they have rotated over from Harvester. Really, really quick from them, and I'm trying to scope a few players out. Maybe they realize they've got the timing on Falcons on their loop path here to try and solo someone out. But for now, it looks like Falcons have managed to regroup together. Liquid Alienware, by the way, have moved down to the platform and are kind of overlooking this. And if you're wondering if they had the timing, well, the answer is no, because Jim Burton has got the 30-30 in his hands, and he has spotted out ExoClan.
And I'm sure that Falcons actually have ring console information right now, but the arrival of ExoClan maybe tells them enough that they need to know of where they're going to... Oh, well, they do have a ring console there. They just need Hal to get onto blue. Once Hal gets onto blue, then they can get that ring console information. Of course, how are you going to get onto that?
Well, for now, it's a very slow game from Falcons. Exo overtaking them. You can see the position taken by Team Liquid, exactly what I would have expected them to do. Move down to this building, which overlooks the big crevice behind it, the canyon below it. There's a great place to output damage, not just for the teams that are rotating in from the north, but potentially towards that end game as well. We've seen finishes on the platform itself. We've seen them just on the lower side as well. So
早いね、みんなアンチ。やっぱ外ムーブが多いことに気づいたか。
And you talk about teams who are very good at playing zone and holding a position when the zone comes towards them. Team Liquid is one of those that turns up and can put on a show for you. Furia, they'll have to transition a little bit further east and probably work their way through complexity if they want to find themselves in zone. You can see a beautiful aerial shot. Shout out to our observers, by the way. They've been phenomenal all tournament long. But Furia will have to pass through that choke and then challenge complexity, or they can try and go around if they would like.
Interesting zone, this one, isn't it? Because it's one of those where if you arrive late, then you're probably going to have to fight for KP on edge and then hit an evac to try and land in zone as it closes. Playing the center of this zone, if you aren't one of the first 10 teams or so to arrive, is essentially a death trap just because of the angles that could be taken against you. Furia, though, with the evac tower in, are going to find a safe spot here within launch site. So they're going to be in a pretty good spot for the long game. I imagine they will be very interested in trying to move up a little bit towards the Cloud9 position, which is just to their south. And there you can see complexity. That's the building they're going to be holding. And as we beautifully, artistically move our way down towards Skyhook, you can see what GG are doing. They are moving through Countdown right now. They are completely on their own. But like we mentioned, the only team right here who are on match point have got quite the path to tread.
That does mean, though, that they can be very patient with their approach to this zone. They can maneuver their way around the map just to make sure they get as much Evo as possible. Hitting any beacons on their way. Well, not any beacons, it'll be any ring consoles, excuse me, with Blast on the Catalyst. And they will be biding their time. There's one in Landslide, so they can actually hit that for Zone 3 information. And just gain a little bit more Evo and send themselves up to purple. But there is still Bleed for them to worry about, because Bleed were, of course, at Skyhook East. Now, elsewhere, Fnatic currently laying down some damage here at Dome. And I wonder if the zone would even fall this far. I'm thinking it would probably be a little bit further towards launch site when we get there, but this could be a big fight to win.
EMP is going to come in, which is going to slow down their push. White Armor's here for Fnatic as well. And if you get EMP'd with White Armors, it really can be a problem, as we are seeing Leica almost be taken down, but not quite taken down. However, the first knock is going to come down, and it's going to be DreamFire who found themselves now, I believe, down to 1. The grenade from Leica is good to take down Peter.
Yeah, Nocturnal also getting involved from distance, so NRG will start to approach perhaps, and Fnatic need to be aware of that. If they're keeping an eye on the kill feed, they'll know that they didn't get that second knock, and that's probably why we're not seeing them get too aggressive here, as NRG are very close by, but far enough away that Fnatic could finish this off if they wanted to.
Now G playing outside of the
なん
dome
で
is
そ
for
っち行
formation,
っ
one
ちゃ
of
う
the most difficult
の？
places
それ
to
だって
play.
それもだって
Or should I
さ
say
それだって
approach?
それフナティックの方の車線
Certainly
じゃ
not
ん
to play, but
さっ
to
きみた
approach
い
if
さ
you
っ
are
き
coming
と
in from the
さっ
south side.
き
Really,
さっ
really
きさ
solid
さ
position to
さっ
hold down.
き
If you
と
do see that
さっ
shift
き
a little bit
さっ
more
き
to
の
the
ところ
south
で
towards the dome and the
TF
surrounding
殺したらええ
areas.
の
So many
に
options for you to rotate, so many rocks which have great elevation to fire down
なん
from.
でフナティックの方に行くんだよ
Fnatic for now are still trying to chase down these two remaining members of DreamFire. NRG are still there on the other side of the shell.
なんて言ったらいいか分かんなかった
So for Fnatic, it might be just about forcing DreamFire into NRG and just clearing them out their way.
And Fnatic will probably want to go deeper into Dome to get the ring console that's there just in the zone as well. But because of DreamFire being around, they were probably reluctant to actually press in. But the zone is going to continue to pull southeast, so it is good news for Fnatic. It is edging a little bit closer towards that lava. It's bad news for a lot of teams, though, in buildings.
アライアンスが貪欲すぎる
They might come across DreamFire here. As NRG also in the area, there is definitely a fight that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is DreamFire going to be dealt with. That's them eliminated from the lobby, and it's another point on the board here for Alliance. That gets them even closer to match point now. Step by step, inch by inch, Alliance might be the second team to hit it, and that will be two EMEA teams who will find themselves on match point. One team who's chasing a few more points in this game to get to match point is TSM. Let's jump into the comms and see what their plan is on this rotate.
I'm gonna hit the map real good. Yeah.
やっぱなんかファルコンとかさ見てるとさやっぱ最強と最強が合わさっても最強にはなれないんだな。いや最強なんだけどサウジアラビアの時はマジで最強すぎたけど最強と最強が合わさっても世界最強になるには難しいんだなって思っちゃうよね。全てがうまくいってるわけじゃないしな。
They're going to launch. I see them walking towards launch right now. Okay. I just peeking. Let's go. Up is up. You got the XP.
So currently a little bit more of a serene trip here for TSM. However, look at that feed. It's starting to light up. Multiple fights taking place, and one of them does involve Alliance, but it will not involve Hackers anymore.
How frustrating could this be for Alliance within touching distance of match point? And to exit here will be so detrimental for their chances trying to catch up with the likes of Gaming Gladiators, but there's still hope. Unlucky and Tyler, hand in hand, they've done a lot as a duo in the history of ALGS, and they have a chance still to find those extra points.
So the good thing is that Unlucky is on Pathfinder, so he can grab this banner and he can get out of there. 20 seconds till that grapple comes up again. And with the drone coming towards him as well, he's going to have to use his zipline just to create a little bit of space away. Notmost also approaching from Big Mord. So Alliance got to be careful here. They're going to try and get the respawn in the eggshell. And they will be able to. But back on board with GG. Trying to approach this fight in and around Siphon at the moment. Good shots coming in from Light here. Watson Fence is slowing him down for a second. They're not going to push this too aggressively. Because for them, it's not so much about the points. It's all about the win.
We did see last game. Gaming Gladiators are not scared of a fight. They're not going to avoid every contestant they can potentially have on this map. Instead, they try and put their best foot forward. They've got great shields to work with here. Two of them essentially on red with Blast getting the extra from the controller. And they really want to take
Oh my god,
other players may be involved here.
Last will get the wall down, which is going to allow the line of sight to be denied. He gets him away. It's beautiful use, but no! There's a flank coming in, and welcome to the party. Space Station Gaming. Lufka tries to stick the res, but he won't be able to. And we will have more Apex Legends coming your way.
Much to the fans' delight here in Mannheim. There's nothing like match point finals. Furia eliminated as well. They won't be able to get any closer towards that threshold right now, so our eyes turn back towards the likes of Alliance. Can they reach 50 points? Because they are back up to a full 3, and they are back on the high ground.
Great job from Unlucky on the Pathfinder. Use that grapple to get the banner, get out of dodge. And then the Crypto on the drone sends that banner over to the respawn beacon to welcome Hackis back into the game. The leader is here. And the situation now remains the same for Alliance. シ
ョットガンも70発持ってんだけどありえない。ドームの方に寄ったね、アンチ。 あと4ポイントだから、同じこと言ってるけど、あと4ポイントだから。
Watching that kill feed, they would have seen that Gaming Gladiators were eliminated. That does take a little bit of pressure off of not just them, but everyone in the lobby. You can now put all of your brain space towards actually trying to put points on the board here. There's how it looks in the overalls. Alliance only 4 away.
TSM も意外にワンチャンピオンでいけるな、マジで。やばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばい。
The swing was big from that balcony, but Verhox just about managed to catch it.
結構やばいよ、ママそれ。
The only problem here for TSM is that Enforce 36 keep putting pressure down. Liquid Alienware are doing shots from distance as well, and here coming 36. They want a piece of TSM.
You've also got to be fast about this. The zone will be rapidly approaching as Verhost has gone down.
Verhost down, E36, aimbot just keeps moving forward as well. But there's a player in the corner.
同じことをやられたらやり返す。あー、どまい。
Finish off TSM, so TSM
どんまいやな、これはちょっと一旦。やっぱみんな一発がでかいよね。てか、ちゃんと返せるからすごいわ。てか、遠距離上手。遠距離の削れ方がえぐいもん、まず。
A little bit more south and a little bit more towards the position that we were talking about NRG held earlier on. So NRG are in a fantastic position, whereas Complexity are under a little bit of pressure. They are inside of zone and will be upon zone close as well, but they have Falcons in front of them to deal with.
Wow, Falcon. どうしたんだろうね。何が起きてるの？SSG が覚醒してきてるな。Oh my god!
And also Guild in the kill feed now finding those members of E36 that just arrived.
One team is in a really good spot here is not Moist as well when we look at the overall zone, but before we do, we've got to turn our attention to Team Liquid, who we mentioned had the best prio to this zone, and now they are continuing to control this platform. But the thing for Team Liquid is it's now pulled away to where we mentioned the position of NRG was earlier. So Liquid tried to play for what they believed an endgame was, but the problem is the zone, it fooled them.
Fnatic はアーマー進化させたいね、もうちょっと。マジ一瞬だけ映してよ、違うとこ映してよ。なんでだよ。どういうことどういうことどういうことどういうこと。お、いい魚粉の仕方やそれ。
Finally will be eliminated. Complexity will go down. Makers should be able to get this res pretty comfortably. Force 36 will also fall in those final moments.
And Makers needed that opening. They needed some way of approaching this eastern side now. But they're going to have SSG ahead of them. Bleed are going to be ahead of them. NRG arguably holding them out as well. Now Fnatic, who have been down at Dome for quite a while, they can obviously move further into Dome and be safe. But they were actually forcing Bleed back. They weren't letting Bleed into Dome at all.
やば。
Here comes Team Liquid and they are going to
飛ぶ場所やば。
Oh my. I mean, you got to ask the question, did their feet even touch the ground before they were eliminated? But speaking of eliminations, speaking of teams who are desperate for points, it's Alliance. They only need 2 points here. This team fight could be it.
2ポイント欲しい。
Tyler laying down some damage.
1ポイント。
But they need a bit more.
いやー、キーの車線がいい。乗りました。車線が良すぎた、アンラッキー。さすがすぎる。お前、エフェクトだけじゃないと。神。
For Jesco to be able to get a res, that's the question. One of them, the answer is no. Do they have a moment they can use? Maybe on the outside of that tunnel. MT will be brought back to his feet as Makers will be eliminated. But the big story from the last few moments, Alliance join GG on match point. 2 EMEA teams here in Germany have a chance to close it out next game.
Can you imagine Alliance winning the most recent international LAN and then coming into the ALGS Split 2 playoffs and doing it again with a different third? When the hand was forced to make a substitution, it would be unbelievable.
ファイトのシーン映してくれよ。フナティック。なあ。
I'm renaming Unlucky to Mr. Mozambique, by the way, because he has been electric. I mean, everybody's strong with him, but he just seems to barely ever miss. The speed at which he can eliminate players in team fights has been a real standout for me. But SSG have a good amount of points so far. 8th in the overalls, but 34 isn't too far away from hitting that match point threshold as we see a res coming in as well.
Oh, 起こせたかそこ。
as we see this res come in. And the res will mean that Guild Esports can now play as a team. Let's jump into the comms and see what the next plan is.
There are 3 teams on the right side. Okay. Team behind us here, yeah? Yeah. We gotta kill right, and then we play for this rock. Oh, they're EMPing us. They're sending us.
来てるー。なんかファイトしに来てるー。
Joe got broken. We gotta focus right. Not gonna have a gen now. No gen. That's fine. Force him on the right.
お前が顔出せない。うまい。あー、うまいかー。マライさんに死んでもいいもんね。うまい。あ、うまい。
SSG go down, Alliance will follow, but those KP, they hurt SSG more than they credit Alliance.
But now we're down to just 3 squads, Not Moist, NRG, and Fnatic.
いいぞ。
A chance to try and climb up the leaderboards a little bit more. Not Moist are 8 points off, crossing that match point threshold. They were to kill both of these teams, it is still doable.
ここやり合って出たら今のチャンピオンや。
A team like Fnatic, who have been down at Dome throughout the majority of this game, really take advantage of their position.
船も割り切れるか割り切ったらいいけど。
Not Moist have full control of zone here. You can see it's going to be pulling right towards them. So Fnatic are probably going to be the first team to be exposed. NRG have a few rocks to play behind, and you have to wonder, Fnatic knowing this, are they going to try and play for second here and send it onto NRG? That looks like what they're trying to line up right now.
お、デレだな。
Fnatic looking towards NRG. The shield though will maybe make them double think this one. Second guess themselves ever so slightly as Fnatic maybe approached onto Moist side, but look at the shield on the side of Not Moist.
あ、ディボーション。 ディボーション。
You have to wonder though, is there an opportunity to push off of it? Nocturnal's trying to swing on it, and Nocturnal, he's going to find 2. Nocturnal with 3.
フナあるよ。
NRG deny Not Moist, but it will
フナ
open up
あるよ。
for Fnatic to push out here.
Fnatic now move up through the Bangalore roll, trying to take a little bit of height over NRG. Yuka, Suzuki, it's 1 to go for Fnatic to announce themselves in
Nice,
the
yeah.
match.
Nice.
Well, they dropped down towards Stacks. They took control of Dome, and they held it for the entire game. But it was how they were able to manipulate other teams' path. They forced Bleed away. They said, no, you're not allowed into Dome. They made it a fortress. And then that one knock, that NRG push just gave Fnatic the opening that they required to get out of those eggshells, avoid those sidelines of Not Moist. And then boy, did they capitalize as they find a victory and push themselves up to 42 points.
All the credit goes to Fnatic. Of course, the champions, but there's a moment in that endgame we need to highlight. Nocturnal, with that devotion, gets the first knock onto Timmy, follows it up and gets the second, and then all 3, if I was not mistaken, will be credited to him. He single-handedly took Moist out of that game and denied them a match point opportunity.
But of course, during that game, Alliance did cross the match point threshold, which means we have 2 teams. And there's a man from one of them, Gaming Gladiators. They've now had 3 opportunities to try and win this tournament. But now they are not alone. Alliance joined them on match point.
Fnatic, of course, with those points are going to shoot themselves up the leaderboards, and they will put themselves maybe with another good game here as we change over to Storm Point within a chance of hitting match point themselves. We are starting to get to that stage of our match point finals. Team after team is going to be joining match point players, match point teams with an opportunity to win this tournament. But for Alliance, I mean, there's a lot to talk about how they got those points, right? I mean, the res that came in, Unlucky who manages to just about get the grapple in to get away with it. But there's so much to talk about. Do you know what? We're not going to do it. We're going to send it to Des to do so because you do it better than we do.
No, not at all, guys. You do it fantastically. Onset and Gaskin with another banger of a cast, banger of a game, especially if you're an APAC North fan. I know we had some in the house as well, whether it was DreamFire earlier on or Fnatic just now, grabbing a win as we come back after 6. Traditionally, if we were in a normal bracket of Apex, we'd be done. But this is match point, so we keep on going. Rain Day on the desk, joining the glitter explosion. Jamerson sniped down yet again. Jamerson, just to kick things off, a scintillating ending there, but this entire thing has felt tense once Gaming Gladiators got to match point so early.
Yeah, game number 3, that's where they secured match point, and it was absolutely insane. It was a moment where it shifted in the crowd, right? Everyone became a fan of every other team at that point. As much as you want to root on GG and Gaming Gladiators for everything that they're doing so far, you still want to see some more Apex Legends because it's been high octane, incredible aggression across all stages of the game, and it's been so much fun to watch with so much drama.
Blast on your screen from Gaming Gladiators there walking around. Lauren, that is kind of the truth of this. Everyone becomes a fan of anybody who can keep it going longer. Eventually, you might have 10, 16 teams on match point, and so you become a fan of those other 4 teams. You might, I don't even know who's on that team, but I'm rooting for them to win.
And we see it happen every single LAN. I mean, the crowd doesn't want to let Sunday end too early,
no.
So we want to see these games keep going, but you know that every single time that GG gets this close and then doesn't close it out, they start to stress a little bit more.
I love the stories we're starting to build, though, and I'm going to send it to you now, Snipe, to walk us through these final 3, because 3 versus 6, everything was at a moment of ending when Gaming Gladiators being on match point. The first round, though, doesn't go there, where VK Gaming get things started as we go to Storm Point on game 4.
Yeah, this was actually a very exciting ending. We saw GG was in a great spot, and honestly, I think if they took the initiative to take the fight on the res behind them and clear out their back, they were in a position to possibly end the tournament in 4 games, which would have been insane. But we had VK, who's holding the side of the building, and this is so good for them right here because you have a team on top and you have a team below, which was TSM. And you know that if you just hold this, the zone is going to come pull to you, and those teams, the team on top is going to have to drop into TSM. So they saved their nades. I'm sure this was the comms, is hold your nades as long as you possibly can, and we're just going to throw them in the air. And one of my favorite things about this is Reps, I played with him, he's one of the best cravers in the game, him and Sweet together. And when he dropped down, we saw him no-scope, get a kill, and then VK just cleaned up the rest.
And the intensity of that moment was only surpassed by the intensity of this moment, Lauren. It felt like we had our own separate drama in here in this fight as Gaming Gladiators and Alliance down each other, get picked back up. Oh, they're still alive. Wait, they're dead. No, they're alive again.
And you know, there was a lot of back and forth in the green room watching this as well. What could they have done differently? Did they Newcastle in too early on behalf of GG? From the top of Mirage was Alliance. Obviously, had they had enough time here behind this wall, they had the best safe space, energy there on the low ground, and these fights kind of got really chaotic. Reptar was actually able to stay alive for a long time for NRG, while GG was down back on the low ground trying to survive whatever they could, but Alliance just had too much positional advantage here that they were able to close this one out. And like I said, when GG gets this close to getting match point, and then the team that ends up taking them out is the next one that gets match point, they start paying attention to that stuff.
They do, and it also started the run for NRG, who have been doing quite well. Kind of a sleeper pick for a lot of people here. Hodstic, and obviously that squad, being coached by him, having to keep strong mental strength heading into this, because that's one of the things that they can struggle in, Jamerson, but they found a way to be in the right spirits, the right mentality now. Heading into game 6, it would obviously turn a different direction. You'd see some big plays from Guild, you'd see some big plays from Gaming, but you'd also see some big plays from Fnatic, who would close this one out.
Yeah, importantly, you have to note that the position that Fnatic is in right here at this moment, this was where NRG set up early on, but with the shift on over, that left space for Fnatic to be able to move in, NRG move over to the eastern side. They did have the angle on the third team here on the northern side, which they were able to expertly keep out. But you saw Fnatic, they had so much utility, and I love that we were finally able to get another winner here. Surprisingly enough, after 6 games, EMEA, they have a win. APAC North, they have a win, and now APAC South have a win, or excuse me, APAC South and then APAC North have a win.
We're looking for North America to rise up to the occasion, but Snipe, as we kind of track over this Fnatic dub, and they start jumping up. You could see that SSG, even a team that started, we had mentioned when we first got back on the desk with 2 points or so after 3. Now at 36, they're like in 7th place.
Yeah, DreamFire had just got a win in that 3rd game, and SSG only had 2 points and dead last. And now we see them right there in 8th place with 37 points. It's impressive. So when I was talking about the leadership, I don't know what the comms were after those first 3 games, but they obviously got it together. I know Don was probably a huge, big part of that. And to see them at the top of that leaderboard, you know, they're in a position, you know, one more good game with the pace that they're at, they could put themselves right into that match point.
That's actually what is scary about the position that Gaming Gladiators have now let themselves be in. There's been multiple opportunities to close out this match point, and every single moment that they are not winning, they're giving teams chances for these miracle runs. We even in the green room for a second, Lauren, saw Falcons hit top 5. We said, is this the beginning of that run? Still hasn't been, but here's the overall match results that we've got after our 6 games played coming at you. Lauren, Fnatic, obviously this is our game 6 results here. We'll have series results in just a second, but Fnatic's with 17 points there. NRG right behind them. Maybe making a move. Maybe there's enough time.
I mean, NRG look like they've got some really good momentum going right now for themselves, like you were just saying before. So this is an opportunity for them to really kind of grab that with as much aggression as they can. Keep pushing. Whatever's working right now, continue doing that. Don't back off anytime soon, because now, the more teams that end up on match point, the less time you likely have. Not to mention, not Moist just going out a little bit earlier than they probably would have liked there in that final fight, because had they been able to clean up both of those teams, they would have been on that match point situation. You know, that one has to sting a little bit too.
What about VK Gaming, Jamerson? I mean, the fact that they're showing up so far, it's impressive.
Yeah, VK Gaming, it's this really weird outlier when it comes to tournaments, right? You have a lot of teams going overly aggressive, and that creates a lot of openings for teams that want to play center zone. And all tournament long, whether it was in group stages or in bracket stages, VK Gaming have been able to take advantage of that extra aggression that comes out from the other teams. We heard it earlier in other interviews. I believe Matafe was like, yeah, we rotated into a spot. It was free for some reason. VK Gaming are actually the beneficiaries of that right now.
You know who is also the beneficiary of some pop-off plays from Tyler FPS? That's Alliance. Guess what? They are already a team that in this month, well, actually it's September 1st, so in the last month, but about 3 weeks ago, have lifted a trophy. They earned some crazy prize pool. Are they in the position to actually have another win? That's what I'm so excited about to see, because we start telling that story. Tyler FPS, unlucky. Hockey's doing it again with a new team snipe. That starts to me, that spells dynasty.
You want to know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Jen Burton getting COVID at one of the lands, having to pick up JMW
in Sweden.
Zero, carrying that team to a win, and then going to the next event, getting Jen Burton back and winning another event to get that back-to-back. I mean, Hawkes, you know, give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and they're right there in that match point. So, you know, Gaming Gladiators got to look out. They play a unique comp as well that's very easy to spot. They don't run the crypto, they're running the catalyst, so other teams are obviously gunning for them.
Lauren, you've picked Not Moist a lot this weekend. It's why you have so many dang points in our talent predictions, and you're beating everybody. You picked GG today, though, so you do have something going on. But with Moist's performance today, are you impressed? Are you hitting expectations with them?
I think they're a little bit slower starting than I would have initially expected, but they are a team that can handle that type of maybe an underperformance mentally and be able to come back from that. No one can be perfect all the time, and they had a phenomenal group stage into their bracket run, whether that was in an individual level or a team level. So the fact that they're here right now, I don't think is necessarily any sort of indicator of them falling off in any way.
And honestly, to that point, I mean, we saw through the group stages in the winners finals, right, that it seemed like Moist had a little bit of Alliance's numbers. We saw a lot of counter rotates into Alliance, and this time around, Alliance, right, dropping over at Overlook on World's Edge, are just completely avoiding Moist. You can see that Moist are trying to find timings on other teams around them, and so Alliance are just kind of avoiding the biggest threat that happened to them on World's Edge. And of course, not having Fnatic near them, which was their biggest detriment when we were over on Stormpoint.
One of the greatest times I've actually ever seen has to do with match point, because the emotions that we feel on the desk, they're huge. I remember tearing up after champs when we first got back in Raleigh, right after that Sweden land. One of the best things about it, though, is emotions are flying high everywhere, especially with people you love and care about. It's cool when they send you a FaceTime or a picture. It's even cooler when they're in the crowd saying, I love you, and they got your back. And we've got someone in the crowd with a very big TSM fan base, maybe the biggest fans in the world, standing by with Peeps.
Rain, thank you so much. I am here with TSM Squad and the Verhulst brothers. Dude, I gotta ask, listen, you're looking at your little brother travel the world, become a world champion, living one of his dreams. How is that as an older brother?
It's the best feeling in the world. I mean, he grew up watching us play at our football games and basketball games, and I feel bad for him. Because look at what I get to experience when I come and watch him. We've got the best esport in the world, the best players in the world, best casters in the world. It's an unbelievable experience, and I wish everybody could enjoy it. If you're not a fan of Apex Legends, it's because you haven't watched the Match Point Finals yet.
You heard it there, man. I mean, crowd, how we feel about that? So, dude, I gotta ask, right? Gaming is something that has come up recently in the last couple decades or so. When your brother told you he wanted to be a professional gamer, how did you and the family take it?
It wasn't even about when he told us. We knew it was gonna happen to him when he was way young, super little. So we knew it was coming. He didn't have to tell us anything. I mean, this is what he's done since he was like in his teens, everything. So we knew it was coming. We expected this.
Just born to do it, born to do it. Some might say levels. Well, listen, we got another interview in the crowd. Tiff, take it away.
Hi, thank you so much, peeps. Here's the deal. You may have found the Verholst brothers, but I found Blast sisters. Hear me out. We were watching from the crowd, Gaming Gladiators, the top 3. Your face, I saw the emotions. How hard is it for you to be here and watch them be so close to cinching their dreams?
Pretty hard. I mean, like, I end up getting way more nervous than they do. I sit here with almost like a heart attack and my heart's going, and it's just, but I'm so proud of them, but my heart continuously throughout all of this, especially at a match point. You just never know what's gonna happen, but I think we're doing all right.
All right, so I gotta know, are they gonna do it here? Are they gonna close it out? And if there is one thing you could say to him and he could hear you, what would that be?
First of all, they're gonna do it. I know they're gonna do it. And what I gotta say to him is, they're gonna do it, and that is it, and I'm so proud of him.
She is so proud. We're all proud of him. But let's get back into the action. Onset and Gaskin, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tiff. And yes, indeed, always great to hear from the family, the friends, and the fans that have traveled all the way here to Mannheim to support their teams and players and everybody that they love. So it's great. I'm supporting you as well. Just so you know.
Stop doing this. He's being too nice. It's always worrying when he's being that nice. All right, Gaming Gladiators, they are on 70 points. Alliance are on 57 points now. They are our 2 teams on match point, but they are being chased. Guild, Fnatic, and Not Moist are all in touching distance here. If you want to win ALGS Split 2 playoffs and you are GG or Alliance, boy, do you want to get it done now.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at that chasing pack. I mean, you go down to TSM, who are down in 10th. Even further, you put Liquid Alienware in that conversation. A win here with some KP, and they probably will hit match point. It's very likely, with the scores that you see on your screen there, that there's going to be not just one more team that's going to join Alliance and GG on match point, but also probably multiple teams who have the chance to do it now.
The bad news for Alliance fans is we've yet to see Alliance find a win on Storm Point as we move over away from World's Edge. And similarly to what I was saying about Gaming Gladiators earlier, they've only found 1 out of their 6 victories on this map, so it is still wide open for all of the other 18 teams that have yet to achieve match point.
Well, here we go then. It looks like the game is ready to go. It looks like it's time for us to get back into watching a little bit of Apex Legends. Match number 7 is live. And it's only right that we start it off with Alliance.
They have earned the loot POV. And what an incredible story it would be if Alliance were able to win this tournament. Not only with a substitute, but across 2 entirely different metas. A new patch that has arrived, and they have been able to play unbelievable on both sides of it.
I want to talk about Tyler as well, because when he's had previous LAN experiences, they've not been great. Let's be real. He's not had the greatest experience, not the greatest of placements, and hasn't managed to get to a position where he can say he's been part of a championship Sunday. But now he's part of a team that is finding themselves potentially 1 game away from becoming a champion. It is a fantastic story for a young man who has been through a lot and had to prove himself numerous times. And for GG, well, they could probably say the same. A lot of stories on this lineup that we've heard throughout this weekend as well. But Europe at the moment, EMEA region is certainly stepping up and being recognized.
And of course, if GG or Alliance were to lift the trophy here, it would be the first EMEA team to lift an ALGS trophy. And that would be quite something for the region. Zone-wise, though, we're going to be heading southeast here. It's looking pretty good. Down at Pylon, or if you're an Echo team like Complexity, they might be enjoying this one as well. But look at Cloud9. They're moving. They're grooving. And Liquid Alienware also very quick to arrive here down the southeast.
Yeah, you can see Echo HQ is going to become very busy very quickly. A lot of teams already banking that it's going to be pulling right down towards the south side of that zone. Noctum Scan kind of doing a little bit of gatekeeping at the moment inside a Pylon, but they're hitting an evac themselves, so they might be trying to leave and get a little bit closer to Echo. But that is getting very congested, and you can see VK Gaming firing some shots off onto Noctum as they take that evac tower. And now they try and chase them down. They might be thinking of doing something similar themselves, but seeing so many teams overtake them at this point becomes a little bit more risky if you're one of the last ones to evac in.
Of course, it wouldn't be an ALGS tournament if we didn't have an Echo HQ finish.
It's true.
Always seems to happen once, when you least expect it, and pluck one out of nowhere. The VK Gaming will be moving through Pylon here, as will EXO, as will Noctum. And it's getting very busy. And there's going to be a lot of teams that will want to avoid all of this gunfire and actually just surpass them. Move down towards Echo.
Well, EXO Clan looking to get a little bit aggressive right now. VK Gaming still down below them. EMP is going to go off, and maybe that's going to be the signal for them to push. It's 20 who activates it. The castle wall is down. Now they've expended that. But is there any opening damage for them to play off here? You can see they want to be aggressive, but just not really finding any openings. We'll move our attention towards the north side of the map, though, because Bleed Esports and GG are very, very close to each other.
Yeah, Bleeder now approaching GG, or should I say the other way round, but GG taking a little bit of damage here. Trying to answer back with some shots of their own, but I think Light's probably going to back off of this one. GG going to be reluctant to take this fight right now, but we've already seen in previous games, once they have a little bit of an advantage, once they sense that a team is backing off, that's when they usually strike.
Just want to mention as well, Blast, one of those players who, a lot of talk was obviously about Imperial How and his switch from mouse and key to controller. Well, Blast is a player who's done exactly the same thing. So to be in this position shows that he's been putting the hours in, he's been putting the time in to perfect his craft on a completely different input, and certainly having some success up until this point. But GG decided that best thing for them, knowing that they just have to win a game, is not to try and take this engagement too early. They're going to back off. They're going to rotate a different direction to what we saw from Bleed.
When we talk about EMEA as well and a chance for some British pride, we've already seen JMW become a champion on the main stage in the ALGS. Well, either Blast or Tyler, of course, hailing from Great Britain, a chance to put themselves on the map alongside JMW and, of course, the team that they'll be playing alongside. But it almost feels like it's still a long way to go here. If you think about the most recent international LAN, I mean, match point, we got all the way to like 12 teams being on match point. We still only have 2. There are so many teams that have been able to find victories throughout this tournament that could really steal this one away and keep us trotting throughout this tournament.
I'm not going to say what I wanted to say because I feel like I was jinx it, but I was going to say I feel like there's quite a lot of... Anyway, to play. Guild Esports rotating at the moment. Down on the southern side towards Coastal Camp. Going to go through the tunnel, and you can see that Waltzy and Co are probably looking to do something pretty similar. They've taken a little bit of damage as they're to boost into this position themselves as Guild looks back. Have to take the time here on the Trident just to pop some shield cells, just to get healthy again before they think about what the next play is going to be. Now, there is a survey beacon in Barometer if they wanted to go and hit it, but also arriving in Barometer right now from the skies. It's going to be not only one team, but 2. Alliance are one of them.
Yeah, Alliance and Enter Force 36 were both approaching, but I think Enter Force 36 saw those dive trails and decided they're going to get out of there, and they don't really fancy it. I do think it's worth noting what the desk were talking about. Compositions that can be spotted, that are a little bit different. And whilst we do have a couple of Pathfinders, there is only 2. I believe it's only DreamFire and Alliance. No, actually Furia as well. So we have 3 Pathfinders in the lobby. So you are hidden at least a small amount, whereas when you look across on the other side and you've got a Catalyst involved, you've only got a few of those as well. So it's definitely one that could be called out when you are making your rotation.
Well, Moist at the moment just holding out Alliance. Alliance had their drone broken as well. You saw that from the POV of Alliance, so they weren't able to get the info. They weren't able to scout out how many players there were. Think about using that EMP. One way to deal with the drones, but now it's back again. So we'll have to see if Hackis can show off a little bit of drone skill here. A little bit of up and down, give them the wiggles from distance. Looks pretty good.
Imagine if drones could shoot as well.
No,
Maybe that's the next.
Don't get the devs anymore.
You don't think so? Then Crypto would really be the best character. Then we get the 100% win rate.
Jay Beebs' his notepads out right now. He's like,
sounds good. Well, Alliance, they'll probably be on their merry way, and they don't really fancy taking a fight against Not Moist here, especially with the zone approaching shortly. And then past that, you've got the likes of Guild. Now, Not Moist and Guild both closing in on match point. We check in with Gaming Gladiators. There's going to be Makers on the other side of this one. And actually, with where the zone is pulling, of course, we are expecting it to go down towards Echo. I don't mind this position from GG, because they'll be able to wrap round on that eastern side as it continues to pull.
The GG will be safe for now. It's a very difficult balance for GG, though, of kind of showing enough presence to force teams away from your position and look for KP, but also not showing too much presence that your composition can be spotted out, like you said. And all of a sudden, people start to focus you a little bit more and stop your rotation that might have been a bit more comfortable had you not been on match point. And there's your map overhead, and that's where the zone is going to be going. So a great shout from you down towards Echo HQ. We get our Echo HQ game. C9 in a really good spot as well towards the back. NRG in that, what do you call it, the cranny position?
It's a nook or a cranny, depending on how you're feeling in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, NRG, we've seen teams win from that position as well, where NRG currently reside, especially if you have the composition to hold it. And NRG do have the Newcastle and the Catalyst on board. Of course, two incredible legends to lock down a position. You can make some deployable cover with Newcastle, and then you can, of course, pop out that Dark Veil if you need it.
Bleed Esports need 20 more points to hit match point. And they're currently taking a zip line past, a scenic one.
I love how it's just not even worth shooting people on the Pathfinder zip anymore.
Yeah, just leave them.
Now, because of the charge, it's just like, we don't even need to shoot them. And also, if you're GG, you don't really want to bring any extra attention to yourselves. You just want to go about your business, allow everyone else to kill each other, and then you start to get involved later on. You can see Guild need 5 points, Fnatic 8 points away, as are Moist. But we do have several teams here who could definitely reach match point here if Gaming Gladiators or Alliance do not make it and win the tournament here.
Well, it's interesting how this game feels a little bit different if you're one of those chasing packs as well, right? Because you're not really thinking about winning the game, so to speak. Obviously, you're trying to be involved in an end game. It's the best way to get points, but if you need 3 or 4 points, like we saw with Alliance in the last game, right? It's a team fight. It's an opportunity to get the points that you need to take advantage of. It's not about putting 15, 20 points on the board, as nice as it would be, and stay in that rhythm. But if you have an opportunity to find the kills that will get you across the line, you have to take it.
Well, elsewhere, Bleed Esports just got taken out. And it was DreamFire who actually did the damage. But elsewhere, Falcons and Moist are currently scrapping, and Not Moist have already lost 1.
Not Moist who need 8 points from the position they started in. Find themselves having a fight against one of the best fighting teams that you could ask for, but Zero's down. Jim Burton's going to leave Guild on his own, though, as he will find another knock here onto Walsing. Now, what do you do here? Guild looks like he's going to try and back away from this situation. Maybe thinking about wrapping back around that mountain range just to keep their game alive.
Several teams struggling a little bit, one of them being Alliance. Tyler will get the bat off. Him and Unlucky, we've already seen them get Hackis back up before. Can they do it again here? TSM pushing in and getting aggressive.
Tyler left on his own. Good shots coming in from him, but unfortunately E36 are just behind him as well. So this could be a match point team leaving our lobby. Alliance eliminated. TSM still just about alive, but it is a very weak post.
Well, we hand things back over to the Gaming Gladiators then. As TSM's Verhulst now just needs to escape and try and play safety. They are 13 points astray from that match point threshold, and Enter Force 36. It doesn't look like they want to let him escape.
Yeah, they want to cut him down. They want to find another KP themselves. And they're going to spot out Verhulst. But on the Bangalore, just makes it a little bit more difficult to hit those shots. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, as we see E36 chasing him down. Couple more fights starting to break out. Walsey is back on his feet. Guild has pulled off a miracle. And somehow or other, Not Moist are back in this game, everybody. 3 players back on their feet, ready to fight again.
The Team Falcons out again. No points scored. down in the dumps, down in the bottom 10. You have to wonder, can you even recover from that with teams now so close to match point? As Gaming Gladiators have just taken to the sky, by the way, this is a huge evac that's happening. Blast is going to be the last to land, but have they found a spot to call home? It looks like the answer is yes. Cloud9 were here, but GG is safe for now.
Newcastle is down though, they're trying desperately to punch him back, but they're not going to be able to. They will get the banner, Light gets the armor swap as well to keep them alive. But alive is one thing, kicking maybe not so much, because Lufka on the Newcastle will have to be respawned here. They do have a Moby.
Do have a mobile respawn beacon though.
C9 are pushing this. C9 recognize this. EMP goes down. Blast trying to pop that battery. In fact, it's just going to be shield cells. And I tell you what, GG! It's GG for them as they will go as well. It means we have more Apex Legends. Neither of our match point teams will close it out here.
Match 8 will be here, but how many teams are going to be on match point? Not Moist, one of them closing in. 5 required here. Fnatic are on the other side of this. And they've already dealt with one of the best fighting teams in the world, but now we've seen how good Fnatic can be. Not Moist are really gonna have to try and force themselves out of this one.
I mean, Leica's just burning them, he's singeing them. Not Moist are crispy around the edges as well. It doesn't matter how moist you are. With that kind of flame down on the floor. Trying to get the finish onto the knock. Guild will go down as well. So even though they are so close at the moment, Not Moist now, it feels so far away. But look at this again. You've got to finish them off because Not Moist will rise from the ashes if you let them. Finally, Fnatic will send it, and Not Moist will be eliminated.
Not Moist will not cross match point, but Fnatic are closing in. They only need a couple of more. Imagine if Fnatic were to go on and win this tournament. By the way, TSM just were able to respawn back up as well, but they're currently scrapping here against Furia.
Furia looking to push this advantage. Arcstars are going to go in. Swing now comes in from Keon. That's going to be good for 1. It's going to be good for 2. And it will be the end of TSM's game.
But where do Furia go from here? Well, they've got to try and get through EXO clan first, because EXO have heard all this commotion, and they've said, we fancy a bit of this. This could be some KP that we need.
Well, Furia did have an evac tower, but now are they going to have the time to use it? Because EXO have decided they want to try and take this fight. Maybe they thought a bit more damage was going to be done by TSM in that fight against Furia, and they could sweep in and have a comfortable third party, but instead, Furia already Evos, but Evos don't matter when you're hitting shots like Slayers.
One down on either side though, and now K-Swinny needs to join the fray. Furia's been able to do a lot of damage, but can he do enough? Yes, you can. It was an isolated fight. EXO clan will survive, but they have 12 seconds to move here.
Will be an evac on those bodies. Remember that they can rip if they need to get closer to that zone. Back in Echo HQ though, Fnatic 2 points away. Another fight taking place here is going to be between SSG and C9. Phony hits some good shots, breaks the armor, Koifel comes in! And Koifel sweeps up.
And this is isolated right now, but remember, EXO clan, DreamFire, they're all going to be trying to arrive in the circle. Will SSG have time? It looks like yes. As Fnatic still holding off all these teams that are trying to arrive from the west.
I mean, as soon as this catwall goes down, Fnatic are going to be licking their lips. There is an opportunity for them to look over all of this carnage that's going down. DreamFire eliminated and maybe find the KP that they need. They're on 49 points. It's 1 more point for Fnatic, and they will be on match point.
Just 1 more placement as well, and they could be there. I think if they just play this patient, which they do, as they move up now to 7th place, it secures match point. And Fnatic will join Alliance and Gaming Gladiators.
Knocked up scan gone, Liquid Alienware gone as well, as we find ourselves now with 6 squads remaining in our endgame. Make it 5 as EXO clan will be eliminated as Guild Esports announce themselves as another team who will fight for the championship in this next game. They have hit match point.
Next up is going to be VK Gaming and SSG. They're both only 3 points away from match point as well. We may go from just 2 teams with a chance to win to suddenly 6 if this plays out correctly. Now, VK Gaming will be on the northeast side. They arguably have to go through SSG here, so maybe only one of them could reach match point if that fight does occur.
It's really tough rotate for them to make, though. You can see they've got to walk down that hill towards zone. Fnatic at the moment are having some fun, though. Yuka going to come back to his teammates after taking a little bit of damage, quite a lot of damage, actually, as NRG now move to have a little look at things. Nocturnal's in that feed once again, and this time it's the Bocek, not the Devo, that's making Guild feel the pain.
Where do VK Gaming go here? The drone is going to give them all the information, and with that information, let's jump into a listening with VK Gaming and see how they feel.
把右边卡死，我没带了，擦一下，把这两分拿了先，别上一圈了，把这两分拿了先。知道。我丢雷。没事，我给你们他动我拆掉了，没动。三个人还在。OK， 我们这边拆了，要打的时候说。跟他贴，8子炮到。等，你的盾要留一下。给我们。跟他们爆了，到时候都行的。9帮我们跟修我们要点，95。小野，准备往下跟着过来。完了，别，拉我。往前吧，啊，不行，这个盾没了。哦，贴了。
It's a desperate play from VK, but it will be SSG who come in to sweep behind, and have they just done enough, Dan?
Yes, they have. They'll cross match point as well. So we now have 5 teams there. But NRG are also closing in. 3 squads left. 1 more team fight. Or even a win here for NRG would have sent them through as well. And I think they know it as they wait behind this rock, as they want SSG and Fnatic to fight. So Fnatic have already crossed it, SSG have already crossed it, but NRG are hoping, praying that they fight one another.
Well, the crazy thing for NRG is I don't think they realize Fnatic are a duo at the moment. If they do, they could send it and get those 2 KP and the placement point. That would send them over the line. So for NRG, there's an opportunity here. Maybe they're just waiting for Fnatic to show, let the zone do the damage, and then play off the back of it.
Well, have they shown enough? You can see Nocturnal considering it. He's getting closer. He certainly saw 2 heads pop up. Will they be able to join and make it 6 match point teams going into the next? The zone's about to close, so they are going to be forced out slightly, but SSG are beginning to encroach on their space.
Nocturnal!
Oh,
Nocturnal! This man is putting on an absolute show for everybody today. 2 more for him, and that puts NRG on the match point.
マジで強すぎるくない？今のはちょっとクリップもんだよ。マジでほんまに
Of this game will hit match point as well, and boy oh boy did the chasing pack turn up. Now we have multiple teams, 6 in total, who will have the chance to close it out and call themselves champions.
And this is what I was worried about when I said, if you're Alliance, if you're GG, you will be kicking yourself if you don't take that opportunity in this game, because everyone was starting to get a little bit too close for comfort. But Stormpoint just hasn't been the map for GG, and sadly wasn't for Alliance either. But now suddenly you have 6 teams, and a couple of those teams, Stormpoint has been a good map for them. And NRG, they may have lost that team fight right at the end, but it was job done. It was SSG though, who take the victory and go on to match point. And there's also a man on your screen who's already managed to hoist the trophy once. Can he do it again?
Zainu looking to add to the collection. He's going to need a bigger shelf if SSG manage to close out in this next game. But like I mentioned, now it starts to get to a situation where people aren't focusing the 1 or 2 teams that they think are going to be on match point, because we are now in a situation where multiple teams is almost too much to track for some of these teams to try and eliminate. We are now into the gauntlet. We are now down to the favorite bit of the tournament, I think, for everybody, where so many teams have made it. Now we look at who's going to win it.
Yeah, it's the what if, though. It's the what if another team is able to get a victory. Because if you are one of those teams in the chasing back, the one way to secure yourself staying in the tournament is by winning a game. The only way we can do that is to go for a quick break. But when we're back, we have match 8 here at the ALGS Split 2 playoffs.
Going down.
Wait,
now
there's no solo still alive.
お、サクさんじゃん。あれこれ全段外したやつ。あ、違った。世界大会のサクさんだった。危ねえ。APACのそのヘムロック全段外しかと思った。まあそんなとこが気抜かれるわけないですよね。瞬殺したやつだね。されたやつだった。わからん。あ、いや違う。ライフラインで神の星を諭した。ダッチちゃんの3立てか。
X Legends Global Series.
I'm taking two, I'm taking two. Nice, nice, nice. Listen, we just pressure this team up high and we chill. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's two down there, guys. Pretty sure it's two down there, okay? Okay. There is, it's two man. I'm gonna get the money. Big one. I can't see him. He's on the corner. That's your girl. That's your girl. High. Look, look. Nice. Look at Newcastle following. On me. That's one. Let's go!
After 7 games, we welcome 6 teams at match point for our Split 2 playoffs. Is this it? Is it time? We'll have to see. We still have another game on Storm Point, and the competition is getting even tighter.
So often we'll see teams get close but not quite be able to make it over the hump. I guess you could say VKG is in that position here, hiding behind that Newcastle wall. It felt like there was a chance that they were going to walk away with that game, but they don't. I think it was 48 points. They were so close. But so many other teams do get that chance, do get that opportunity now.
I cannot believe this. First it was 2 teams, and now we welcome 4 more after our 7th match results. Space Station take the dub with 13 KP. The same Space Station, by the way, who had the roughest start in this finals lobby, really showcasing that when they get the ball rolling, that momentum keeps going forward when they are feeling themselves taking these fights.
2 bagels to start off with, but hey, like a good tennis match, sometimes it goes all 5 sets, and we are still here, still playing some good top-level Apex in match 8 of our match point finals for the Split 2 playoffs.
That's why you don't want to burn out your wins a little too early. Now being able to see the showcase of matches put on thus far, double-digit KP. As we take a look at the series results now, look at this. 6 teams, and there could be way more going into this next game. Like you mentioned, Genome, VKG, 48 points, not moist, 5 points away from also hitting match point.
And it's the global series here with EMEA, then NA, then EMEA, then APAC North, then North America, then APAC South. We've got it all to play for here, and representatives from our 4 major regions showing up and giving every place around the world, every country that has Apex fans in it, a hope that they could walk away lifting the trophy after this match.
What's crazy is I was just talking about this yesterday, the Wraith old running animation, Naruto run back, although shifting her box. Hold on. OGs remember, The OGs remember. Navi's not here. They were. Honestly, a shame though, but we got some of the best Apex legends in this lobby right now. The fans showing their support at the SAP Arena. But you also have to talk about the mental boom that some teams may feel where they got a huge head start. Now it's starting to stagnate a little bit. As we go on through more of these games, as we approach game number 8, we all know what it feels like when you play a lot of Apex back to back with little breaks in between.
Well, whatever Space Station are doing, I think they should keep doing it. It seems to be working. I mean, look, they're running that aggressive composition with the Crypto, the Bangalore, and the Fuse. And they've picked up 23 kills in the last 2 games. They are farming, and if they can continue to do that, well, could be their turn for victory. But definitely some, you know, I guess when you get to this point, Vicky, you got to think about, hey, which teams can still win that would make this series go to the next game? And there's definitely those around. We've got Not Moist sitting at 45 points. VK Gaming showing up. They're at 48. I mean, TSM just behind them. It's interesting. You get, you know, it'll just be every couple of games. One of these top teams will pick up, you know, a nice bunch of points, and then they move forward. They catapult up the scoreboard, and it really is Not Moist. TSM, I feel like, have been waiting for one of those for a little while.
I mean, when you take a look at the way that Space Station just won that last game, landing over by Launchpad, not having so much space to have to take when it comes to making those rotates, but also looking at the teams that have already hit match point. Like NRG at one point was in last place. Another team that was able to skyrocket after making some adjustments going from World's Edge into Storm Point.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about refueling. Look, I went and grabbed 2 schnitzels while we were waiting there, and the players got that opportunity as well after match 6. Or in Australia, we like to call them schnitties, actually.
Oh, that's actually, okay, that's fantastic. That sounds like an Australian thing, honestly. I've yet to try one yet. Hopefully I'll get an opportunity. Fuel me up.
Not gonna lie, they do them pretty damn well here in Germany.
I mean, that makes sense, right? The place to get them, the place to be. Especially when you hear this crowd right next to me. The teams that are lit up, by the way, on this stage are the teams that are currently at match point. The EXO fans jumping up and down right next to me as well, just cheering for the EXO boys.
Look, even though EXO find themselves in 14th spot at the moment, not quite on match point themselves, I can't imagine they're going to walk away with this day, from this day with anything but a smile on their face. Such is the incredible support that they have.
And what, we got like 3 teams right now from EMEA sitting at match point. We're getting set up here for our game 8 as we continue on through Storm Point. Players are locked in. Look at Space Station. Getting set up, but still being able to feel that momentum as we get ready, everybody. Time to get hyped here in the arena. Are you set up for some more Apex Legends? Because I sure am. This could be it. This could be the moment. 6 teams sitting right now on the chance to hoist that Split 2 playoffs trophy. Let's get started.
Well, it'll be me and Vicky taking you through the next 2 games, and how long will we be here for? I don't know. Could be now. Could be next match. I mean, I said Moist in 10, and you know what? At this point, I'm still sticking to that, Vicky.
It may not be the team that I was looking at, but I did expect this to go at least to game 8. We're gonna have to see, but you know me, Gino. I'm always down for some more Apex, especially to the caliber that we've been seeing it thus far. We tune into Space Station after their recent dub, and also gonna be able to see their loot pattern being over here by Launchpad. Maybe going a little bit more over to the north side, seeing where the circle pulls.
Okay. Next ring comes in. It's around Stormcatcher. Interesting. At some point, we were thinking about all the places we'd seen the circles so far in this series, and I remember someone saying, hey, we haven't had one, you know, up around near Lightning Rod yet. Maybe even on the hill below Thunderwatch. This one, there's a chance we get something like that, but there's still a bit of that command center heal in there as well. Either way, elevation is definitely going to be an issue.
I agree, and that is what Stormpoint provides, right? The high to low ground disparity between the north side of Stormpoint into that south side. And you know what, you mentioned lightning around circle. We got enough of those last year. We had to mix things up a lot after the action that we saw from TSM.
So Guild with the quick rotation, that suits them. It suits their game plan, and it suits the fact that they have just reached match point. Fnatic coming down from, or up from Barometer. As we said, they're going to have to fight uphill. That will be tough. Moist will be looking to farm points out of Cenote Caves. Hopefully, their brute strength will get them through and pick up those extra points on the way to 50.
I'm also thinking about the teams that rotate from the south side here of Stormpoint and the ring beacons that are accessible during that pathing, specifically Launchpad being one of them, Echo HQ if any team wants to wrap around and play more so by the edge. Complexity being one of those teams that have already made their rotate off the Trident into the line of sight of NRG, while not Moist being the only team here in Cenote as they do land here in this POY, but they'll have information with the survey beacon to see where everybody has already congregated.
Fnatic actually taking their time in Barometer, so we'll see after Moist try and grab some scans from the survey beacons on the way through. They look for those early fights. So many teams sitting on match point right now, 6 we've got. They are not going to be looking for those early fights, that much we know, unless it is for a phenomenal position. That's a big risk to take.
And that's what we see from our match point teams, playing a lot more reserved, which could be out of their actual element where they find themselves a little bit more uncomfortable. We've even seen it with Gaming Gladiators getting a little excited as Jaguares is able to get away, feeling pinched though off to the other side, is able to pop, rather no, Yanya was able to pop the shield back here. They lose out on Jaguares, and Nizo forced to drop down. They immediately push in, and Liquid in a lot of trouble now as Noctem is able to find 2.
11th versus 12. And then we've got over here, it's TSM coming through Secret. I think that's Makers on the other side. This is such a great spot to hold, and especially if you have Newcastle, Watson, any of that kind of composition coming for you. Gaming Gladiators, now they are also prioritizing this position, but we see Blast get picked off on the fly in.
Oh, when they were trying to go into that cliffside building, Blast now gets rest thanks to Lufka. He backs away. Get down, Mr. President, with the Newcastle wall. But this is going to be very difficult. The team not giving up the hype just yet. Looking to see if maybe there's other teams within the vicinity before they give up not only the hype, but now they're just letting Gaming Gladiators reset.
I mean, look, they do get back up and running, but they do not get that position that they were desperately looking for. You saw them, they tried to land up there on the balcony. Incredibly strong spot. Sure, they would have had to worry about Makers, TSM, those teams that are behind them. But if you can ward off those threats in a circle like this, that is one of the strongest positions in the game.
And with TSM and Makers sharing that building too, TSM still has to pay attention to their backs while looking at Gaming Gladiators, preventing them from being able to come up for free. Although you will definitely be able to hear them, it's something to note with Gaming Gladiators now forced to play behind that tree for only cover. And all of these teams have already found space on top of Stormcatcher, underneath Stormcatcher as well. So with all these squads now just completely congested from this side, I'm thinking about teams that do like to take their time, like Alliance, going to be able to rotate from that north side.
Here we get an overview of a couple of those teams on the separate levels of Stormcatcher. Most of these teams won't have too much to do for a while, but NRG looking to get a little bit active. I mean, look, almost 400 energy ammo in the bag now for Nocturnal. May as well use some of that to try and get purple before it is too late.
More than enough for him to work with while they stay posted up here. And we saw the shots onto Noct earlier because it's C9 who are also within this building. A lot of areas here actually in Stormcatcher within the building itself that a lot of teams could split hold while Bleed on the high ground also Gonna be able to look down at all the teams that have gone for a slower rotate, who didn't have that POI advantage. Falcons being one of them, who are on the southeast side of Command Center, out by the tree.
NRG was such a powerhouse for such a long time. Top finishes in North America in the Pro League. Top finishes at LAN, and then we had a drop-off for them. There were some people, I think, who didn't believe. Said, hey, maybe Nocturnal's a bit too old. Maybe he should be retiring. Well, he's looking to shut them up right here and right now.
Hodzic, their coach, sitting in the back like, that is crazy, while he's still standing there. But let's be honest, you know, you and I were able to talk to Energy, specifically Nocturnal, and they really didn't sound too confident while we were in transit on the way over here before day one even started, yet here they are. In the finals lobby, sitting at match point, sitting in the middle of Stormcatcher. But if this circle ends up continuously pulling up towards the north, we know what that's going to mean for the teams that would have to funnel in that direction, for the teams that already have height up on top of the hill.
Yeah, exactly. If it is one of those Thunderwatch Hill endings, it can be very hard to play, right? Newcastle will help you. There are some spots on the way up that hill. Usually they've got too many sight lines. You're running back and forth, popping bang smokes behind you, in front of you, trying to juggle the aggro of other teams. But all of a sudden, if you've got a permanent place to play behind with the Newcastle wall, it could be very doable. And it's Enter Force 36 and Guild, the match point team, who are currently on the northern side of that hill.
What's scary about this is, aside from Guild, on that north side, you have to imagine the other different edge teams that are also sitting at match point. Alliance over by the west side, exiting out of Command Center.
We're having a look at SSG on the backside here of Secret. Now, there's a window, but it's closing, of when they can come in here and start trying to take position behind those other teams like TSM and Makers. And if SSG wait too long, they could themselves get wrapped up by Complexity or Moist.
But Complexity actually end up moving away from that DBZ building next to the Evil Harvester by Cliffside, so SSG actually don't have to worry too hard about a team trying to contest them on the edge of that zone. Until they have to move in, though, you know there's a lot of open area once that circle is forced to close behind your back, and there's teams like DreamFire that have found space inside that building off to the side of Stormcatcher, and then even Complexity could look at them if they're safe behind that gas station.
I mean, I guess SSG have options, though, because they could go through Secret, but as this map shows, there will be a bit of space in front of them, close to the area where Dark Zero took home land.
Also have to watch out for a team that may want to end up rotating in that direction. Makers being on that low ground. TSM having to look at their backs. Now Moist, though, have actually opted to commit to rotating off through the Spider Caves south of Space Station.
This is the perfect spot for Not Moist. I think if you're coming in this late in the game, this is an area with a little bit of space and a little bit of separation from the other teams that you can try and play for a powerful spot that hopefully you don't get third-partied on. With Complexity ahead of them, they have to worry and hope that they don't start looking at their backs too soon.
It's scary, though, because when you're in a position like Not Moist, when you're so close to match point and you could find yourself possibly pinched, they hear the crypto drone from Complexity flying around them, Space Station 2, looking at Not Moist. Not Moist may want to opt to just end up rotating from the south side, take a little bit of that ring damage because it's less contested, but although when that circle does end up showing where it's going to pull, this really will determine whether Not Moist stays in this spot, fights for this position, or if they want to go from the south side up the hill where Noctem is at.
And they'll get that info in less than 10 seconds. A couple of teams still within Command Center, by the way. Furia, Alliance, all playing around that area. They might even be able to hide in that little part where the gravity cannon comes out the top. It's a big shift. I'm not sure that was a gasp I heard across the crowd there as they realized it wouldn't be the hill, but in fact Stormcatcher and the buildings to the east of it where the circle will end.
Where all these teams are on top of each other. Guild would be forced to slide down. The same thing for Gaming, not Moist. Now taking the shots onto Space Station after seeing the circle pull. They aren't going to wrap from the south. They want to commit to moving here, and Complexity aren't going to contest them outside the building.
I mean, you can see Waltz is actually taking a bunch of zone damage right now, just looking for that extra angle to pin SSG in. We said SSG have got options, but Moist trying to take those options away from them.
And that's the opening right here for Moist. They lose out on Phony, who cannot get away even when he was able to pop that shield bad just briefly before Walsey was trying to take it off angle. And TSM, by the way, are hearing this fight go down. They're actually appearing from the bunker doors, not Moist. See SSG in their line of sight. We see Yuka taking shots with the Kramer. It is fighting nonstop on the south side of here. Yuka gets the knock. Onto Nocturne here. Fnatic playing by the Chinese, able to reset here with this shield. He shoots right with the Havoc on the other side. An EMP following up because VKG are also looking at this fight happening between Noctum and Fnatic.
A lot of teams now swinging a little further south, and Fnatic, they need to clear out this position ahead of them. Zainu, the single member left alive as he fires some parting shots at Moist, who actually try and fly into the zone. They don't want the walk up. Interesting decision as we go back down south to the gravity cannon.
Oh, Yuka getting the finishing blow here. Moist currently at 47 points, by the way, after they were able to get those initial knocks into Space Station with some help from TSM. Now, as TSM fully collapsed onto Makers, it was inevitable, and TSM have now cleared that bunker cliffside building. They still are by the lip of the platform, but they will eventually have to move.
They could jump down. GG will be below them, welcoming them into the next zone. SSG, Zainu trying to rat now near Dreamfire and Complexity. I'm expecting this zone to shift to the east, away from the main Stormcatcher building. And yes, it goes directly on top of Dreamfire and Complexity.
Zainu still alive, trying to make a play with the mother load. The fighting now has finally begun after the teams have funneled their way outside of Command Center. Furier, by the way, are still on top of the very high ground of Command Center where the gravity cannon is, and they can actually third-party this fight if they time it properly.
I mean, let's say this game were to end now. Zainu staying alive a bit longer could mean that SSG maintain that second spot. When 5 points behind them, Fnatic and Alliance trying desperately to both catch up and finish it here and now.
Let's not forget, second place walks away with $160,000. Still having to play for that money. As we see the circle pulling towards Complexity and Dreamfire towards the east of this POI. Falcons get eliminated. It is Alliance blasting away at Falcons' dreams. 17 spots left in Furia. They take the gravity cannon. They try to time it, and they jump unlucky.
Hackers, as we said, trying to get above SSG right now. Can he do it? The EMP comes out.
Wait a minute, Hockey's trying to be the savior. He's got help from Tyler. He's able to reset his shield. Madness is out of there. You also saw in your feeds that Space Station get eliminated. Higher possibility here with Alliance now. Looking to see where that straggler is from Fury. They cannot find him. So now this has to be the chance for them to make moves because the circle's closing in and they're feeling pressure from NRG, who are on that height. Fnatic fly in. They find space underneath a Stormcatcher, but we know how open these different angles are in this position.
Multiple teams are going to be watching Alliance as the zone chases them in. It's going to be a struggle to do anything more. Alliance actually getting the respawn in just at that moment. In the meantime, Fnatic have taken a hit.
Waiting out for his smoke nades. 5 more seconds, and he's still in the line of sight of a team on the low ground. Oh, Yuka with the Kraber! He is moving, breaking ankles, finds Madness. 15 spots left. He can't shoot through the smoke here, but he is going to try to come into the res. But Alliance are waiting right on top of them.
Meanwhile, from the north, Guild come down the hill. They sneak in Only 1 point from a placement point have they accrued this game. But I like their position. Somehow Alliance make it into this next ring, but Tyler gets removed just as quickly as they exit from the dropship.
4 teams that are a match point are left in this lobby as Alliance get taken down. Guild being one of them, now looking at Fnatic, TSM, and Gaming Gladiators safely inside of that only northern building in that next zone. It is going to be a bloodbath for the teams that have to rotate out of Stormcatcher.
GG take that position away from DreamFire, someone who could have kept the series running.
What madness with the clutch res. He has brought back the rest of Furia in this lobby.
It feels crazy that Furia are sitting down at 18th spot right now after the tournament that they have had. Someone like VKG, a lot further up, not Moist, up to 49 points now. Them and VKG searching for those last few points to try and get across the line.
Look at Not Moist right now. They are sitting with 49 points. They need one more kill to also be at match point. Playing this methodically here on that south side of Stormcatcher, up on the high ground, the circle closing in. Can they get that KP as Fnatic are also going for a crazy res? Furia getting eliminated in 12. Guild Esports playing off the low ground by the fence line, by the buildings.
Yeah, they just sneak into this next zone. Great spot for Guild, as long as they just need a little bit here to set up, and they're going to be in such a great spot. Not Moist. Coming in now, Fnatic, Cloud9, so many teams stream towards the circle, but many of them won't make it.
Can't destroy the EMP in town. Right now, Moist confirmed at 50 points. Moist at match points, officially. Guild, though, still alive here on the other side.
They get across to 50 points, but they would still need that one more win, Vicky. It's Timmy, though. I don't know if he's going to survive this without the rest of his teammates. And we've still got so many teams, 3 left alive with the match point eligibility right now.
And Moist aren't the only team that now are sitting at match point. TSM need only one more kill to meet them in the match point club. Can they do it? C9 on the other side of Guild, but it's going to be difficult. You still have 3 teams that are at match point alive in this end circle out of the 7.
Well, we've got 2 buildings on either side of this zone. It's actually very equally distributed. They're both going to have to get out of this as they come from the south and the north. Eventually, they'll bleed these buildings and we'll see who will be left alive.
TSM at 50 points. They officially make it to match point. And Timmy trying to stay alive, but Moist get eliminated. But they've done enough. Now, their hopes and dreams waiting to see the outcome of this lobby.
Guild are starting to move around now. I like this. They want to clear out Cloud9 from this position. They know that their side of the fence will get taken out of the zone first, so they make a move. They're proactive, and as we can see now, Cloud9 from down the hill are going to have a problem.
Calm before the storm. Look where Energy is positioned, taking shots from the cable cart. Bleed playing right underneath them. Guild playing off the fence line. C9 looking at Guild as C9 are going to desperately be in the line of sight of both Guild and Bleed.
Okay, Mozam's Eva come out now as Guild are getting into an unlucky fight here and will get taken out. Unfortunately, the engagement with Cloud9 happens at the same time. TSM and Bleed still trying to keep this series going, but NRG are well set up here.
The TSM chants are ringing through the crowd now. This is their moment. The double camo that you saw. Gaming Gladiators hiding behind the Newcastle knockdown, but he does not have a gold knockdown shield. They do not get the full reset as quickly as they want. As now NRG are forced to collapse on Bleed.
Oh no, Bleed take a knock and NRG looks so safe behind all of their walls. 5 teams. 4 teams now left alive. Reptar with even the overshield to help him through this last circle.
Is this the moment though? NRG in a tough position. TSM hailing from the high ground, looking like vultures. This is their moment. Unless you think we have more games of Apex. TSM versus Bleed.
Relief, elation, confidence. All of those flowing out of the different members of TSM right now. Once it would have been Raven shaking their hand, but Talmadge taking the helm.
Remember, I did say TSM and 8, except they weren't at match point yet.
I think you might have left something out there.
Oh, they win game 8. The sigh of relief as we get more Apex legends at the Split 2 playoffs. They heard the chants. They felt your energy. Huge dub here for TSM. Imagine in that final circle, Genome. It was Bleed versus TSM, who even had Gaming Gladiators out there killed on top of it. How close that could have been. And just ending it right there. Now we welcome even more teams on match point.
2 more. TSM with a big win, shoot all the way over the top into 3rd place with 63 points. Also joining them is Not Moist. They managed to get a respectable 6 and move just past into 51. VKG still trail. They needed 2 points and they only managed 1 of them. 49 points now, them and Bleed very close to stepping over, but they don't just need to step over now, they need to step up and win a game to keep the series alive.
Oh, the chants. I love the pan that we saw earlier from Verho's brother in the crowd, the pop-up from the TSM fans. Imagine the story. Imagine. As the next map would be World's Edge, we take a look at the 9th match results. TSM with 13 KP.
It's pretty huge. Coming into this game, they had 38 points. By no means were they guaranteed to move forward, but they do in stylish fashion as well. That was a hard end circle to play. So many ultimates coming in at the same time. Dark Veils, EMPs, and somehow they still come out on top.
By the way, this is match 8 results. Getting a little ahead of ourselves. Can you imagine? Maybe predicting the future. You guys can't leak the script yet. But Bleed also with 8 KP, 17 extra points. They're inching closer and closer, Genome, to meet the rest of these teams at match point.
Alliance went out early, but they did pick up 6 KP. And that's important because they are still now in 2nd spot. Ahead of 3 different teams on 63, by the way.
Making sure that that gap is just big enough. It is getting hot here in the arena while taking a look at the series results. Look at this, 8 teams right now at match point. I mean, these match point finals, Genome, just keep getting longer and longer, but I'm not complaining. This is what makes Apex Finals as good as it is.
I mean, we've tinkered with the format a little here and there, Vicky, and I think the fact that we've taken away those advanced starting points have made a difference here.
Absolutely has, and look how close VK Gaming is by a single point. Bleed again, like right behind them. Slight gap, but still very possible for Complexity to have that pop-off game as we make our way over to changing up the map into World's Edge. Also shifting things here for the teams that may find that success here, but it's getting so close. I keep elaborating on this like you saw here, Genome. It's been insane, and the crowd has been going wild. I want to hear more from Peeps, who is sitting with the fans.
Vicky, thank you so much. I am here with some TSM fans. I know we just interviewed the Verholst brothers, but after that win, we got to talk. Listen, after that win, how you feeling?
Absolutely excited about TSM win. I'm really confident to you guys. You will get the champion today. I absolutely believe myself and your teams. Don't worry about it. I will cover them a bit.
All right, well, you heard it here, man. That is nothing but faith. So listen, talk to the people back home that are watching right now. What are they missing?
So for people who missed about, TSM just win again. Absolutely outstanding. They got a really good spot. And next round, they're gonna dominating this champion to Germany. You will be still about it.
All right, man. That is passion. That is nothing but faith. I mean, I think that's it. Des, back to you.
Thank you so much, peeps. I love the energy. It is absolutely possible. Can you imagine the story that could happen here if TSM get to hoist another trophy? Or can it be another region here? I mean, it's the Global Series for a reason. And with more teams at match points, I'm getting excited, everyone. This is the passion of Apex that we share.
I mean, TSM have won back-to-back-to-back series. Or game, should I say, to take it out before. Why not another back-to-back to win here?
Very possible with a nice flyby of our teams that are getting ready to go. Imagine with a circle pool like that, the amount of teams that were banking on a Stormcatcher pool. But honestly, most of the times that we see a zone like that, Gino, when we see that it is going through the Stormcatcher before it completely shifts either away or closer, it ends up usually pulling away, where the demise of a lot of these teams ends up being with the squads that have to force their way outside of Stormcatcher, because when you do drop down, you're still on that slight low ground. You have to climb uphill at the teams that already found space on that lot.
Yeah, and it just doesn't finish in Stormcatcher, right? So you know that moment is coming at some point. It's just whether you were one of the teams with priority and you grab the buildings, or you're one of the teams who can somehow carve a space outside of that. And you saw very few teams do that. Cloud9, I mean, they tried to go down the bottom, but eventually ran into Guild. It was like, there was almost just no way for those teams to come out on top.
All right, everyone. The game has started here. The fire is out. We aren't gonna take any breaks here. It's just full throttle at this point. Not holding any momentum for our teams. Again, as we move over to World's Edge.
Another swap of maps. With only a few teams prioritizing their picks here, Vicky, does this mean we're back to gaming Gladiators' stronghold? Of course, they won 2 out of the, how many World's Edge have we played so far? 4, I guess? They've won 50% of the games that we played on World's Edge so far.
That's insane.
And they got so close to winning the Mirage one as well.
We were all sitting on the edge of our seat there. In a game like that, getting a little excited with little to no cover on top of that Mirage corner. Utilizing that Newcastle wall early, but not in the best position. Learning from their mistakes, we see the Legend select. And this could be the moment, everyone.
By the way, I think if my math is correct, they're averaging 15 points a game on World's Edge right now. That is a truly wild number. I mean, this is the hardest lobby in the world, and these guys have been dominating it on World's Edge. Can they do it here in match 9? Or will it be one of the other teams? So many that have joined them on match point 6.
As the best in the world compete all together in this possible final game. The tension is high for the teams that haven't been able to perform. A team that everyone saw as the super team that are currently sitting in 19th place with only 20 points. This meta has not been friendly to Falcons in the way that they play, but this opens up new avenues for the teams that are vying to be your Split 2 playoffs winners.
No, you're right. Why are we talking about TSM getting back-to-back-to-backs when Hal has joined Team Falcons for the super team, as you said? Surely it's Falcons coming from behind who can upset this lobby. It's kind of crazy calling it an upset with Falcons, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
How are we in that spot?
It just is insane to be able to see how so much has changed with a new season in Apex Legends, a new meta, new weapon compositions with the double Mozams, the loop-in resets. There's just so much that goes into a play with the way that these teams want to play for positioning in end zone.
And when we get those massive changes that Apex does on the regular every season, we're getting fresh content, fresh changes, and that, of course, plays out in the top level here in competitive Apex esports. But usually we say, hey, it's the teams that have the support staff, right, that do very well. And, well, it hasn't worked out so far for Falcons.
I mean, with a northern zone like this, though, it could absolutely bode well for Guild, not Moise, even VKG that are just a point away from being at match point themselves. Gaming Gladiators that land Sky West that are going to take all the loot by Sky West and Trials, and they'll get information from their server beacon when they see everybody already rotating quickly into Skyhook, a zone that we know so many teams can coexist in with the amount of buildings. So you can expect a very stacked end game in a zone like this.
I mean, Guild are going to be ropeable. They didn't get Beacon this game, Vicky, so they've had to hedge their bet and play from the tunnel. If they had have, they could have made a much more educated guess or perhaps rotated even faster for a better position. As is, they will be playing above teams in the Skyhook. Now, going over to Epicenter, we've got Alliance. Of course, they get Overlook in 11th pick. That was their first choice in the entire POI draft. And it hasn't netted them a ring console either, so they have to take further time going through Epicenter. A couple of these teams on match point not blessed with a ring console.
Yeah, it does work with Alliance in this case as they like to rotate slowly here. They will have that information now and maybe even plan to engage onto Not Moist, another team that likes to rotate slowly, playing much more aggressively even when they are at match point. Alliance looking ahead as we take a look at the action over by Skyhook. In a zone like this, we've seen a few times where the circle ends up pulling towards that northeastern building, sometimes that truck outside of the tower. Gonna have to see as Team Falcons mentality here, trying to reset as we go again into World's Edge.
I'm probably not a fan of the Gold R301. Just saw that get snubbed at the care package, but obviously, there we go, thank you. Not enough ammo next to it, who knows. But either way, they keep going. Monument through Fragment. TSM have lost on reps, and it's Monsoon on the charge rifle. What a menace.
No, every time you see that charge rifle, of course it's gonna be Monsoon.
Great spot for it too.
And there, yeah, exactly. Whenever you're on top of here, you know you're gonna be blasting everybody with a sniper, and with Monsoon being the only person, the only breed of person to like the charge rifle, he makes it work best. Good spot for them to hold for now. An Alliance here while TSM are gonna be able to bring reps in. That's big news for TSM fans to keep the dreams alive. Alliance still a lot more slower, as you saw that they were trying to get information by Grandma's house.
Yeah, they're currently in it. C9 just a little bit further south. We have seen big pulls over here, by the way. I mean, I remember one specifically from APAC South where almost every team went into Skyhook. It pulled directly back to Grandma's house. It was a different season. It means different zones, but you never know. Maybe Alliance get lucky on this one.
Reps having to reloot now too. Yeah, look at his ammo right now. Did have information to see where that next zone was pulling, which is why they find themselves early in this building, but while also keeping an eye on the teams that may be neighboring them. Believe that could be Space Station here, as Zap is going to take some shots with the Havoc. No turbocharger on there yet. And he's got the mother load also ready to go, but I'm not expecting these teams to overcommit unless they want to force their way into a building.
I mean, for two reasons, right? One, because it's a Skyhook zone and teams have a lot of buildings to get into and set up. We don't have to worry about those rotations and fight usually until about zone 4. But the second one, of course, is we've now got 8 teams on match point. And with so many in that enviable spot, they don't want to take more risks than they absolutely have to.
Oh my, the moment you poke a toe outside though, C9 and TSM feel pressure from the teams to their north. C9 lose out on Chaotic. Nadi's gonna be able to pop that shield back. Again, it's like we mentioned, no one's gonna fully collapse or give up this space. They're just gonna be here and greet the other teams. If they have the ammo to boost up those evos, Monsoon literally one shot away from trouble.
Of course, Monsoon on the M&K helps him out a bit with those long-range sniper shots. He's got the 6x there, and the circle does go Skyhook. Alliance stuck in Grandma's house there. Have a rough road ahead of them. So too do Falcons.
Grandma's got a lot of grandkids out here.
キャラロール変わってます。ゼロがクリプトになってる。順番点に、お前のクリプト下手くそなんだよって言って多分変えたな。
Now, the fact that it's gone northwest as far as Skyhook is concerned may have actually worked into Guild's favor. We said before they had to hedge their bets, and it's kind of worked out for them. But Makers and Moist are on the back side of this, and as they come up from the eastern side, let's have a listen to see how Moist are going to make this rotation.
Yeah, we shoot. I can't see it. I'm coming.
いや、撃たん方がいいんじゃないそれ。行かせた方がいいと思うんだけどな。あれ。
Yeah, we need to get behind these
やっ
guys.
ぱなんか。
Yep, going. Yep,
しかもなんかアーマー削っただけでもねえのにすげえ詰めるやん。
They're trying to run up. There's a guy on the tracks on our left.
近い。
Bang, bang.
あ、これはもう。
Bang, almost guy. Bang's flush, bang's flush.
ファイト。
Swing into ulti, I'm swinging into ulti, I'm swinging into ulti.
Yep.
What?
There's a team deep, there's a
There's a
team
team
deep all the
deep
way
on the
deep.
tracks. I'm swinging into ulti.
Yeah, I'm going
Come back,
back.
come back. What's happening, Timmy?
There's a team all the way at the
ファルコンファイトしてないからね、まず移動で殺されてるからしょうがないんじゃないかな。ファルコンはもともと中入りムーブなんだけど、いいアンチが取れなくて、それで死んでるからかな。あ、もうこれは無理。あ、でもちょっと他の車線が甘えすぎだ、それは。だから仕掛けるなったのに。
Run, Timmy, run.
Yep.
Guild comes so far out of their spot in the tunnel. They were safe
だか
and
ら
sound,
仕
but
掛け
they
るの
wanted
良
to
くないっ
make
て言ったの
sure
に。
that no one was on their doorstep. And Moist,
そりゃそう
after
なり
winning
ま
that
すよ。
fight with Makers, now are in struggle
もったい
town.
ないね。どっちもマッチポイント転倒してるから。
Any team is going to fight on the outside of zone over to the east. It has to be not Moist. They want to secure their chance at being the team to take this game to prevent Moist, who are sitting at max points, from clutching it out, but they still managed to get away. They probably could clutch out a res.
And remember, it was an early rotate play for Guild, so getting access to, what, 5 death boxes there is incredibly important for their mid to end game, as the tunnel is going to be an awesome spot for the Australian squad to play from.
Gaming Gladiators, you saw right there, just straight chilling as Falcons get taken out in 8 teams by DreamFire with some help from Monsoon. As you know, they were holding that middle sniper tower.
I mean, if you want to talk about momentum, there is a complete lack of inertia for the super team right here in our finals.
Nice.
There you go. Timmy's picked up the banners. Huge change here that we've seen with the Cryptos. And also huge moves here for Not Moist, because they're one of the teams that don't have a support legend. They can't risk letting those banners time out, because you can't replicate it. And maybe even taking their time, depending on where Timmy wants to get the res, perhaps by survey with the drone here.
I mean, this is a great outcome for Guild. Not only does all of that happen, but they don't get their spot nicked in the tunnels. It's going to be such a great walk-in for them. There'll be a couple of teams they have to worry about, but now we'll get Fnatic down near the zone.
What I love about this timing is that Guild cannot extend on this because of the fact that they've been out of that tunnel side for so long to take that fight initially to Not Moist. It's also allowed teams like Knock them to continue on from the mouth of that track building here, off to the side here, by those bins that are looking at
で
Guild.
もキウイが優勝したら多分激アツだろうな。ストリーマーから選手になって今までチャンピオンチームいないよな。
people in the arena right now wearing the jerseys designed by Timmy
見てなか
himself
ったん
to
か
support
な。
them. But can they get back in
あ
here?
ー、なんであいつが見てるのか。
The bin reset will help them because obviously they've lost so much of their loot, the attachments, everything else. But the bin reset after zone 2 could be of help to Moist. Now, we look at this zone up here, Gaming Gladiators. Interesting to note that they are all the way up the north. I've not seen a lot of people play this spot, but I think it's usually because the zone often will cut off a little bit more southerly around where the train station is, and it's not actually in. But this is an awesome pick here from Light, the IGL of GG.
And they looted all of Sky West by trial, so they still have a gold knock to work with. This plays into the way that they want to station up in that next zone. Although, as slow as it is, they still have full blue Evos. They can pepper into the teams that poke their heads by the train station side. But I'm not expecting them to commit anytime soon until that next zone reveals itself. While other teams like Liquid, Bleed, who are in that train station, will have to coexist. Another fight here as Not Moist now have gotten ahead of Alliance. They're holding on the edge of the circle, trying to prevent them to rotate in.
Alliance were just desperately hoping that circle would pull south, and it doesn't. But they have at least a Kraber to their name, which is probably a lot more than Moist have in their hands. As Zipbrow
うえー、それクレーバーで強すぎる。マジで言ってんの？マジか。ガッティ強すぎー。震えた今のは。ガチか。
Cannot fully reset yet unless Hawkeys can make a huge play with this Murder misses the shot, and that was detrimental. Losing on Hawkeys, only up to Tyler. He gets one knock, leaving the other one flat. He gets it. He gets two. Can he pull it off behind both knockdowns?
あー、なんかドンマイヤー、いや、丈夫がすごい。アンチギアファイトするとこうなるよな。
Hurt and injured already from the Alliance fight that SSG will easily take that, helping them into third spot now with 64 points.
That is two teams that were at match point, now eliminated from the lobby, all in the same choke. While Space Station have cleared all the way to the north. Monsoon, beautiful tracking here as he's trying to line up this charge rifle shot, but that drop off, man, could hurt. As I'm getting word that VK Gaming have now officially hit match points.
But there's three teams who aren't on match point, Vicky, that are in the train station. There's every chance we go to 10 here, I'm just saying. Liquid Alienware, Bleed Esports, DreamFire, even Furia, who have now taken up position inside the zone. It's really all of them versus Gaming Gladiators.
Because Gaming Gladiators are in the safest position. They don't have to worry about a team wrapping up behind them. There is no space for another team to coexist unless a squad just ints on them.
As the zone starts to close now, we see SSG having to make their way in. Teams are fighting for supremacy up the top here. You can see that even the Newcastle walls getting blasted through as Complexity Guild SSG move further into their positions. GG are getting sent on.
They know that it's GG. The EMP, but Light is playing off of a beautiful head glitch off the corner. They completely take out Complexity, but here comes a nade. The Arc Star, but a huge wall coming in from Blast. The gold knock to allow GG to reset, but nobody wants to commit, even with those nades hurtled in their direction.
They're just so good at turtling every time someone throws aggression their way. GG weather the storm and then come out on top. Guild Esports. We talked about them. That fight they took earlier has at least got them some of the way to purple. But they're going to be going up against a lot of teams with better armors than them. Still quite a few teams who have been sitting within that train station, playing a little more passively. Sure, they're still on the blues. And we do have to remember, any team that's got a Watson at this point, or a Catalyst, if they stay within the zone, you get an extra 25 shields at the moment.
Half of this lobby, out of the 12 squads right now, are still alive and are at match point. We may see one less with Fnatic holding on to dear life. Leica still alive. E36 still with those full blue evils like you mentioned, Genome. Still so many teams still lacking that health diff. BKG now playing underneath the tracks. Guild having to be careful because Space Station are climbing up to jump right there on top of the tracks. Jumping right on top of the train station.
Where do they go? They want the roof. But there's already another team up here. Zainu has to work out. Takes too long to make the decision. Doesn't drop.
That was a miscommunication right there. He was the first one to drop, but the rest of Space Station landed right behind him.
Spinning in circles.
They didn't know. They wanted to make sure it was possibly clear, but they had to go for the risk. NRG get eliminated. As you see, Furia holding on to the high ground. With that zip line, they were able to also go on the other side. Now they can hold a different angle.
Zainu drops. They get the res?
C9 sharing that though. So many teams inside of this station. Liquid, Bleed, C9 now, as they were able to get the reset. VK Gaming still fighting on the outside. They take out one from Guilds, and they finish off Legacy.
Most of these teams
なんかカスタムなんかドローンじゃなくてなんかねあるんだよなんかそのなんか視点を変えるモードがあって。
expansive grounds, everything that they could hope
なんか
for.
見たいチームをあれするとそこの視点になるようになってる。
Is the solo member of TSM. E36 is out of here. Furia still alive, trying to hold down the high ground, but Space Station have made their way up on top. Koi Fall.
コイフル強さすがさすがコイフル。いや転倒してないチームがもうねもう一緒にやり合うからね。あこれはないと思う。VK はワンチャンあるけど。
Still quite a few teams in that position. A few of them here fighting each other brings us closer to an end.
この下から出るときに多分全員やり合うから。あそうそうそうそうそういろんな人の視点全員の視点を見れるようには一応なってる。だからまあカメラワークが下手な人はあと見ない選択肢もあるよ。そのなんかそのずっとマップの上を映すみたいな。マップっていうか全体図をこうやってねこうやって全体図を映すカメラもあってでその中でそのチームを選ぶとチーム死んだ VK が来るの
All eyes on VK Gaming! The nades! The different angle! Gaming Gladiators down to one! C9 engaging on a fight! It is Team Liquid who are still alive in here!
Only
しかも起きるというね無理だこれは
The clutches res from GG here! Trying to, at least on the other side, it was Gil that got into clutches res, bringing both members back. Bleed still inside the train station.
I think MT lost his drone, so instead of being able to stay in Viz longer, he gets revealed.
Oh, finds a mirror Guild esports on the sticks and Team Liquid get whip of the res. They completely pull out. They looking alive and healthy. Gaming Gladiators eliminated from this lobby. Only Guild alive. And we get more Apex.
もう眠いよ私
We got more, everyone. Bleed drop down. Liquid, Bleed, and VK Gaming have seen us through. Our last three squads, VK Gaming do it. Liquid Alienware trying to put respect on their name.
よかったねあやさんよかったね
Getting the dub. That was so crucial. They were sitting in 15th overall before that. Waving the flag. Viva Mexico! It's a beautiful Nessie, but this is how it starts. Look how many teams just hit match point, Genome.
3 more. We've got VKG, who picked up 16 points
They move up into 5th spot, continuing their incredible run and take match point eligibility. They are joined by Bleed, up to 60 points now. And Team Liquid with that 7-kill win, that gets them to 51 points.
Surely, how can I expect it to end there, Genome? When I'm on the mic, that can't happen. You can expect it to always go to another 2 games when we're up here. But I wouldn't have it any other way when it comes to seeing more teams pop off, skyrocketing themselves in the overall standings, sitting at match point. I cannot believe we're about to go to a game 10.
Blast tried so hard to
これが
drag
ど
his
うして
team
もう1試合ことになったの？マッチポイントって言って50点以上のチームがチャンピオンを取らないとこの試合終わんないの。50点取ってからが長いんだよね、これ。
It wasn't enough for Gaming Gladiators. They had such a killer spot for the first 4 zones, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get over the line.
I feel like now, as we close the book on Game 9, that this has to be the most games we've seen in a playoffs finals. This is just absolutely insane. The tensions get even higher. And you can also just imagine with teams like GG, who were sitting at match point so early on within this series, that they are feeling a different type of way. There's so much to break down. I want to hear from you guys on the desk.
そうだから長い。
Thank you, Vicky. Love you, my friend. And thank you for that great cast as well. Who would have thought it would have continued to go on? I did, because that's basically what happens when we're here at an Apex Legends Match Point Finals. 9 games gone by and 10 coming right up. Right now on the desk, Glitter Explosion, Jamerson, and Snipe Down. Guys, it's hard to say reactions because our whole bodies are reacting to this. We can't believe it, Lauren, but we go yet again. This is quintessential Apex.
We have been sprinting out to the desk since match 3, waiting for somebody to close this out, and instead the exact opposite happens. Every single time you think it's about to end, one of the 2 remaining teams that isn't on match point manages to clutch it up and keep us going.
It's like that slippery slope, Jamerson, you know, and then somebody goes and throws more soap on it and wets it up, and it's just like we keep falling into chaos. Will this ever end is what I'm wondering.
What's insane is that every single match after GG ended up securing match point first, we're adding more and more and more teams. In game number 8, we added another 4. We add more here. It's absolute insanity at this point.
And Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, this is why match point format is the best format in any game that's out there. I don't think there's another game that has the anticipation and hype that this does. I've always said I get more nervous as a player watching than I do on the stage playing because you're so focused. And like you said, we've just been sprinting out here nonstop thinking the game's going to be over. I thought it's been over about 5 games in a row. So
I'll tell you what. This would be a good day to wear my Apple Watch. Unfortunately, I have a different watch on, you know, one my parents gave me, but I'm getting my steps in. I can already tell you. Let's head over to our match results after 9. It's crazy to say of what happened in that one. Team Liquid Alienware, Viva Mexico. That was one of the most amazing finishes, especially seeing our match point teams one after one. Guild Esports, Gaming Gladiators fighting each other as solos. Blast, the last one alive. But it was VK who really put them in that position. Liquid Alienware might have ended up winning, but the battle for height, Lauren, was what made that so impactful. VK coming in after SSG, after Cloud9, and then cleaning that up. That was essentially what put Gaming Gladiators into the dust.
Absolutely, and the clutch nades out of VK also completely melted them. I mean, we watched them try to recover, but Liquid Alienware had been in that station for quite some time, holding that position, seeing what they could do with it. When all of the other teams started landing on the roof, I was worried that they might end up getting collapsed on, considering how many people were around them, but they did a really solid job of just kind of defending their position.
And there's 2 pulls really in that area, Jamerson, that it could have gone to. It ended up going exactly towards GG. There's got to be something about it where you feel they're getting the right zones, they're making the right calls. But it's frustrating how it's just these little things end up going. How many times can that keep happening before you start to say, should we change anything up?
I mean, I don't think they should change anything up at all. I don't think so at all, because they are making the right calls on the zones. They are playing aggressive when they need to. We've been seeing them since they hit match point really not change up too much in their playstyle, and they're consistently getting themselves up into the top 3, top 4. That's why there's so much drama when it comes to this entire series, because they are always there. But now that we have so many more teams there at match point, it has to end soon, right? More than half the teams are on match point now.
You would think, but we've been wrong like 3 times now at least for this. Snipe, as we see Gaming Gladiators take the lead, 90 points over SSG. SSG may be the most interesting story here, 68, now in second place. The narrative of continuing to go and go, but Alliance, TSM, a big name with a fan base, they got to win. VK Gaming coming out of nowhere. Fnatic as well staying in the pack. NRG, I thought it could have been their moment.
Yeah, NRG's come into the finals a couple times. They were back-to-back second places. They had a chance to win the tournament on that last game. And you're looking at this, the difference between second place and 8th place is 4 points. So the way this leaderboard is right now, we're definitely going to see it switch up a bit. Obviously, there's 11 teams on match point. But if you look at the rest of the leaderboard, a lot of these North American teams are stuck on the bottom half. And to see Falcons in 20th is quite concerning.
Yeah, I think a lot of this would be concerning as we take a look at the final circles while we give our players a little break, a well-deserved break as well. If you're in the crowd at Mannheim, it's okay to take a break right now. Grab a beverage, grab something to eat, come back into your seat. Matches will resume in just a few minutes, but let's start going through the circles. Again, each one of these games, we have match point eligible teams. We've had Alliance, we've had Gaming Gladiators. Now it starts to look like SSG are in the mix. This is the one they do actually make match point on, Jamerson, and it puts them in a great position to continue the momentum, which has now led them into second.
Yeah, we've seen this typical pull over at Echo HQ, going a little bit towards that devastated coast, but SSG just had full control here. NRG, I believe, we're also playing off to their eastern, or excuse me, to their west just a bit. But SSG just had a nice angle. Plenty of headies to utilize off of here. You can see Zainu feeling extremely free, here on the right side. Phony's going to go ahead and back him up as that push gets made by NRG to try and clear out Fnatic. SSG, no, we've got the victory here. They instantly pounce on them, and then they ride that momentum.
I would say that when you look at this, Lauren, these fights, they give you so much confidence because they're difficult, but you know that you just do the right things and you execute, you win. When we head over to match 8, the aspect of being able to execute is the thing that separates winning a match point or not.
Absolutely, and that aspect is exactly what kept us going into a match 9 after this finish, because we make it here to a top 4 situation and we were staring at Bleed, NRG, GG, and TSM. 2 teams on match point, 2 teams not at match point. But based off of where this zone landed, TSM up there at Elrod had a really good opportunity to get in here and find a good spot. Now, a lot of people thought NRG being on the other side had a really good position, and they did on that low ground, but so much chaos started happening when everybody was forced to drop down and get into these fights, and all of the teams fell at once. And we heard the crowd chanting TSM the second they saw that it was a possibility for them to close this out. And with TSM still being the one remaining up above everyone, it was a quick cleanup for them, and it's what kept us going.
Height has certainly won. You actually see it in Game 7, you see it in Game 8 and Game 9. It's not that every zone or every circle in Apex Legends is as cut and dry. Sometimes low ground, sometimes inside does actually win, but it has been Height, and that's where VK Gaming controlled this one. That's what put GG and Guild in such an issue. Liquid Alienware, though, Snipe would come out and make a major play. This is the Liquid Alienware we expected all week long, but we're not getting as they climb from the elimination brackets all the way here into match point finals. They now are putting themselves in a position to maybe take it all.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the story of Liquid Alienware this entire tournament. Is it seems like, you know, in the Game 6 where they were about to get eliminated, they got all the way and they got the win to get the 10th place. And now here they are in 11th place, but still on match point. And that's what it's all about. And it just seems to me that they are just not hesitating when it comes down to them being in a bad position. They're like, all right, well, we got nothing to lose at this point. Let's just start doing everything we can and getting some KP.
The thing about executing here is, and Jamerson, this is where I start to agree with you, because you kind of changed my mind. I thought GG, it's going for a while, but they're in that final fight almost every single of those matches. I mean, that's as good as you can hope for, and then you got to just execute it.
Yeah, for the most part, they're playing aggressive where they need to play aggressive. But when you get the zone coming to you extremely close, you have to take that priority position. they haven't, you know, played it that often where they have to play for Prio. They do succeed extremely well on Edge, but you basically have to play with what you're given, and that's what they've been doing extremely well. It's just, at this point, it seems like, you know, there might just not be enough fuel left in the tank. I mean, we are heading into match number 10.
I know, strong words. He's right, though. I mean, you have a lot of great awareness of what it means, I think, to do the right thing, but also sometimes you're out of gas, you're out of fumes. Can they summon something from deep inside that might just make the difference and change their legacy in Apex Legends forever? GG, still with a chance to make history. However, a few fans that want to live in the present right now are standing by with Tiff. I think we got some good representation on either side of you, Tiff. What's going on?
Oh, we have so much representation down here in the crowd. Right now, I've got a Moist fan over here on my right and Liquid Alienware on my left. So, guys, I need you to introduce yourself, tell me your name, where you're from. I'll start with you.
So my name is Kirby on PC. You might know me from Ranked on Apex. And I'm 22 years old and I'm from Germany.
From Germany, a homeland. Let's go. How about you?
I'm Niels. I'm from Germany as well. Just a few meters out, actually. So I couldn't resist when they asked us if we want to go to Mannheim. If they didn't want to ask us, but if when, oh, fucking shit.
Hey, it's all good.
When I figured out it was in Germany, I was so excited that I couldn't resist going.
I couldn't resist going either, especially to cheer on Team Liquid Alienware. All right, so now that we've hit match number 10, I need predictions. How far are we going, and do you think Not Moist can close it out?
100%. Especially if my boy It's Timmy gets his Kraber. He's gonna kill everyone and win the match for sure.
All right, kill them all. Let's go. You also had a sign. Can we flash it?
So I have one question for my boy, Waltzy. What's your max bench?
I don't know, man, but it's gotta be a lot. And for you, Team Liquid Alienware, they had that massive clutch to get even into the finals on Sunday. What do you want to say to them to get them to bring it home?
I think they say vamos in their language, so I would love to see that. 51 points, they just broke it, so they are on match point as well. I want to see them win. Let's fucking get it.
Let's get it. All right, on set, Gaskin, take it away.
Well, who's ready for match number 10? We are into double digits here. In our match point finals, it keeps on going. Another game to get a little bit closer to deciding who our champions is going to be. I had a feeling it would be a bit of a long day today.
Just one of those days, I mean, with the increased amount, or I guess the decreased amount of match point threshold, but the lack of advantage points really has shaken things up here in Mannheim, and it's just been so difficult for any of these teams to get across the line because there are so many teams here who have been able to put victories on the board across this tournament. It's not like previous tournaments where sometimes teams just limp through without victories. No, everyone has been able to slam their way into this grand final.
I mean, it's crazy, right? All the talk of the town at the start of this year, the start of this season of the ALGS was Team Falcons. If you needed an example of how good this lobby is, Falcons down in dead 20th at the moment and only managed to put 20 points on the board. And I'm sure there's some issues there that they're going to have to try and sort out, but it just shows the level of competition, right? We have GG, SSG, Alliance, TSM, VK, Fnatic, NRG, Guild, Bleed, Moist, Team Liquid, all on match point. To kind of summarize how many teams that is, it's 11. It would have been easier for me to say who wasn't.
It is 11 teams indeed. Can someone get the job done here in match 10? It's going to be World's Edge though, and that has been Gaming Gladiators' playground throughout this tournament. There are a few teams that have still yet to find a World's Edge victory though. Will we be able to someone change that script? Liquid Alienware were able to take us into match 10. Imagine if they could go back-to-back to win this entire thing.
They take themselves the victory home, and they put themselves on match point by doing so. We're now getting to the point of this tournament where you look at your teammates, you look at the coach, you look out at the fans who are supporting you in the crowd, and you just think to yourselves, let's go and get this done. Let's reach out. Let's put in the one performance that people will remember as the one that gave us the chance to walk up to that trophy and lift it above their heads. To everyone on that main stage right now, that's what's going to be going through your head. Make some noise in the building here as we head into match number 10.
That trophy is in touching distance for 11 teams, both figuratively and quite literally, with how close it is to those booths. But who has the bottom to get it done here in match 10?
Team Liquid Alienware send us to another game. They send us into double digits. Match number 10 is where we find ourselves, and we are back onto World's Edge.
頑張れみんな
NRG, one of those many teams now who are on match point. 64 points they have in total. They were involved in a couple of scuffles towards the end of that previous game as well. And I will say we saw Nocturnal walk past us just as he went for the break. And he said to me, no better time to get it done.
I mean, the only difficulty really here for NRG is we've yet to see a team win from Monument this entire tournament. So they would have to break records if they were going to win it. Let's jump into a listening though with NRG a little bit later because we have a pause. Would have been a bad time. I saved us. Well, we'll get everything sorted for all of the players on the main stage. And I'm not going to talk about the zone.
You're not going to talk about the zone?
No. I've learned my lesson.
Nor am I. Well, that means we have to talk about other stuff. That's not Apex, really. I mean, you know.
Well, as I mentioned, right? Monument. We've yet to see a team win from Monument this tournament. You can say the same about Staging. You can say the same about Tree. You say the same about Big Maud. There are 4 or 5 POIs here, occupied by some big teams, where we've yet to see anyone find a win. And I know that can definitely change with how these zones have been going. But when we look back to the previous zone, the previous chance, I mean, the likes of Gaming Gladiators really did have an opportunity there.
Well, good news is we're not going to have to hang around too long here by the sounds of things. Production are feeding back in my ear that we'll be getting back underway in just a few moments' time. So only a brief pause, hopefully, as we see the timer in front of us. Countdown with me, everybody, from 3 as we head into match 10. 3, 2, 1. Game back on. Let's get into this.
The EXO clan fans are still as loud as ever. Maybe it could be them, EXO, to take us to match 11. Because it is becoming increasingly more likely now that someone will get the job. Over 50% of the teams have reached match point. But now it's about actually locking in and securing it here. Now the zone, we are going to be heading north, back up to Skyhook yet again here. Fantastic news for Gaming Gladiators.
I would also say fantastic news for the teams who are desperate to chase down match point. Yes, obviously our attention will be on those teams who can close this series out now. But if you're going towards Skyhook and you know there is at least a playable area, there is multiple floors of multiple buildings for you to be involved in the end game, like we saw in the previous game, it means someone like Team Liquid Alienware can come out of nowhere and potentially send us to a game 11. A lot to talk about with this zone, and when we look at priority, we also have to mention that this is a great zone again for Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators for Guild. We even see Enter Force 36 from Countdown move incredibly quickly, by the way, up into Skyhook, as Guild also will arrive and find themselves a building to call home, maybe for quite a while here. They're going to opt to go for the northern tip and hope that it does continue to pull north like it did previously. It is a somewhat different circle. It's not going to be identical, to what we saw in the previous. There is a chance it could shift that little bit further east, and that could definitely benefit teams that are arriving a little bit later, like Not Moist, like NRG, who are now approaching the zone.
Yeah, I really like the spot that NRG have taken, actually. You can see some of the teams who have taken the prio positions, Bleed Esports being one of them. You've got Guild, who we saw. But NRG's position, they were walking through the train tunnel, and now they can play this stack building, which is always an interesting one, because you feel like you've got height, but the height of this building is kind of dwarfed by a lot of the buildings around it. So if you do go up onto that height, it's kind of a little bit exposed, and you can find yourself taking some pretty comfortable damage from a lot of other teams. GG, though, a massive chance, an opportunity as they find themselves in train station. They've accumulated 90 points, 40 more since they hit match point. But it doesn't really matter, because they are yet to get over that line.
Well, one thing that Gaming Gladiators are securing is minimum second place by keeping consistently putting points on the board. And, of course, a lot of prize money to go alongside that. And that won't really be their main consideration, but will always be in the back of your head. You don't want to just sit at match point and then drop down that leaderboard, not hit it, and then only walk
なんか
away
オブリー
with
が
the top 8, for example.
オブリーが浮上してる。急にクラッチクイーンとかつぶやいてる。1ヶ月ぶりのツイート。元気だよとかじゃないんだ。
Now NRG were in this building a few moments ago. The question is, are they still? It looks like they might have
元気だったか
scarpered
オブリー。よか
off,
った
which means that
ね。
Not Moist can now take control of this building in Skyhook. Now, Not Moist, I would say they had a really good kind of, it felt like mid-games of this series where they started to rack up those points, but since then been pretty quiet. You remember they got across the line with just 1 point I think they needed from a game, and they got that 1 point, but since then have only been able to kind of put a few more on the board. But this is a good zone for them. This is an opportunity for them. So maybe, just put a bit of pressure on those teams who are maybe in slightly better positions already. And with the way they've been fighting, any good position at the moment, if you've found yourself with Not Moist on the other side of the fight, becomes a lot less comfortable than it was a few moments ago.
Well, speaking of things that are uncomfortable, Team Falcons in 20th position.
眠い
All
の
the
よ
talk and all the build-up this season about this
頑
super
張れ
team
よ
and what they can achieve. At the
もう
moment,
これ
they
多
have
分
not
これ
been
で終わ
able
る
to
ぞ
reach
多
the
分
dizzy
な
heights that
多
maybe
分終
were
わるぞこれで
expected of them. I still wouldn't count them out, and that's the scary thing. Being in 20th position, they could still find a victory and could still keep things going, but it must be so hard mentally, knowing you are that far behind, to try and keep going, to try and stay focused here. And they really have to face both themselves and the game if they're going to find anything else.
Well, let's not forget that TSM went 3 back-to-back when Imperial Howl was on that team to come out of nowhere to become a champion.
It's not impossible.
So it's certainly not impossible with the talent that is on that team. However, that is a tall ask for anyone. As we look at Enterforce 36 now, 22 points on the board for them. On the top of the cake.
And I like this position. They moved very fast from Countdown after they got the ring console, and actually it might be a position that some teams try and take off of Enterforce 36 if they're arriving later on.
Well, Naughty's got to be careful here. He's getting shredded. Sorcerer trying to give him a little bit of cover, and will be able to do so. Nicely done. As Naughty, no, he tries to launch back to his teammates, and instead it's going to turn into a death box. Sorcerer will grab that banner and try and escape back to his teammates, but he'll go down as well. And Makers, Chaotic, he's going to have 3 players flying at him pretty soon.
Yeah, Makers are full sending this deck, taking a lot of damage. Chaotic's done at least well
一
to
人
keep
ずつ
them
いっちゃいかんのよ
held
そう
back
いう
ever
の
so
は
slightly, but I think the Makers should be able to finish off this fight, and I imagine we're going to see Cloud9 falling very shortly indeed. Try as you might to escape, but Makers were on the charge, and it's 2 teams who were not on match point going toe-to-toe there.
So back, look over at where we believe this endgame is going to be taking place. And you can see everybody starting to stack up. Let's talk about what's outside of the zone, though. Liquid Alienware over at Lava Fissure. They're hitting a ring console at the moment, or waiting to, which is going to give them Zone 3 info, which is going to be very, very interesting, as they will be able to play for that spot afterwards.
But not really that important Zone 3 information. You're not going to learn that much here. With that pull, I mean, that just confirms, yes, we're going to Skyhook, which everyone really knew. Zone 4 information would be ideal, but if you want to achieve that, you're going to have to play for Countdown and then get late ring console information, which is certainly doable, and maybe that can be a consideration for some of these teams.
Exo kind of fight themselves at the moment. You can see Fuder and Swinney already taking damage. VK Gaming going to be looking at them as well, and they're a team who are on match point. Drones are going to go out. You can see pop shots come in to try and take the electronics out of it. As Alliance now make their way downtown through the tunnel towards the north side of Skyhook.
Now, it is definitely a consideration for a lot of these teams to position yourself in a spot that has loot bins as well. When that Ring 2 does close and the loot bins turn into legendary bins and you get all of the gold attachments, you are definitely going to miss those if you have played into an early area and you don't have access to them. However, when you go into Skyhook, there's going to be a lot of buildings that won't have said access, so would you rather play in the train station on the east, where you would get all of those attachments and have a far more high success rate when you get into those fights later?
Well, Alliance using the balloon in the tunnel to try and find a place to play. You see they're scouting out the middle building. They can certainly see there's some beautifully arranged fences up there, which are going to make it very difficult for them to play, but they are in Skyhook. Now, I'm interested to see where this zone actually pulls, because we talked about Zone 3 info, right? It's not really giving us anything. It's essentially saying the entirety of Skyhook is still in it. Now, we have shifts. We have so many zones within Skyhook that are played from different positions that end up on different sides of it. If it shifts towards the west, which would be, I would say from what we see on our screen, a little bit of a violent pull.
Yeah.
Not something we haven't seen before. Certainly today we've seen it a few times. then it means the position that Alliance have taken becomes a much more valuable one. The same can be said about the position of Team Liquid Alienware. But if it does go the way that the majority of these teams are stacked up on that eastern side, then Alliance and Liquid will have to do some hard work to get anywhere.
Yeah, usually it pulls north up towards the cake. Sometimes can pull a little bit further southeast down where the likes of ExoClan and VK Gaming find themselves as well. But Fnatic, they can go for the situation here where they actually just play countdown. They get that info late and then they can decide on how they want to move. Maybe Team Falcons on the east side can also do something similar. They were looking to maybe get some loot bins as this second ring is about to close. But this is a situation where we have 19 squads still alive. No one really shooting at each other right now in Skyhook, but all you need is one squad like Fnatic or Falcons who have not entered yet, and it can just suddenly shake everything up as everyone starts to get a little bit alerted to their arrival.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at this map overhead right now that we have, and this next zone info essentially is gonna be pretty crazy to watch. Because everybody is kind of, the majority of teams think it's going to the east, but there's a lot of teams that have also positioned themselves on the west. Now that would suggest that there's a little bit of maybe confusion about where they believe the zone is going to be going, or maybe it's just a case of so many teams stacked up already. But this is going to be like a real big moment in this game. Which way does that zone go?
Yeah, some teams definitely had no choice. They just had to accept whatever building was available. There's some stick drift for you. Also, Gaming Gladiators are sitting far north right now. But this is what I was talking about in Countdown. You can get Zone 4 information, which could arguably be the most important information of the game so far. If this shifts anywhere west, that would be a big surprise.
Oh my! Okay. Okay.
That one hurts for 10 teams. They committed a little bit further east there. But amazing news still for those who committed to the cake building. And you mentioned it, Alliance. They went all the way over to the west side. TSM also in the northwest. They have one of the strongest buildings to hold right now, because it can continue to pull that northwest side as well after this.
Well, Fnatic give us ring information. They get ring information. And for the benefit of everybody who's watching right now, regardless of where you are, Yuka has found a Kraber. This man hit some of the nastiest shots earlier on Storm Point. It was honestly an absolute pleasure to watch him go to work. And now he's going to have the chance with the Turbo Havoc and that Kraber in his hand to blast a pathway for Fnatic to zone.
It is still only Fnatic and Falcons that are not in zone at the moment. Both of them are looting themselves up to the gillies right now. And they are going to be more than prepared for any fight. DreamFire have also just pushed themselves out here and said, hey, we'll take a mythic bin, thank you very much. And they also have a Kraber to work with.
Big moment here for Fnatic. Remember, they are on match point. There's so many teams stacked up inside a Skyhook already that finding a place to play is going to be tough. The low ground isn't really a prime position to have to play in. It's because of the damage that you can take from so many different angles. Fnatic know this, but they're going to be able to reset for now.
It's not necessarily the composition you want to be holding this area either. I mean, in Newcastle would be perfect here. At least they have the Bangalore to smoke off some of those sight lines. But they're just rotating around this cake until they can find somewhere to call home. EXO have just pushed out because Falcons have started to arrive and Zero's just gone down.
Zero's gone down, Falcons down to 2. EXoClan will claim a KP2 themselves. Swinny now inside of his drone trying to get some more information onto whether this is a good idea to push or if they will just let Falcons be for now. Feuda's got to be careful. He's getting shot from all sorts of angles as Howe and Jumburton try and cut him down.
Sadly for Falcons, it was the Crypto that went down off Zero, but maybe they'll be able to grab his banner. You can see they have the mobile res here, so it is not done and dusted just yet for Falcons, and they answer back onto Feuda alongside VKG.
So Zero will be back in the game, but as you can see from the zone pool, it's going to keep going to the north. Now we see a fight taking place. Furia versus Noctum. Knockdown shields being a problem, and now shots from a distance being a problem as well. That will be Noctum Scan eliminated from the lobby as our second team to fall.
And the zone is going to continue to pull towards that cake building, by the way. Enter Force 36, who moved right at the start of this game to the top tier of it, are in arguably prime position as Furia eliminated in 18th position. That's another squad not on match point being taken out of the game as Alliance are going to have to fight their way here from the southwest up towards that cake building we keep talking about.
Well, Fun's just gone down and been finished for NRG, so they've got some decisions to make themselves. You can see there's a care package down, which I don't think anyone is going to be brave enough at this point to even consider going for. But speaking of brave, it's a brave move now from Not Moist. They land inside of the building, on top of the building that is currently occupied. Excuse me, no, they flew past the building that was occupied by Alliance. And even though this won't be safe, at least they will be able to avoid all of those teams rotating later from the side that was so stacked on the east.
VK Gaming, Bleed Esports, Guild, EXO, Liquid, Falcons, Not Moist, you all have to move here as round 4 begins to close. Do you get down and dirty and try and take a fight, or do you just try and surpass everyone here? Hope to find a gap, hope to find a little bit of space. There's a lot of open area where you won't really find a place to call home.
It's a really interesting situation developing here because you see the GG have made their way into zone. Jim Burton trying to do what he can, but Falcon's bad day continues. They will be out the lobby as well as we see Jaguares reintroduce himself to it.
Now GG laying down some damage. They have been on match point since match 3 as VK Gaming. They get eliminated. That's one of our match point squads. Out.
GG got to watch their backs here. Make sure they don't get wrapped. This pit is somewhat safe, but they are going to be challenged. And the castle wall has already been pretty much broken. It's Fnatic who are pushing them. Not Moist have been eliminated in the meantime. Another match point team is out of here. Blast is left on his own. Blast is spraying, but no prayers will be answered as GG will fall and Fnatic will stay fairly healthy. Here comes PSM. They're moving in from the north.
Yeah, Fnatic are absolutely obliterated. They are down as well. As TSM can now control this side of the map. It's only Guild, the other side of the train station, that maybe they have to worry about. Makers, Alliance, and DreamFire, all on the southern side. So much information can be gathered from your drone right now. As you need a plan of attack. How do you enter this zone and where do you go? And this is why I was talking about enter Force 36 at the top of that building. They can watch all of this unfold and no one dare will try to take it off of them.
Alliance taking a fight here. Team Liquid Alienware have been eliminated in the meantime. That's another match point team who have fallen. DreamFire taken out by Alliance. They will keep their game alive as we head into the top 10. 10 squads remaining here on World's Edge.
Well, it's Complexity, ExoClan, Makers, and E36. The only 4 teams who are not on match point that are still alive, and EXO's just gone down. So that makes it only 3 teams now who are not on match point. 6 squads can still win it here, TSM being one of them. And they found themselves into the zone, but here come Alliance.
Here come Alliance with a classic Alliance zip. They play the outside of the second level of the building. But there are teams still in and around them. Unlucky's going to have to take a second here just to pop that battery to make sure that they are pushed. But he's going to be able to fight back. Makers now making a move on their own. To the west side of TSM. TSM have this staircase to use as a head glitch, and they've got the bang ult just to stall it out, but now the flank is coming in. Revs has taken a huge amount of damage. They have some armor swaps available, but it's Guild. This was the worry for me for TSM. The Guild would wrap them.
Everyone's starting to look a little bit nervy now. If you make one mistake, if you step your foot in one wrong position, there could be someone just to wipe you off the face of World's Edge. But they send it! They send it!
Makers are sending it! TSM, Verhol still get 2! All able to reset it is a clean wipe from TSM for Guild Esports. Now looking to take advantage, but the hold is good enough. The fight is over quick enough that TSM can recover.
Only Complexity and enter Force 36. And Verhol! The Grenade Master!
Baharston のグレで
wants to win this.
破壊完了
They take out one member of Guild. They take out one member of NRG. That's the 2 teams who potentially were pinching them. As now we look at Alliance.
Alliance have taken a lot of damage, but TSM, they take out another team. NRG now go down. Alliance take down Complexity as well. 6 squads remain. 5 are on match point. Unless Enter Force 36 win this game from the top of that cake building that they took right at the start, we will find our winner right here, right now.
How many times, by the way, a Guild is just going to be allowed to respawn a player in the late game?
236が死んでしまったら終わりますこのゲーム
Phony's going to get a knock here for SSG who are trying to progress forward. Not sure if they managed to finish it off, but here comes Gil to get a little bit of a helping hand. Shubi's going to try to escape to that second level and will manage to do so. Hackis has been finished though. Phony from SSG
続くのか。
reduces them to 2.
It's nervy times for every single team, for every single member of this audience, for you and I, for everyone watching at home. TSM have the Northwest, but they have to approach now as E36 still sit on this high ground, may I add, and keep that in mind.
The only team who is not on top or inside of one of the levels of the building in front of TSM is TSM. Everybody will have to leave. Everybody will have to fight. And TSM can bide their time.
They can bide their time, but also Enter Force 36 are on the high ground. Now Alliance, as a 2, trying to deal the damage, trying to pin back the team here. To survive, to give themselves a chance as a duo.
So 2v2. Blocked to Tubi. They're going to find Mr. Mozambique and Co. Tyler will go in. Can't quite finish, but the zone surely does the damage. Bleed Esports will die. They will fall out of this lobby and Alliance will live.
And E36 have the crit.
They're sending it on to TSM. TSM have to hold. Reps will go down. Verho's down. Snap, it's all up to you. Can you clutch for TSM as a solo? 5 squads now remain. Koifel. TSM are out. SSG go forward. They take damage. Field has been eliminated. Alliance still as a duo, by the way. Might be dropping here. Unlucky on his own. Won't win it. But SSG will become your champions here in Germany.
Alliance かと思った。
The 2-time.
惜しい。悔しいね、アンラッキー。マジかよ。インサントクじゃないんだ。マジか。アリアンスかと思ったわ、今の。いや、マジか。惜しい。惜しかった。疲れたね、お疲れだ、みんな。でもコイフルすごいんじゃない？
And it's not 1 but 2 for Zainu. But a first for his teammates. Alliance, a valiant effort as a duo. But we finally conclude our match point finals here in Mannheim, Germany. And it is Space Station Gaming. At one point, the question was even, will they get any points in this match point final? The first 2 games of today, they were on 0. But they slowly crawled their way back to 50. And then when they got the opportunity, boy, did they seize it.
So the title goes back to North America. EMEA stood up. But it's the NA powerhouse, the team that was dubbed the second super team when it came together.
SSG はもちろん初めてなんです。初めてチャンピオンなんじゃないって落としたけど、今までねずっと同じチーム。
Space Station Gaming. It's a final zone they will remember for the rest of their lives, and it's a moment that they will remember for the rest of their lives as well.
若き。だって20歳になったばっか。まだ19歳。いやマジ荒いのかと思っちゃった。
But certainly they then full sent it down onto TSM, almost deleting their
いやでも
chances
2位
of
素晴
winning
ら
it.
し
But
い。
let's look back at that winning moment and see just exactly what did happen, because we were kind of in different POVs as it was going on. Was Alliance going to have the opportunity to do it as a duo? But then SSG were kind of waiting for them to arrive on the low ground.
Yeah, certainly were. It felt like they just had the cover from the teams above. They won the team fight down on the low ground, which allowed them just to watch the final members of Alliance dropping. You have to wonder, if Alliance are a 3, are we calling this an Alliance win? But it wasn't. Ifs and buts don't count for much. As it's SSG on this low ground.
最初なんて見たいね。アライアンスしか見てなかったんだけど。
Enter Force 36 onto TSM.
イサノクがもうあっち側にピョンしちゃったからね、これ。なぜあっち側にピョンしたのかはちょっと分かりかねますけど、私は。ほら。真下じゃなくて、あっち側ピョンしたからさ。 でこれ下が
And then with that,
どこ
SSG
なん
had
だ
the right cover to be able to manipulate the map to stay alive a little bit, bide their time. And all you need at this
これ
point
が
is two
GLO
moves
か
and beaks and a little bit of Zainu.
So it comes down to Koifel and Phony. It was a 2v2 right at the end, but just knowing that Alliance had to drop,
で一人で
they
パ
can
ン
get
チで
that
死んだん
first
ですよ
damage. They were already weak, and
そういうこ
SSG
とね
have a simple job of closing out those final moments. It's a great story, right? I mean, you look back at, previous events, SSG disappoint. They just
チャ
get
ンピオ
over
ン
the
シ
line
ップ
in
北海道
certain
です
matches.
っ
They
て
just get over the line to get to the finals. But when we get here, when it matters the most, is when you need to perform. And SSG, I mean,
4
their
月
reputation
29
is
日
going to
か
be talked
ら
about for
2
quite
月
some time
2
now.
日
They are
だってアライアンスが残れてたんだから E36 全然あれだよ
When they lift that trophy, because we
残
know
れ
it
てたよ
is like nothing
北海道
else.
だって
But for Zainu,
ヤマ
he gets to do
と
it a
ハウス
second time.
プレ
And
ミ
now
ス
he's going to get to lift that trophy
ハ
for
ウ
a
ス
second
プレ
time
ミ
as
スと
well.
ド
We're
ー
going to
ム
send
知
it
って
down
る
to the floor. SSG, it's time for you to pick up that trophy.
Crowd, let's welcome out our split two
ど
playoff
こにあるんですかこれ札幌ですかコンサードーレのホームかこれかいいね北海道なんてご飯美味しいところでじゃあ札幌ドームなのそうなんだそういうこと名前変わったんだねご飯美味しいところで開催されめちゃめちゃ人入るのすげえ札幌で日ハムにやめてねおめでとう SSG ホテル取らなきゃ札幌のことおめでとう
Phony, I gotta ask. I can see the emotion in your faces. All
し
right.
かも極寒
What does this mean to you? I mean, this was an insane
ポニーも
journey.
よかったね長いあんなことかずっと20位だったのによくここで巻き
I
返
don't
し
think
たの素
nobody
晴らし
expected
い
it. I'm gonna be real. This is actually so surreal, bro.
おめでとう
I love these boys to death, and I'm glad that I was
だ
able
か
to
ら
do
ホ
it.
テル
With
取ら
them. It
な
was
いと
amazing.
今すぐホテル
All
取ろ
right,
う
and Koi, I gotta ask
4月
you.
29から
You
2月
guys are the fourth only team in the 5.5-year history
皆
of
さんも
Apex to lift this
お
trophy.
疲れ様でした
Talk to me about your journey.
4日間
All I can say is, you may not believe in God, but God believes in you. I trusted His path for me, and I just kept to it. I kept grinding, and this is where it got me.
All right. Crowd's loving it. Sai,
こ
come
れで
over here.
DHS があれか
Sai, through the ups
LC9 に
and
なっちゃったの
downs
か
of being a pro
ファ
player,
ルコンが
right?
20位なの
Everybody
で
needs a support system. Everybody needs somebody they can talk to. You got your fans, you got your family, your friends, your
泣い
teammates.
て
Who
ね
was that support for you?
え
And
ゼ
what
ロ
do they
に
mean
捨てられた
Honestly, my mom, like overall, she's just like the best person ever. I wouldn't be here without her. I've said this in my last time winning. Like she got my PC and everything. I just wouldn't be here without her. Shout out my mom.
And I still remember the days of ranked grinding. It's insane. Don, come over here. Coach Belichick, I see the medals as well, man. First team ever in the history to win these medals right here. Don, talk to me about what it's like coaching players like this at this caliber.
I mean, these three players, everyone in the game knows they're amazing. They struggled the last two lands, but, you know, they brought me on to the team to try and make things work, and we're glad it worked, you know.
Again, I see the emotion in your faces, fellas. Lift that trophy one more time.
Sky high, no, out of orbit. Space Station Gaming take split two
俺が予
playoffs
想に
and
ハ
that
ピッ
man
ク入れな
Zainu
かったら
right
優
there
勝できるかも
does
し
it
れん
for a
DJ も最初
second
の時
time
その
in a
ね
row. Koifel, the youth,
単
the
純なんだけど
immeasurable skill, and Phony, his leadership, his dedication. They've gone to the top of the mountain and they raise that trophy with pride, knowing that they are the kings of Apex Legends. What a moment, guys. Back on the desk, relishing in the crowd. Lauren, I always like to soak this part up.
it's an incredible feeling for anyone who gets to experience this live in person. You can sense the emotions that the players are feeling. You can feel the crowd. It was electric the entire time, wanting another match, wanting to see who could get onto match point alongside some of our earlier squads. This is one of the longest lands we've now had as far as our match point games go, and it was worth every second.
It certainly was. The crowd, you could see the reactions. Anybody winning this tournament would have been hyped. But there's a little something special about these guys. It was a long journey even today for them, Snipe. After the first 3 games, Space Station Gaming had 2 points. They end Game 10 with 85 and a trophy in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about it all week, and we said that this is a momentum team. We talked about it on the very first show about how them and Falcons were the 2 teams that were considered the powerhouses, you know, the super teams, and we had not seen that from Space Station yet. And we come to this event, they started off slow. I don't know what was said. I can't wait to figure that out. But something was talked about with that team, and they came out, they gained momentum. In 4 games in a row, they were averaging 15+ points, and then they got near the end game, put themselves in a position to win, and then finally in that last game, things fell in their favor, the plays were made, and they got the win.
The second win that they won in this tournament, and the first one was not when they were on match point. So they had the confidence to move forward. And you need confidence in moments like this, when it's down and out and you're looking for who is going to step out of the pack and make a name for themselves. These guys already well known within the scene, but now across the world, the globe of the ALGS, as this final match ends up. Some of the scores, Alliance, they were close. Enter 46. What happened with them? Force 36. We were trying to figure out how that worked out. Wow, they had won a game earlier in this tournament in that exact same position, and TSM, maybe one of the bigger stories. We thought it was going to be them, but it wasn't. And on the other side of things, a little bit of despair. I told you, some would leave with a promising future. Some would look at this and see a little bit of darkness, maybe. Lauren, hopefully not, but Team Falcons with a 0 there, coming in 20th place overall. This is not what we expected. The player on that Team 0 is the defending Split 2 champion. And you look at this and say, this has got to mean something happens differently for the super team.
I think definitely a learning experience, right? Especially because we talked about it heading into the series. This was one of the most difficult lobbies we've ever seen in a match point finals. We ended up with half of that difficult lobby all on match point.
なんか北海道の発表おもらしらしい。なんかおもらしらしいです。
They both had double-digit kills, and it came down to the solid gameplay of SSG.
And make sure if you are still here and you want to know the location of champs, do not go anywhere. We will be revealing that very shortly. So if you're leaving, you're going to take a break, this is not the time to do it because champs will be announced. It's one that you want to stick by. Jamerson, welcome back. This is what we live for in the ALGS, and it just happened again to a team maybe a little bit unlikely in SSG, but certainly deserving.
I love it. I love it because I have a history with so many of the players here, right? While I wasn't with the ALGS, during my time off, I was still casting Apex Legends, and one of the things was I was casting a weekly tournament with Phony.
日本に来たがってたし、喜んでんじゃない。
6 games a night, I was casting his games, and that man has just gone on to do such amazing things. So many of the players here, but Phony getting this victory really does hit me in a special place.
Phony's story is one I've been privy to. I actually love the journey that he's been on, from me calling him My Little Pony. That's right. I said My Little Pony, and I think that just flashed me back to childhood toys that were around. And it was really My Little Pony. And I remember messing that call up for so long, and it played in every highlight. Well,
食べたがってた。しかもさ、海鮮うまいから、あれだよね、お寿司とかも食べれるよね。多分出るよね、お寿司とか。 多分どうせバイキングのとこでしょ。あれなんじゃない？お刺身乗せ放題とかじゃない？自分で海鮮丼作れますとか。ねえ、出るよね。よかったね。焼いてもうまいしな。生食えない人は焼いてもうまいからいいよね。
that's one of the strongest duos in the game. But not just them. I think Koiful and Zainu are two of the top 5 individually skilled controller players in the game. And they honestly opened up this final circle so much for each other and their team to come out with the win and earn themselves $300,000.
Lauren, that's a lot of cash.
この天下のファルコンが$9000しかもらえない世界戦って本当にあったんやな。このファルコン様が$9000しか持って帰れない日なんてあるんだね。すごいね。いやでもこの人たちサウジの大会でボーナスで10億もらってるから。
$160,000. They've been earning a lot this month. I think this is one of those things that you look at and you go, yeah, you know, were there mistakes made? I'm not sure. Do we do everything in our power to actually win? I think so. And I think Gaming Gladiators keep their heads up high because of what they've done. And I think that makes this story that much greater, that SSG was able to do it, Jamerson, on teams who were performing this well. I mean, that's where I really look at it. This wasn't a lobby where there were 2 favorites. This was a lobby where there might have been 7 favorites.
Yeah, the crazy part about this match point format is that this is a battle royale, right? This is a game mode where it's everyone against everyone, but it's so much more stated in this match point format, right? At any point, someone can sneak away, end the tournament right then and there. And so it becomes that much harder. And to be able to succeed where everyone has that finish line right in front of them, it is such a difficult place to be, but they did it. They did it.
I'm going to ask you some questions now about Legacy. Where does this put Phony as an IGL? He has not been in that conversation with Zero and Hal. It's appropriate. He hasn't won a LAN before. Now he has. Does he get in that conversation, Lauren?
I think he's going to start being in the conversation, right? I think what was especially impressive about this lobby is that we could be having that same conversation about any of those top 10 teams.
Sure.
And it's just showing how much the general level of competition has been elevated. It's something we talk about a lot during the online splits and here at the LANs. Apex Legends is getting harder cross-regionally. Every single season, every single split, these teams are figuring out new strats, working within the metas even better. And now he's going to be able to say he's one of a very small group of people who have been able to win at a LAN. And we're definitely going to have to start taking a more serious look at him.
顔が映らないように配信は撮りたいとは思いますけど
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got multiple top 10 finishes. He's made the grand finals in many lands. He's won regional finals online. I think that this is one of those marquee moments for him that is going to really propel his team. And I was questioning, the leadership on this team and if they're going to be able to bring things back. And this is one of those moments where they were really able to bring it together. The stress was on, and it's one of those things where once you start feeling confident in the calls that you're making and you no longer have the hesitation, should we third this, should we do this, should we do that? And he came out there and that's exactly what we saw. They went for the kills. There's no hesitation. They got the KP. They had the game plan, and you saw how on point that whole team was together. I think he's definitely going to be in the conversation. And right now, there's no doubt that he's a top 5 IGL in the game.
I mean,
お会いしま
does
しょう。
Phony put himself in any
ありがと
distinction
ね
now
みんな。
in that category? I mean, what's your takeaway?
せー
And
の
it doesn't have to be Phony either, but I do want to.
おやすみなさい。ゆっくり寝るんですよ、お前たち。
You know, he's been that guy, kind of holding that mantle.